Chapter 1. I said, I agree to break up. Late at night, it rained heavily. Shenyang was soaked all over and stood at the door of the KTV box in a panic, carrying a birthday cake and carefully prepared gifts. The moment he put his hand on the door handle, he heard voices from inside. Ying, isn't today your birthday? On such an important day, your boyfriend dares to be late? Does he take you seriously? As a boyfriend, not only did you not prepare a surprise gift in advance, you even checked in the private room in advance and made your girlfriend wait for so long. How could you tolerate this? Ying, you have a very good temper, don't you? You weren't like this before. You were the campus belle of Guangzhou University. Your admirers could line up all the way to France. And you're still rich and beautiful. How come you've changed so much since you got together with Shenyang? Look how long it's been since you came out to play with us. Could you be the legendary husband-controlled person? In the private room, a girl in scantily clad clothes winked and smiled. Ying, this doesn't look like you. Could it be that Shenyang is so good at his job that he made you fall in love with him? Su Jiying leaned on a man's shoulder and rolled her eyes in disgust. Shenyang? Is he worthy? I've been with him for 3 years and he hasn't even touched my hand. Hearing this, the girl who was speaking laughed even more exaggeratedly. Oh my God. No way. You've been together for 3 years, and you haven't slept together yet? With such a beautiful woman in front of you, Shenyang can actually hold back? Is he still a man? Haha, is he not capable? Shenyang is already like this, and you are so devoted to him, yet he still controls you so tightly? This is true love. I'm dying of laughter. There is still true love these days, especially for a poor boy. TSK, 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 TSK. Outside the door, Shenyang couldn't help but tighten her hands holding the flowers. During the 3 years they have been together, he has always respected Su Jiying and put Su Jiying first. As long as Su Jiying is a little unhappy, he will treat her as a formidable enemy and try his best to make her happy. But Su Jiying was a spoiled young lady with a spoiled temper. Every time she got angry, she needed to be coaxed for a long time. She also required very expensive gifts and flowers. On every holiday, she also required various rituals. From small things like the first cup of milk tea in autumn and the first sausage in winter to big things like Goddess Day and Valentine's Day, birthdays, and all kinds of festivals. Regardless of any holiday, sometimes even the 24 solar terms and weekends, Su Jiying asked him to prepare surprise gifts, and these gifts had to be famous brands and expensive. His family was not poor and the pocket money he received was enough, but in the past 3 years, he had spent all his pocket money on coaxing Su Jiying, and sometimes he had to work part-time to meet Su Jiying's demands. As time went by, Su Jiying's friends all thought that his family was very poor, that he was a toad trying to eat swan meat, and that he was not worthy of Su Jiying, and they often enjoyed making fun of him. He has been hearing words like today for almost 3 years. At the beginning, he would argue a few times and ask Su Jiying to help him explain, but every time Su Jiying would say that these people were just joking and asked him not to be so petty. Over time, although he still felt unhappy every time he heard these words, he no longer argued because he knew very well that it was useless to argue. Husband controlled? The person who dares to control me hasn't been born yet. In my, Su Jiying's, dictionary, there are no such words as husband controlled. Su Jiying's voice suddenly sounded, not to mention Shenyang. After saying that, Su Jiying hugged the man beside her and kissed him hard. The person being kissed was the well-known second-generation rich man, Zhang Zhishuan. He is also Su Jiying's best male friend that she often talks about. Shenyang's face suddenly turned cold. Wow! She's worthy of being the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Amazing! She's playing it so big. Only someone like young Master Zhang can be worthy of our school beauty. There was a deafening cheer in the box. Amid the crowd's cheers, Zhang Zhishuan took the initiative, grabbed the back of Su Jiying's head and deepened the kiss. It was not until a minute later that the two of them pulled away from each other reluctantly. Just then, someone in the box spotted Shenyang standing at the door and asked with ill intention. Ying, you're cheating on Shenyang so openly, aren't you afraid that Shenyang will break up with you if he finds out? Su Jiying sneered as if she heard something funny. What did you say? You said Shenyang wants to break up with me? Does he dare? Without the help of my Su family, the Shen family's small factory would have closed down 3 years ago. If it weren't for me, Su Jiying, Shenyang and his parents would be stray dogs now. Break up with me? He doesn't even consider his own worth. Boom! A loud thunder roared, instantly destroying Shenyang's humble belief. It turns out she has always thought this way. 3 years ago, the family's small factory ran out of funds. Because of the good relationship between the ancestors, my father went to the Su family to ask for help, hoping to borrow some money to help the factory get through the difficult times. The Su family agreed, but the interest rate was twice as high as the bank. It was at that time that he met Su Jiying and was attracted to this bright and outspoken girl at first sight. A year later, the Shen family repaid the money with interest, but he always remembered the favor and treated Su Jiying well without any regrets. Therefore, no matter how excessive Su Jiying was in the past 3 years, no matter how much others called him a bootlicker, he never really got angry. He still remembers how happy he was the day Su Jiying agreed to be his girlfriend, as if he owned the whole world. Unexpectedly, this is what Su Jiying thought in her heart. That's enough. He can't bear this cuckold. Shenyang took a deep breath and pushed the door open and walked in. The booing in the box stopped instantly, and everyone looked towards the door. But there was no apology or embarrassment in these people's eyes, only ridicule and disdain. Shenyang? How did you get into this situation? Do you know that today is my birthday? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me in front of my friends? Su Jiying saw Shenyang soaking wet, and a trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Look at what time it is now. What do you mean by making me wait so long? Shenyang sneered in his heart. Seeing this, Su Jiying's first reaction was not to care about what happened to him, nor to explain what happened just now. Instead, she accused him of embarrassing her in front of her friends. I really don't know how I could have liked a woman like this for 3 years. Ying, don't be like this. I don't think Shenyang did it on purpose. It's not a big deal. How about this, drink the wine here, then toast to the friends present one by one, apologize to each of them sincerely, and this matter will be over. Zhang Zhishuan pushed 2 bottles of strong liquor in front of Shenyang, seemingly trying to help Shenyang out, but his tone was commanding and mocking. Shenyang didn't say anything and just looked at Su Jiying quietly. This was the last chance he gave Su Jiying. But Su Jiying threw a wineglass directly in front of Shenyang with an impatient look on her face. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Master Jiang said? Shenyang was completely heartbroken. Su Jiying, you really make me feel sick. Shenyang said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the box fell silent again. Everyone looked over in surprise, with disbelief on their faces, as if they couldn't believe that a pet that had always been submissive would actually bite someone one day. One of the men even whistled. Suzhou University campus beauty, it seems that your charm is gone. You have been a licking dog for so many years, and now you dare to bare your teeth to your master. Su Jiying's face suddenly became ugly. What do you mean, Shenyang? You dare to talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I will break up with you in a minute. Here it is again. He has heard such words countless times in the past 3 years. No matter big or small, as long as Su Jiying is unhappy, she will threaten him with breaking up. In the past, he held Su Jiying at the top of his heart. Every time Su Jiying said this, he would panic and would try his best to buy more expensive gifts to coax Su Jiying. But this time, he didn't want to coax her. Okay, I agree. Shenyang said in a deep voice. What did you say? Su Jiying thought she had heard it wrong and looked at Shenyang in disbelief. But the next second, she saw the gift box and cake in Shenyang's hands. Oh. A dog is a dog. Even if he saw me kissing Jiangshao, so what? Even if he was unhappy, as long as I hooked my fingers, he would still come up to me eagerly. Okay Shenyang, stop being unreasonable. Jiangshao and I were just joking just now. It's just a joke. Do you have to take it too seriously? After making such a fuss, why don't you apologize to everyone quickly? Su Jiying said with a gloomy face. Shenyang nodded expressionlessly and picked up the double-layered luxurious cake in his hand that was not stained by rain at all. You're right, today is your birthday, so, happy birthday to you. Su Jiying smiled as if to predict it. However, just as Su Jiying reached out to take the cake, the large cake with beautifully packaged items suddenly formed a perfect parabola and fell into the trash can in the corner with a clang. Facing everyone's astonished gazes, Shenyang turned around and left. It was the first time that Su Jiying was disobeyed by Shenyang like this, and she stood up suddenly. Shenyang, what's your attitude? If you dare to walk through this door, I will break up with you immediately. Shenyang paused, turned around and looked at Su Jiying with cold eyes. I just said it, didn't you hear it? I said, I agree to break up. After saying that, Shen Yang did not stay any longer and strode out of the KTV. Standing on the side of the road, Shen Yang took out his cell phone and made a call. Dad, I agree to the marriage. Chapter 2. It took him 3 years to figure out what others had already understood. In the box, there was a brief silence because of Shen Yang's unusual behavior. A group of rich second generations looked at each other in bewilderment as they watched the luxurious cake being thrown into the trash can. This is the first time I've seen Shen Yang talk to Ying like this. He seems really angry. Su Jiying's little sister Yuan Xinyu asked worriedly, Ying, why don't you give her a call and ask? As soon as she finished speaking, another little sister Pei Qinghua immediately smiled with disdain on her face. Angry? Don't be so funny. Shen Yang, don't you know? Our Ying is his life. What's more, Shen Yang can stand here and talk to us today, thanks to Ying and her family. With such a great favor, how dare he be angry? Besides, it's not like Shen Yang hasn't been angry before, and each time it didn't last more than a day, and he would come to me eagerly begging for forgiveness. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed contemptuously. Although Shen Yang did impress them tonight, so what? They knew how much Shen Yang had loved Su Jiying in the past 3 years, so why did they want to break up now? Who would believe that? Su Jiying was a little nervous at first, but she felt relieved when she heard this. Hua is right, this is Shen Yang. Shen Yang had quarreled with her before because of Mr. Jiang, but in the end she would just buy gifts and flowers to coax her before the evening came. Just some little tricks to get her attention. Although she didn't like Shen Yang, she had to admit that Shen Yang's dog-licking behavior in the past 3 years made her feel comfortable and gave her face in front of her friends. If Shen Yang was obedient, she wouldn't mind giving him some sweet treats. After all, raising a pet means giving it a slap and then a treat. But tonight Shen Yang actually didn't give her face in front of so many people. This time, it wouldn't be so easy for Shen Yang to ask for her forgiveness. Thinking of this, Su Jiying stood up with a proud look on her face. Break up? Did I agree? Believe it or not, if I give Shen Yang a call, he will come back and apologize to me, and even pay the bill. Su Jiying took out her cell phone and called Shen Yang in front of everyone, turning on the speakerphone. Seeing this, everyone looked like they were enjoying a good show. However, as soon as the call was connected, a cold prompt tone was heard. Hello, the number you dialed cannot be connected, please call again later. The proud smile on Su Jiying's face instantly cooled, and her face was filled with surprise and disbelief. The people around were stunned for a moment, and soon they showed a gloating smile. Large male dormitory. Shen Yang sat in front of the desk, looking at the photo of Su Jiying placed on the table, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. In the photo, Su Jiying's long hair is flying and she is smiling happily. She looks like a shining little sun, bright and flamboyant. But this smile was not for him. That was the first date when Su Jiying just agreed to be his girlfriend. He deliberately chose a restaurant with a great atmosphere, hoping to have an unforgettable first date. Unexpectedly, Su Jiying came with Jiang Zhishuan's male best friend, under the pretext of asking her best friend to help with the review. During the meal, Su Jiying also sat with Jiang Zhishuan, talking and laughing the whole time. She even considerately peeled shrimps for Jiang Zhishuan, making her official boyfriend look like a third party. This photo was taken secretly by him at that time. Afterwards, he asked Su Jiying not to get so close to other men. Su Jiying was very angry and said he was stingy, saying that she and Jiang Zhishuan were just good brothers, and that he was insulting the pure friendship between her and Jiang Zhishuan. What is a male best friend? What is pure friendship? Have you ever seen pure friendship where two people hold hands and kiss with their tongues? But his mind was full of Su Jiying at that time, and he even rejected his family's arranged marriage for Su Jiying. He couldn't even see through this and was played around by Su Jiying. He was so stupid and ridiculous. Shen Yang sneered, picked up the photo on the table, tore it into pieces and threw it directly into the trash can. This scene fell into the eyes of the two roommates behind him, and they were stunned for a moment. Oh my God! Brother Yang! What happened to you today? Isn't this photo your most precious? What happened today? Did you have a fight with the campus beauty of Suzhou University? This shouldn't be the case. Usually she's the only one who's angry. When did you get so angry? Zhang Yunfei looked at the things in the trash can in shock and was dumbfounded. Brother Yang, you look a little strange today. Isn't today the birthday of the school beauty? Aren't you afraid that she will be angry if you don't attend her birthday party? Shui Wei asked doubtfully. Shen Yang had no expression on his face. We've broken up. Whether she's angry or not in the future has nothing to do with me. What did you say? Break up? Jiang Yunfei and Shui Wei stood up suddenly upon hearing this, and they both shouted in unison, their faces full of horror, even their voices rose several degrees. Xinyang nodded and threw the expensive gift into the drawer. The two looked at each other, both with an expression of disbelief. But seeing that Xinyang didn't look like he was joking, the two of them reluctantly believed it. Brother Yang, it's a good breakup. I've said it before, Su Jiying is not a good person, she doesn't deserve you. Jiang Yunfei patted Xinyang on the shoulder and consoled her, although she is a school beauty, our brother Yang is not bad either. He is handsome and capable. You see, this is the first time for our computer science major. Are you afraid that you won't be able to find a partner? That's right. What's so good about Su Jiying? A woman hangs out with a bunch of men all day, arm in arm with arm, and even talks about brothers. It's really hilarious. Last time I saw her and that Zhang Zhishuan coming out of the woods in the middle of the night. They were disheveled and definitely up to no good. Shui Wei stood up for Xinyang, but just as he said this he realized something was wrong and hurried to look at Xinyang's face. Seeing that Xinyang looked normal, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Brother Yang, I wanted to tell you this a long time ago, but you were so focused on Su Jiying at that time that I was afraid you would be unhappy if I told you. It's not that I want to sow discord between you two. It's just that Su Jiying is a woman who doesn't deserve you to be so nice to her. She doesn't like you at all. She is just treating you like a backup and playing with you like a monkey. We all know that Su Jiying's family helped your family. You value feelings and gratitude, but didn't your family pay back the money a long time ago? The interest rate is so high, even banks don't dare to charge such a high interest rate. Add to that the money you spent on Su Jiying in the past 3 years, and your family no longer owes the Su family anything. We have so many beautiful girls, there's no need to rely on just one of them. If you're willing, I can introduce you to some schoolmates who are definitely no worse than Su Jiying. If Xinyang had heard someone talk about Su Jiying like this before, he would definitely be angry, but now he just felt that what others said was right. Look, such an obvious thing, others had already understood it, but it took him 3 years. No wonder others laugh at him for being a bootlicker. He bootlicks like this to the point that even he finds it ridiculous. Xinyang nodded, you are right. Instead of using the money to coax a woman like this, it would be better to use it to treat you to a meal. Jiang Yunfei and Shui Wei looked at each other and knelt down on one knee together in excitement. Godfather. Xinyang. Look, with the same amount of money, he can at least have 2 more good-looking sons. Fortunately, it's not too late for him to wake up now. The first step is to clean up all things related to Su Jiying and then block the phone numbers of all members of the Su family. After cleaning up everything, Xinyang felt that the depression in his heart was completely released and his whole body felt refreshed. After taking a hot bath, I fell asleep on the bed. Starting tonight, he no longer has to worry about Su Jiying getting angry all day long, and no longer has to try every possible way to make her happy. There was no need to run out in the middle of the night just because of Su Jiying's words, and run across half the city just to buy Su Jiying a bowl of her favorite dessert. Su Jiying, I hope you won't regret it this time. Chapter 3, Xinyang actually delivered breakfast for 3 years? In the box. Su Jiying was a little slow to react when she heard the cold prompt tone coming from the other end of the line. She thought that the signal in the box was bad. But when I called again, I got the same prompt tone. Ying, did Xinyang block you? Pei Qinghua's eyes flashed with a trace of gloating, and she said in a sarcastic tone, Xinyang is really outstanding. Not only did he show his teeth to his master, but now he wants to escape from his control. Ying, you can't forgive him easily this time. Although they are good sisters, everyone has witnessed how good Xinyang has been to Su Jiying over the past 3 years. Although she looked down on Xinyang, a grown man, for licking like this, she was still very jealous of Su Jiying for having such a loyal dog, and she showed off to them all day long how much Xinyang licked her. If Xinyang could really break up with Su Jiying, she would of course be happy. Su Jiying's face turned ugly in an instant, especially in front of this group of fake sisters who looked down on the weak. This made her feel very embarrassed. Su Jiying secretly swore that she would never forgive Xinyang easily this time. As for Xinyang's words about breaking up with her just now, she didn't believe a word of it. After all, she knew better than anyone how much Xinyang loved her. How could such a Xinyang really be willing to leave her? Of course, there is no way a mere Xinyang can escape from my palm. It's better now that Xinyang is not here. I would feel it's a nuisance if he were here. Come on. Today is my birthday, let's continue having fun. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Su Jiying raised her glass with a smile, bringing the chilled atmosphere back to life. The box soon returned to its decadent atmosphere, and the smell of corruption spread rapidly. Without Xinyang, Su Jiying was more relaxed. Not only did she dance closely with Jiang Zhishuan, she also played the mouth-to-mouth game more unscrupulously, causing screams in the box. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was drunk and went to get a room in groups of 3 or 4 with their male companions. Jiang Zhishuan also took the opportunity to help Su Jiying, who was drunk on the sofa, and walked towards the door. Thinking that he would be able to completely win Su Jiying tonight, his heart was burning with excitement. But when she reached the door of the box, Su Jiying woke up. Xinyang, I feel sick. I want to eat the Hong Kong-style dessert from Baiyun District. Go buy it for me. I want it cold. Su Jiying's eyes were blurry, and her tone was as condescending as ever as she gave a direct order. Jiang Zhishuan sneered. Did Su Jiying mistake him for Xinyang? Baiyun District is more than an hour away from here, and he is not a fool like Xinyang, who would do such a thankless and stupid thing in the middle of the night. But for the prey that he has not yet eaten, he is still willing to coax it. Ying, be good. You are drunk. Eating ice after drinking is not good for your health. I have asked someone to book a room. I will take you to rest first. Jiang Zhishuan grabbed Su Jiying's waist and forcefully carried her out. Su Jiying struggled to break free from Jiang Zhishuan's arms. No, I don't like spending the night outside. Let Xinyang pick me up. Su Jiying dialed Xinyang's number and heard the notification tone. Then she remembered that she had been blocked by Xinyang. Thinking of Xinyang's attitude tonight, Su Jiying couldn't help but get furious. Bastard Xinyang. Everything you have now depends on my Su family. What qualifications do you have to block me? Su Jiying was very angry. In her heart, Xinyang was her most loyal dog. What right did a dog have to be angry? It seems that she has been too nice to Xinyang recently. In order to make Xinyang feel a little sense of crisis, she posted a close-up photo of the two of them with their faces close together on her Moments, with a caption. Single, welcome to chat. She firmly believed that when Xinyang saw this post on WeChat Moments tomorrow, he would be furious. Auntie Wang, what's going on? Why does the bird's nest taste different today than usual? And this porridge, why is it so mushy? The heat is not right, and there is no snacks. And where is the health porridge that the master eats every day and Manny's nutritious porridge? It's already late, why haven't they served it yet? Manny is going to take the college entrance examination this year, so she needs extra nutrition. What's wrong with you today? Aren't you doing well normally? Early in the morning, Su's mother's dissatisfied voice was heard downstairs. Su Jiying took out her phone impatiently and looked at it. It was only 8 o'clock. It's so annoying. She just came back in the morning and was woken up just as she fell asleep. She is now very tired. What made her even more upset was that her phone was silent and there was no message. The whole night had passed, and Xinyang hadn't sent her any message. There are a lot of comments in the circle of friends, but none from Xinyang. Did Xinyang not see it, or did he deliberately not send the message? This feeling really made her uncomfortable. But then I thought, it's only 8 o'clock now, Xinyang must not have gotten up and didn't see my circle of friends. It must be like this. Auntie Wang, what are you doing? These are all pre-made dishes. They are not fresh. How can such things appear on the dining table at home? Downstairs, Su's mother's voice became louder and louder. Su Jiying suddenly threw off the quilt and went downstairs. In the living room, Su's father was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. His face looked a little unhappy. His sister Su Manny was also frowning and looking at the things on the dining table with disdain. On the table is today's breakfast, but it looks a little different from usual. You can tell at a glance that it is a pre-prepared meal just taken out of the refrigerator. She normally wouldn't even look at these things, let alone her mother, who had been pampered since childhood. Su's mother put her hands on her hips, her well-maintained face full of anger. Nanny Wang Ma was scolded by Su's mother and explained in panic with her head down. I'm sorry, madam. I've never made these things before. I'm not very skilled. Usually Mr. Shin brings them in the morning. I'm only responsible for putting them in the bowls. But for some reason, Mr. Shin didn't come today. Su Jiying was stunned. Xinyang? Aunt Wang, are you saying that the breakfast we usually eat is delivered by Xinyang? Not to mention Su Jiying, who didn't believe it. Su's father, Su's mother and Su Manny also thought it was impossible. You have to know that Guangda is at least an hour away from the villa area where they live. Su Jiying usually finds it troublesome to go back and forth, let alone come early every day to deliver breakfast. Besides, those breakfasts are not just taken out of the refrigerator and heated up and served on the table, they are all freshly made. Not to mention the health-preserving porridge and bird's nest that Su's father and mother eat. Just take the various snacks they eat on a daily basis, all of them are handmade. I have insisted on sending you there every day for 3 years. Doesn't Xinyang have to go to class anymore? Seeing that the others didn't believe her, Aunt Wang took out the thermal box that Xinyang had used to store things the day before from the kitchen. There were a few leftover pastries in it, and it was obvious at a glance that they were what they usually ate. Wang Ma explained. Mr. Shin knew that the master had a chronic disease, the wife loved beauty, the second daughter was in school, and the eldest daughter wanted to keep in shape. He learned these things according to everyone's needs, and then prepared them and delivered them before 7 o'clock every day without fail. He also told me not to say it, saying that these were what he should do. Not only that, even the dishes I usually cook are the recipes arranged by Mr. Shin every day. While supplementing nutrition, they also take into account everyone's taste. Su Jiying recognized the insulated box at a glance. She had seen Xinyang mention it before. Xinyang, he actually went to such an extent for himself? Su Jiying's expression was a little complicated. Could it be that I really went too far last night, which is why Xinyang is so angry? But the next second, she heard Su's mother snort coldly. This Xinyang is still somewhat useful, but this is the only good thing about him. For the sake of these 3 years of breakfast, I will reluctantly let him in for a cup of tea from now on. Su's mother sat on the sofa with a haughty look on her face. Auntie Wang, call Xinyang and ask him to bring breakfast over quickly. I have an appointment to play cards today. If he's late, I won't forgive him. Okay, ma'am, I'll call Mr. Shin right away. Mother Wang heaved a sigh of relief and immediately went back to get her cell phone to call Xinyang. There was suddenly a hint of anticipation in Su Jiying's eyes. Will Xinyang come to bring them breakfast? Chapter 4. Just wait and see. Xinyang will definitely come to ask for reconciliation. Large male dormitory. It was already 8:30 when Xinyang woke up. This was the first time in the past 3 years that he slept so late. It felt like he was living his life all over again. When the two roommates saw that Xinyang was still in the dormitory at this time, they couldn't help but believe that Xinyang was really planning to break up with Su Jiying, and they were sincerely happy for Xinyang. Brother Yang, today is the weekend. To celebrate your breakup, how about we go out for a meal? How about I treat you? Zhang Pengfei looked at Xinyang with a smile. How about spicy hot pot? Brother Yang, I remember you loved spicy food when we first met. You haven't eaten it for a long time, right? Let's eat as much as you want today. Really? In order to maintain her figure and skin, Su Jiying basically avoids these heavy-tasting things, but he just loves spicy food. In the past 3 years, in order to cater to Su Jiying's taste, he has not touched chili peppers for 3 years. As for the rest of the time, he was doing things to please the Su family. He has no personal time at all. Xinyang agreed without even thinking about it. But before he left, he received a call from Wang Ma. Mr. Shin, I'm Aunt Wang. Why haven't you brought breakfast here today? The master and the mistress are waiting anxiously and are angry. Please bring it here quickly. Xinyang laughed when he heard it. In the past, in order to please Su Jiying and repay the Su family for lending him money 3 years ago, he rented a house outside the school and spent a lot of energy learning how to make all kinds of nutritious breakfasts and early meals. Make it at midnight every day and keep it warm in the pot. In order to ensure that the Su family had a warm breakfast every day, he would go out on time at 6 o'clock every day and arrive at the Su family villa on time at 7:30, no matter it was windy or rainy. He was also afraid that Su's mother would not eat the food he cooked, so he asked Wang Ma not to tell anyone, just because the Su family looked down on him and did not agree with him and Su Jiying being together. And he persisted in doing this for 3 whole years. However, Wang Ma was the only person in the Su family who treated him well, and he didn't want to say anything bad to her. Auntie Wang, I have broken up with Su Jiying. From now on, anything related to the Su family will have nothing to do with me. I can't deliver breakfast to them anymore. You can tell the Su family directly. What did you say? Break up? How dare Xinyang do that? When Su's mother heard that Xinyang was going to break up with Su Jiying, she was furious and stood up from the sofa. Ying. When did this happen? Is Xinyang really going to break up with you? Su Zhiying sat down on the sofa without saying a word, feeling extremely annoyed. It turns out that Xinyang didn't fail to get up, nor did he fail to see the circle of friends she posted. He did it on purpose. What on earth is Xinyang doing? I have even posted it on my moments, but he remains indifferent. The most important thing is that Aunt Wang called personally and said it was her family's intention. Yet he didn't even know how to seize such a good opportunity. This made Su Zhiying feel very uncomfortable, and she always felt that something was out of control. Father Su snorted coldly and put down the newspaper, with a look of displeasure on his face. This Xinyang is so ungrateful. It's his blessing to be able to make breakfast for us. If it weren't for the old man, would I have taken such a big risk to lend a large sum of money? Now, the Shin family's small factory has come back to life, and after using it, they actually want to dump my precious daughter, Su Zhintian. Su's mother was also very angry. What an ungrateful bastard. Who does he think he, Xinyang, is? If we want to break up, it's our Engying who doesn't want him. I didn't agree with Engying and Xinyang being together in the first place. How can a person from a small family who doesn't have good taste be worthy of my daughter? Let's break up. Our Engying is so outstanding and beautiful, is she still afraid of not having a boyfriend? But Xinyang, he has nothing. Without our Engying, who would be interested in him? Xinyang, you bastard, don't come back crying and beg our Engying next time. Su Mani yawned and said indifferently. Mom and Dad, you don't need to be so angry. How could Xinyang really be willing to leave my sister? Everyone knows that Xinyang is my sister's number one loyal dog, but these are just little tricks to resist. I guess he is using these little tricks to attract my sister's attention because he has not paid much attention to him in recent times. Seeing you all so angry, doesn't that mean his little tricks have succeeded? If you ask me, within 3 days, Xinyang will definitely come back to apologize and ask for forgiveness. This kind of thing has happened before. Sister, I guess Xinyang is jealous this time too, right? Su Mani said this and looked at Su Zhiying. Su Zhiying nodded, looking impatient. Last night on my birthday, Xinyang got angry when he saw me and Jiang Shao getting close to each other. It's unreasonable for a grown man to be so stingy. Su Mani showed a look of as expected. When Su Zhiying first got together with Xinyang got angry because Su Zhiying was too close to other boys. But after just one night, he bought all kinds of gifts to coax her. It made her so envious. Would such a person really be willing to leave her sister? Only a ghost would believe it. But sister, you can't forgive Xinyang as easily this time as you did last time, lest he confuses the difference between the big and small kings. It's better to leave him alone for a while. Su Mani continued. After Su Mani's analysis, everyone felt that it made sense, and they once again scolded Xinyang for being unreasonable and a big man with no heart. Mani is right. It's just Xinyang. Even if they break up, there's nothing to regret. There are many people who want to pursue our Engying. By the way, Engying, the young Master Jiang you just mentioned, is he the young Master Jiang from the richest man's family in Guang City? He's pursuing you too? How far have you and him progressed? I saw you just came back this morning, and you two were together last night? Mother Su looked at Su Zhiying with a smile. Thinking of Jiang Zhishuan, Su Zhiying instantly forgot about Xinyang. A blush appeared on her face and she lowered her head shyly. Mom, don't ask, Master Jiang and I are just ordinary friends. When Su's mother saw her daughter's look, she understood what was going on and immediately smiled happily. Okay, Mom won't ask anymore. You and Mr. Jiang get along well. If you can really settle down with Mr. Jiang, Mom will be happy for you. Only someone of Jiang Shao's status can be worthy of you, and our family can also benefit from it. If you don't like this tall, rich and handsome guy and instead like Xinyang, you're really out of your mind. The son of the richest man in Guangzhou. That's not something a poor boy like Xinyang who came from a small family could compare to. Although the Su family is not bad, it is still far behind the Jiang family, the richest family in Guangzhou. If Engying can successfully marry Jiang Shao, their family will be the relatives of the richest man, and they will be able to rule Guangzhou in the future. Thinking of this, Su's father and mother were extremely satisfied. They gave Su Zhiying all kinds of advice to help her completely win over Jiang Zhishuan. They also asked Su Zhiying to find time to bring Jiang Zhishuan back for dinner, and it would be best to set the date as soon as possible. After saying this, Su Zhiying's face turned red with embarrassment. She felt that, just as her parents said, she should also like Jiang Shao. In the past, because of Xinyang, she could only maintain a friendship with Jiang Shao. But for some reason, she always thought of Shenyang's angry face last night. Su Xiying felt that Shenyang must have been mad at her. Separate? Do I agree? Without Shenyang, where can I find such an obedient and understanding dog? And Wang watched from the side and shook her head secretly, feeling sorry for Shenyang. She had seen everything Shenyang had done in the past 3 years, and she would have warmed up to it even if it was a piece of stone, but she never expected to be treated like this in the end. She could tell from the phone call just now that Shenyang had made up his mind this time. Just wait and see, Su Xiying will definitely regret losing such a good boyfriend like Shenyang. But she is just a nanny and has no right to manage the affairs of her master's family. Mother Wang sighed and silently took back the insulated box left by Shenyang. Unexpectedly, Wang Ma's words came true, and Su Xiying soon regretted it. Chapter 5 I Will Never Look Back on Shenyang. Weekend. It was a rare opportunity for Shenyang to sleep in, but he was still woken up early in the morning. Brothers. Something big has happened. It's spreading like wildfire outside. The dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and a boy in a vest and sports jersey rushed in hurriedly, his face full of shock. But all his words came to an abrupt end when he saw Shenyang sitting on the bed who had just woken up. Yang, Brother Yang? Oh my God. Brother Yang, why are you here? Roommate Tang Zhe stared at Shenyang as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Yang, today is the weekend, and it's only 9 o'clock. Why are you still here? Why don't you go find the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Aren't you afraid that she will be mad at you again? It's no wonder that Tang Zhe was so shocked. He was not in the dormitory for 2 days over the weekend and had no idea what happened during those 2 days. Hearing this, Shenyang turned his head and looked at him calmly, and replied indifferently. We've split. Tang Zhe's eyes suddenly widened. Break up? So, what's said on the campus confession wall is true. Brother Yang really broke up with the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Shui Wei and Jiang Yunfei poked their heads out from the bed when they heard this. What confession wall? What happened? Shui Wei asked. Here. Look for yourself. Tang Zhe explained as he handed over the phone. I just heard it when I was buying breakfast in the cafeteria. Now the whole Guangde is saying that Brother Yang and the campus beauty of Suzhou University have broken up. The school's confession wall is already abuzz with rumors. Someone even set up a bet on the confession wall, betting on when Brother Yang will go and apologize to the beauty queen of Suzhou University. There are already thousands of people participating in the bet. I just thought these people were just idle and had nothing to do, but I didn't expect it to be true. Shui Wei and Jiang Yunfei swiped their phones quickly, becoming angrier and angrier the more they looked. The campus confession wall is now full of discussions about the breakup of Shenyang and Su Xiying, but under almost every post, people are mocking Shenyang's dog-licking behavior. Even for the bet that was set up, everyone is betting that Shenyang will kneel down and beg Su Xiying to apologize. There were only a few people who wanted to break up with Shenyang, and even these people were ridiculed by others. This is too much. What right do these people have to say this about Brother Yang? What does it have to do with them? Why are they joining in the fun one after another? Are they sick? Jiang Yunfei threw the phone back to Tang Zhe, furious. One by one, they are all helping Su Xiying. Let our brother Yang go and apologize to Su Xiying quickly, or he will scold us. How much benefit did Su Xiying give them? Actually, it's not their fault. It's because our brother Yang was really. Shui Wei raised his head and glanced at Shenyang, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Shenyang also saw the posts on the confession wall, but he was already accustomed to the ridicule. But Shenyang's next move shocked the three of them. This bet was conducted in the form of voting. There were 3 options in total. One was that Shenyang would kneel down and beg Su Xiying to apologize, the second was that Shenyang wanted to break up, and the third was that Shenyang would never look back. The way to win is to share the money from the other 2 options. For example, if the person who chooses the first option wins the bet, he can share the money from the second and third options combined. But this bet no longer cares about winning or losing, it is just for humiliation and ridicule. Because the first option had the most people, almost 1 or 2,000, and even the second option had a few people, but only the last option was left blank, with no one choosing it. No, now it is. Under the puzzled gazes of the 3 people, Shenyang took out his mobile phone and operated it. He voted for himself in the last option with his real name and bet 100,000 yuan. Shenyang, never look back. This wave of operations instantly pushed the matter to another climax and detonated the wall of confessions in an instant. Wow! It's Shenyang. He actually bet 100,000 on himself? 100,000. My God, isn't Shenyang a poor boy? When did he have so much money? He dares to bet so much. Is Shenyang serious this time? Does he really not intend to lick the campus beauty of Tsu University? Should we follow suit? Fake. This must be fake. Shenyang must be bluffing. We must not be misled. Don't forget how Shenyang licked the campus beauty of Tsucha University in the past. I don't believe he is willing to break up. Posts after posts appeared on the confession wall, and the comments section was built up with layer upon layer of tall buildings. Everyone was really shocked by Shenyang's actions. Not to mention the people inside the confession wall, even the 3 roommates were a little stunned. Brother Yang, where did you get so much money? Zhang Yunfei asked in surprise. Shenyang's expression remained calm. I returned the birthday present I bought for Su Jiying. The 3 of them looked at each other and shut their mouths silently. They were all ordinary students, with a monthly living expense of at most 3 or 4,000, and Su Jiying's birthday gift cost 100,000. In the past 3 years? The 3 of them took a deep breath and felt even more sorry for Shenyang. As good brothers, the 3 of them naturally stood on Shenyang's side and joined the gambling with 1 month's food allowance. But after Shenyang went to wash up, Tang Zhe logged into another account and quietly voted for the first option again. No, old Tang, you. Zhang Yunfei yelled, but before he could finish his words, Tang Zhe covered his mouth. Shoo! Shoo! Keep your voice down. You know how much our brother Yang cared about the campus beauty of Tsucha University. I don't want to do that either, but I only make 3,000 yuan a month. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunfei and Shui Wei looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. But in the end they still chose to believe Shenyang. But I still feel a little uneasy. Brother Yang, this is 1 month's food allowance, you must hold on and don't let us down. At the same time, Su Jiying had returned to the dormitory and was lying on the bed chatting with Zhang Zhishuan, planning to invite Zhang Zhishuan to her home for dinner. Suddenly she felt hot under her body and felt something was wrong. She went to the bathroom and found that she had her period. Without thinking much, she changed into clean clothes, went downstairs, and knocked on the dormitory manager's door. Auntie, I'm here to get something. Su Jiying said as if it was commonplace. The dormitory manager looked confused. Student Su? Did you leave something behind? What is it? Su Jiying was a little impatient. Of course it's something Shenyang sent. Auntie, please hurry up. I need it urgently. The dormitory manager then remembered that around these times every month, Shenyang would bring some hygiene products and a can of brown sugar water and ask her to help give them to Su Jiying. Sometimes girls' menstruation is irregular, but Shenyang insists on delivering the stuff every day during these days of every month. This persistence lasted for 3 years. However, Su Jiying still despises him, and even she, an outsider, feels sad. But I don't know what happened today. Shenyang didn't send anything. Student Su, Student Shen hasn't delivered the things yet. Why don't you call and ask? The dormitory manager said truthfully. Su Jiying exploded when she heard this. Not delivered. How is that possible? Doesn't Shenyang deliver things to everyone on time? Why wouldn't he send it to me? Doesn't he know that I'm on my period these days? Doesn't he know that I have dysmenorrhea and need to drink ginger and sugar water every month? How can Shenyang be so selfish? After hearing these remarks, the dormitory manager frowned and couldn't help but say, Student Su, how can this be called selfish? You should have bought this kind of thing yourself. Student Shin has sent you things on time every month for the past 3 years. Even an outsider like me is moved by his sincerity. How can you say that about him? He's a boy who buys these things for you every month. Who knows how many people will laugh at him? Besides, I can see that you don't seem very satisfied with it. Isn't it better now that he doesn't send it? Chapter 6 Double Standards Su Jiying, Shenyang, are you serious? Is that what Shenyang said? Su Jiying looked disdainful. Mockery? What's there to laugh at? Did I ask him to do this? He wanted to pursue me, so what's wrong with buying me something? Besides, isn't it normal to buy these things for girls? Why should he feel wronged? Many people want to prepare these things for me, but they are not qualified. I should be grateful that he is my boyfriend. Even the dormitory manager, who was used to seeing all kinds of people, was angered by Su Zhiying's words and didn't know what to say. But she still advised in a good temper. Student Su, student Shin has had a hard time too. If you don't cherish such a good boy, you will definitely regret it in the future. But before the dormitory manager could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Zhiying's sharp voice. What do I have to regret? Tell Shin Yang to send the things over quickly. If it's too late, I won't let him go. The dormitory manager was completely speechless. She was not Shin Yang and would not tolerate these spoiled young ladies. Student Su, I don't know about these things. If you have anything to say, you should contact student Shin yourself. After saying that, the dormitory manager closed the door. Su Zhiying was so angry that her face turned green. Times have really changed now. Even the dormitory manager dared to give her a cold look. It's all Shin Yang's fault. If he could deliver the things on time, none of these problems would have happened. Su Zhiying angrily took out her cell phone and called Shin Yang, completely venting her anger on Shin Yang, but found that neither Shin Yang's phone nor WeChat were accessible. Only then did she remember that Shin Yang had blocked her. Shin Yang, are you serious? Okay, let's see who regrets first this time. Su Zhiying stomped her feet hard and turned away angrily. Ying, why did you come back empty-handed? Didn't you go downstairs to get something? Roommate Yuan Xinyu saw Su Zhiying coming back angrily and asked in confusion. Su Zhiying was already in a bad mood due to her menstrual period, and now she was extremely irritable after being angry again. She pulled the chair open with force, and the chair legs scraped against the floor, making a sharp sound that made her teeth ache. Take the shit. Yuan Xinyu looked at the situation and guessed something. Didn't Shin Yang buy anything for you? Isn't he always punctual every month? Could it be that he forgot? Why don't you give me a call and ask? Su Zhiying snorted angrily, but suddenly understood. I was wondering why Shin Yang didn't send anything over. He must have known that I was on my period these few days and wanted me to take the initiative to find him. Thinking of this, Su Zhiying was no longer angry and showed an expression that said as expected. That must be the case. He must have done it on purpose. He wanted to make me angry, to make me realize that I can't live without him, and then to take the initiative to admit my mistake to him. I didn't expect Shin Yang to have learned these little tricks. He wants me to admit my mistakes. It's ridiculous. What have I done wrong? It's all because of Shin Yang being too stingy. It's just a small joke, how can he be so mean? I, Su Zhiying, am a popular school beauty with a good family background. Isn't it normal for me to have many suitors? This kind of thing will definitely happen frequently in the future. If he can't even accept this, he doesn't deserve to be my boyfriend, Su Zhiying. Su Zhiying's face was full of pride, and she even looked a little smug as if she had seen through Shin Yang. The expression on Yuan Xinyu's face suddenly became a little subtle. She felt that Shin Yang probably didn't mean that. Ying is right. Shin Yang just has no vision. The more he is like this, the more we cannot indulge him. Men are like this. They want to take advantage of others as soon as they are given a little benefit. Pei Qinghua continued while browsing her phone. Shin Yang must have thought that our Ying had to be with him, so he dared to do this. He has such a bad temper. If he is not properly disciplined, what will happen to him in the future? Ying, I saw that Mr. Jiang was quite nice to you last time. Why don't you give him a call? Let young Master Jiang buy you sanitary pads and send them to you, so that Shin Yang can understand that what he did can be done by anyone, and even better than him. But this proposal was directly rejected by Su Zhiying. No. Young Master Jiang is a rich young man. He will take over the family business in the future. How can he do these things? If others knew that he bought these things for girls, he would definitely be laughed at. My mother said that if a man often touches these things, it will affect his luck. These things should be done by Shin Yang. Xiaoyu, give me your phone. Shin Yang knew I was on my period, but he didn't even prepare ginger sugar water for me. He is so rebellious. The expression on Yuan Xinyu's face became even more subtle. He didn't know what to say for a moment and could only silently hand over the phone. She suddenly felt a little sympathy for Shin Yang, and understood why Shin Yang broke up with Su Zhiying. Su Zhiying took the phone and dialed Shin Yang directly. Over the past 3 years, in order to please Su Zhiying, Shin Yang not only bought her gifts in various ways to appease her, but also added the contact information of all her friends and sisters, in order to better understand Su Zhiying's preferences and her emotional fluctuations. After 2 beeps, the call was quickly connected, and Shenyang's slightly low voice came from the other end. Hello? Yuan Xinyu? What's up? Hearing this voice, Su Jiying's anger was ignited once again. Okay, so Shenyang only blocked her. Shenyang! Have you forgotten what day it is today? I order you. Make me a bowl of ginger sugar water right now, and bring me the brand I usually use right away. If I don't see these things for 30 minutes, don't ever think I'll forgive you. Su Shiying said viciously. Su Shiying? You borrowed someone else's phone to call me just to say this? To let me continue to serve you? What? Am I your slave? Don't you have arms and legs? Can't you do these things yourself? As a girl, you always ask others to buy such intimate products for you. Aren't you ashamed? I told you, I've broken up with you, we're not even friends anymore, don't call me anymore. Beep, beep, beep. There was a busy tone and the call was hung up. Su Shiying was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Shenyang actually hung up on me? He actually hung up on me? Breaking up? Is he serious? Su Jiying looked incredulous, angry, and amused. Shenyang has been doing these things for 3 years. He didn't feel ashamed before, so why does he feel ashamed now? As for being a slave, Shenyang volunteered. Did anyone force him? Seeing this, Yuan Xinyu silently took her phone back to prevent the spoiled young lady from smashing it in anger. Yingying, I think Shenyang really wants to break up with you this time. Why don't you go and apologize to him? I can see that Shenyang still likes you very much. As long as you apologize, he will definitely forgive you. Yuan Xinyu advised. Su Jiying was so angry that she almost laughed. You want me to apologize to Shenyang? Are you sure? What did I do wrong? Do I need a liquor to forgive me? Am I wrong? How can he compare to Master Jiang? If Shenyang has the guts, he will never come back to beg me in this life. Yuan Xinyu hesitated to speak and didn't want to persuade him anymore. Having said that, I hope Su Jiying won't regret it in the future. Just at this moment, Pei Qinghua placed the phone upside down on the table, turned to look at Su Jiying, a hint of gloating flashed in her eyes. Yingying, do you know what happened on the campus confession wall recently? Someone posted the story about you and Shenyang on the confession wall and set up a bet. It was just a small fight. But just now, Shenyang did something very interesting. Do you want to take a look? Chapter 7 gives Shenyang another chance. 100,000? After reading the post on the campus confession wall, Su Jiying stood up suddenly and exploded again. Where did Shenyang get the 100,000 yuan? It was my birthday a few days ago, and I didn't even get a present, and now he's giving me 100,000 yuan. Great. It turns out Shenyang doesn't have no money, he just doesn't want to spend it on me. Su Jiying laughed out of anger. It's a pity that Shenyang used to work part-time all day, it turns out it was all fake. I said, I never spend Shenyang's money, how could he be without money? Yuan Xinyu looked at the pile of expensive skincare products and gifts of various brands on Su Jiying's desk, and felt sympathy for Shenyang again. These expensive things were all given by Shenyang. I've said it before, Shenyang is not a good person. How much can someone who doesn't even want to spend money on you like you? Now he's doing this thing called never look back. It's so funny. What on earth is he directing and acting out? Does he think he can elicit sympathy from others by doing this? Pei Qinghua rolled her eyes and sneered, Shenyang is full of tricks, Yingying, you must not let Shenyang fool you. Shenyang must give you an explanation for this matter. That's a good thing about painting. Su Shiying nodded heavily. Shenyang actually dared to bet 100,000 yuan on the campus confession wall. What does he mean? Did he ask me before spending so much money? In front of so many people, is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? Now Su Jiying has completely forgotten that Shenyang wanted to break up with her, and she doesn't think that Shenyang is really willing to leave her. It was just a trick to get her attention. In her heart, everything of Shenyang belongs to her, including Shenyang's money. Shenyang actually spent 100,000 yuan on such a small matter, which made her extremely angry. We must find Shenyang to warn him. Let's go. Let's go find Shenyang. After saying that, Su Jiying walked out angrily. Seeing this, Yuan Xinyu and Pei Qinghua hurriedly followed and called another roommate who had been watching the fun without saying anything. Brother Yang, whose phone is this? What happened? Zhang Yunfei looked at Shenyang's completely cold face and asked in confusion, "Is it Su Jiying?" Shenyang nodded and blocked everyone related to Su Jiying. "These were all friends I added just for Su Jiying. Keeping them now would only affect my mood." Zhang Yunfei and the other two felt a tightness in their hearts. "Brother Yang, don't listen to that woman's nonsense. She definitely has no good intentions." Shui Wei said anxiously, "Have you forgotten how she treated you over the years?" The three men were afraid that Shenyang could not resist the temptation and would turn around and lick Su Jiying crazily. They had already prepared a lot of words to persuade Shenyang. But Shenyang just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I understand. From now on, Su Jiying's affairs have nothing to do with me. I will never look back. Let alone other things, for the sake of my 100,000 yuan and your monthly food expenses, I must not turn back. Let's go to the supermarket, buy some snacks and come back to play games. It's my treat." The three of them looked at each other, breathed a sigh of relief, and happily followed Shenyang out. At the same time, Su Jiying has already arrived downstairs of the men's dormitory. She looked at a group of male classmates who had just returned from playing ball and covered her nose in disgust. "It's so disgusting. Why do these men stink so much? It's hard to imagine that Shenyang would live in a place like this. She thought she must be crazy for coming to a place like this. Certainly. In the end, all of this will be blamed on Shenyang. She only condescended to come here for Shenyang. Shenyang must buy her a gift worth 100,000. And I have to make up for last year's birthday present." Su Jiying's words caused quite a stir among the crowd. If it were said to an ordinary person, it would definitely arouse public anger. But when they saw that the other person turned out to be the most beautiful girl on campus, the group of boys who were just beginning to fall in love were surprised and delighted, and they all surrounded her. "Isn't this the campus belle of Suzhou University? She is really beautiful. And her family is rich, a typical white, rich and beautiful girl. It's a pity that the school beauty already has Shenyang. She must be here to see Shenyang today. But so what? This doesn't affect the status of the school beauty in my heart." Su Jiying was very pleased with the compliments. Although she already had Shenyang, she wouldn't mind getting a few more if there were any high-quality dogs. "Hey! That guy!" Su Jiying pointed at a good-looking boy in the crowd and said with a condescending look, "Go and call Shenyang down for me, and tell him that I, Su Jiying, am waiting for him downstairs." The boy who was pointed out looked surprised, as if he didn't expect such good luck to happen to him. He scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. The campus beauty of Suzhou University really came to see Shenyang. I don't know what kind of luck Shenyang has. But it's a pity that the school beauty will be disappointed. I just saw Shenyang and his roommate go out. It seems they went to the supermarket. Someone in the crowd whispered. Su Jiying frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. What is going on with this Shenyang? I have condescended to come to see him, but he dared not wait for me in the dormitory. Yingying, could Shenyang have gone to the supermarket to buy you sanitary pads? She said she didn't care about you, but right after hanging up the phone, she went to buy you something. I think Shenyang is a hypocrite. Pei Qinghua said with disdain. But she was still extremely envious in her heart, wishing that Shenyang was hers. Su Jiying was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. I know that Shenyang will never be able to leave me in this life. In this case, I will give Shenyang another chance. Only if Shenyang comes over here and apologizes, and can make me happy. Let's go to the supermarket too. Su Jiying, with a proud look on her face, brought her three little sisters and soon saw Shenyang and his group at the supermarket entrance. Su Jiying was even more certain when she saw Shenyang walk into the supermarket, go to the snack section to choose snacks, and the snacks she chose were all her favorites. Shenyang came to the supermarket this time just to buy things for her. Otherwise, how could he, a grown man, eat these things? Yingying, I really envy you. You are beautiful and have a good family background. You also have a top dog like Shenyang. I wish I could find a boyfriend as devoted as Shenyang. Pei Qinghua looked at Shenyang's tall and handsome back with a sour tone. Su Jiying's vanity was greatly satisfied by these words. She raised her chin slightly, her face full of pride. Of course. You don't even care who I am, Su Jiying. But since you're my good sister, when I get tired of you one day, I'll consider lending Shenyang to you. Men are always dissatisfied, right? What is there to care about? Real? Pei Qinghua's eyes lit up, and she hugged Su Jiying's arm affectionately, smiling flatteringly. Ying, I know you are the best. When the time comes, I will also ask Shenyang to serve me well just like he served you. Su Jiying agreed with her mouth, but felt disdainful in her heart. Shenyang is devoted to me alone and wants my dog to serve you without even considering what you look like. Su Jiying stared at Shenyang's back with a proud look on her face, and suddenly a strange feeling arose in her heart. Today, Shenyang is wearing a white shirt with black pants. His facial features are three-dimensional and his eyes are deep and bright, as if they are hiding the stars in the sky. With a height of 1.86 meters, he looks like a walking clothes rack. When he smiled, the corners of his mouth raised to just the right angle, and his whole body exuded a kind of lazy and casual handsomeness, every bit of which seemed to suit her aesthetic taste. Su Jiying was staring in a trance. Why didn't she realize before that Shenyang was so handsome? She somewhat regretted agreeing to Pei Qinghua's painting. But Su Jiying frowned as she watched Shenyang pushing the shopping cart and wandering around the snack and food area. What's wrong with Shenyang? Why did she buy so many snacks? She can't finish them all by herself. Why haven't you bought her sanitary pads yet? Don't you know she needs them urgently? Su Jiying looked displeased and walked straight over. She took back what she had just said. There were still some big problems with Shenyang. It needs to be properly trained. Chapter 8 Questioning. Now I feel disgusted if I look at you for one more second. Shenyang. What are you doing? Su Jiying walked quickly to Shenyang with a haughty look on her face, and directly threw the snacks that Shenyang was holding back onto the shelf. Shenyang, didn't I tell you that I don't like this kind of cookies? Didn't you take my words to heart? Also, why are you spending so much time in the snack section? Go buy me something. Don't you know I'm waiting for it? I want 2 packs of 7 dimensions. Hurry! Su Jiying's sudden appearance stunned everyone present. This incredible statement attracted all the passers-by who were strolling around. As soon as everyone saw Shenyang, they immediately burst into low laughter. It's Shenyang. Shenyang is here again today to buy sanitary pads for the campus beauty of Suzhou University. This is truly a good boyfriend who is always willing to do good deeds. Shenyang is really something. It's such an honor to serve the campus belle of Suzhou University, but he doesn't even cherish it. He doesn't even buy sanitary pads for our campus belle. Can't he see that our campus belle is angry? Shoo! Keep your voices down. What if our Lickspittleshin hears it and gets angry? Ha ha ha. Shenyang's face turned cold instantly. Su Jiying seemed not to notice Shenyang's expression. She became more and more proud as she listened to the laughter of the people around her. In her opinion, these are the affirmation of others. But Shenyang just doesn't know what's good for him. Even passers-by knew that it was an honor to serve her, but Shenyang still had a bad temper. Shenyang, for the sake of our friendship over the past 3 years, this is my last chance to give you. As long as you buy me a gift to apologize and make up for the previous birthday gift, I will forgive you. Su Jiying raised her chin slightly, looking as proud as a peacock, with a look of superiority on her face. With every word she spoke, Shenyang's face became colder, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her became more disgusting. But Su Jiying chose to ignore it, or rather, Shenyang's feelings and thoughts were not within her consideration at all. Also, you'd better explain what happened on the forum. Why did you gamble 100,000 yuan with my consent? You know, I've already set my eyes on a bag, but without the 100,000 yuan, how can I buy it? Shenyang could still bear it, but the 3 roommates around him could no longer bear it. Su Jiying, you are a shameless woman. That is our brother Yang's money, what does it have to do with you? Brother Yang can use his money however he wants, does he need your consent? Aren't you and Jiang Zhishuan very close? Why don't you let Jiang Zhishuan buy it for you? Why are you looking for our brother Yang? Zhang Yunfei pointed at Su Jiying and his face turned red with anger. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person, and it completely refreshed his cognition. Su Jiying sneered and showed an expression that said, as expected. Shenyang was indeed jealous because of what happened that night. I've been making such a fuss for so long just to get her attention. Shenyang, I've already explained what happened last time. Mr. Jiang and I are just ordinary friends. If you insist on minding it, there's nothing I can do. What's more, Su Jiying, am so beautiful, it's normal for many people to pursue me. If you can't adjust your mentality and get angry every time, you will be angry more than this in the future. Su Shiying still looked confident and righteous. Do you think it's so easy to be my boyfriend? Xinyang, this is the last chance I can give you. You'd better be grateful and cherish it. Also, you must deliver breakfast to our house at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, just like before. Do you know that my parents are very angry because you didn't deliver breakfast on time these 2 days? My mom originally agreed to let you go in for a cup of tea before leaving, but you ruined this opportunity. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around turned to look at Xinyang. Zhang Yunfei and the other two only found out today that Xinyang had paid so much in the past 3 years. The funniest thing is that after doing this for 3 years, I only got a chance to go in and have a cup of tea. Even the passers-by looked at Xinyang with something strange in their eyes, full of sympathy. Su Shiying was still chattering, but Xinyang couldn't listen anymore. Su Shiying. Xinyang's expression was terrifyingly calm. Have you forgotten that I broke up with you? Su Shiying was startled. Xinyang, what did you say? Xinyang sneered and continued, if you forget, I'll say it again today. I have broken up with you. From now on, your affairs have nothing to do with me. What do menstrual periods and breakfast have to do with me? I was stupid before, but now I feel disgusted when I look at you for even a second. After Xinyang finished speaking, he turned and walked away with a determined look on his face. Xinyang! Stop right there! Su Shiying shouted angrily. Xinyang, what do you mean? Explain yourself to me clearly. Xinyang stopped, took a deep breath, and then turned to look at Su Shiying. Wasn't what I just said clear enough? Su Shiying, I have served you and everyone in your family for 3 years. Did I serve you well? Is it so good that you think I, Xinyang, have no temper? Is it so good that you think I should just accept it? Is it so good that you think I, Xinyang, should always be an obedient dog? Xinyang's questioning made Su Shiying look very unhappy. Xinyang, you were the one who provoked me first. You also said that you would always treat me well. When we first got together, my parents didn't agree. What's wrong with you doing a little thing to change their mind about you? Besides, you've been doing this for 3 years, so what's wrong with continuing to do it? Xinyang, when did you become so unreasonable? Su Shiying said angrily. A small matter? You think that I have been getting up at 4 or 5 every morning for the past 3 years, preparing 7 or 8 fresh breakfasts for your family, and then taking the bus for almost an hour to deliver them to your house is a small matter? Xinyang was so angry that he laughed. You also know that was in the past. How have I treated you in the past 3 years? And how have you treated me? Don't you have any idea? I said I would treat you well. Do I have to endure endless humiliation from you, your family, and your friends? You've been eating the breakfast I made for 3 years. How your parents treated me, how your friends laughed at me, don't you know? Ask yourself, if I treat you the way you treat me, how many days can you endure it? Xinyang looked at Su Shiying with disgust. Su Shiying. This is the last time I tell you that you and I have broken up. Don't come to me again. I don't want to see you. The moment the words fell, the entire supermarket fell silent, and everyone stared at Xinyang's receding back in disbelief. This is Xinyang? Someone in the crowd asked in a low voice. But no one answered. They didn't expect Xinyang to be so tough this time. Is everything he said in the forum true? Is he really never going to look back? Su Shiying's face turned completely pale. She stared at Xinyang's back in a daze, thinking about every time Xinyang sent her home in the past 3 years. Her parents drove Xinyang out of the house again and again, thinking that Xinyang was a poor boy from a small family and was not worthy of her. When she first got together with Xinyang, it wasn't because she liked him, but because she felt it was very prestigious to have a bootlicker who would be there whenever she called. She also never gave Xinyang a good look. No matter what kind of gift Xinyang gave her, even if she liked it in her heart, she would still be dissatisfied and would find fault again and again. But Xinyang has always been good-tempered and always has a smile on his face when facing her. Even though he was sad when he saw her with Jiang Xiao, he still appeared in front of her enthusiastically as usual the next day. At this moment, the insults and ridicules of Xinyang by the people around him over the past 3 years suddenly appeared in Su Shiying's mind very clearly, making Su Shiying feel extremely torn. Is it really her fault? But wasn't this Xinyang's own will? No one forced him, right? For the first time, Su Shiying felt a little at a loss. But at the same time, she was also very angry. Even if these things were true, Xinyang could have told her in private, so why did he have to do it in front of so many people? Do you know that this will embarrass her? Even though Shenyang had made it very clear, Su Jiying still didn't believe it from the bottom of her heart. If they really wanted to break up, how could Shenyang still come to the supermarket to buy things for her? Suzhou University campus beauty, you followed him here. Don't you think that Brother Yang came to the supermarket because of you? Jiang Yunfei suddenly asked. Chapter 9, School Beauty Becomes a Joke. In the supermarket. When Jiang Yunfei saw Su Jiying's ugly face, he felt extremely happy. But he felt that this was still not enough, and he planned to give Su Jiying another heavy blow to make her face the reality. Isn't it? Pei Qinghua asked as a matter of course, why is Shenyang, a grown man, eating snacks? Isn't he doing this just to coax our Ying? Jiang Yunfei rolled his eyes. Who says us guys don't like snacks? We just plan to buy snacks and eat them while playing games. But you guys? Jiang Yunfei looked Su Jiying up and down and sneered. Our brother Yang didn't say anything, but you guys made up so many things in your minds. TSK, you have a very rich imagination. Boom! Su Jiying's face turned completely red, and she was annoyed and angry. Just come here to buy snacks and play games? How is this possible? Su Jiying felt that all the complicated and gossipy gazes around her were focused on her. These gazes were like slaps in the face, slapping her again and again, making her face burn with pain. I'm really embarrassed today. The events of that day were quickly posted on WeChat Moments in various class groups by the students who were watching the event, and soon spread widely on campus. For a time, the pure and innocent school beauties became a joke in the eyes of their classmates. Wow! Is this still our proud Suzhou University beauty? TSK, I never thought that the famous Suzhou University beauty would be rejected one day. Ha ha ha, what a hellish joke. She chased her to the supermarket, thinking she was going to buy sanitary pads for her, but she just went to buy snacks to eat herself. The school beauty has become a joke. I am dying of laughter. How can there be such a self-confident person? She also admitted that Shenyang's money was hers. Shenyang had to get her consent before she could spend her own money. What kind of outrageous statement is this? If I were her, I would have wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into right there and then. It's so embarrassing. But what's wrong with Shenyang today? Isn't he the one who usually flirts with the campus belle of Su University? Why is he willing to embarrass her today and say such harsh words to her? Is he really planning to break up with the campus belle Su? Hey! Who knows? I've been buying sanitary pads for someone for 3 years and cooking for them every day to please their parents, but I haven't gotten a good response from them. It's really unheard of for me to flatter them like this. I rarely sympathize with men, but this time I feel that Shenyang is quite pitiful. A woman like this is really not worth serving. When Su Jiying saw the comments on the campus website, she was so angry that she smashed everything on the table. Shenyang must have done it on purpose. He must have deliberately led me to the supermarket to embarrass me. Su Jiying was annoyed and angry, and subconsciously took her anger out on Shenyang. When she picked up her phone, she remembered that she had been blocked by Shenyang, and she became even angrier. It's all Shenyang's fault. It's all Shenyang's fault. If it weren't for Shenyang, how could I be laughed at? Wouldn't he tell me privately if he was dissatisfied? Would I force him? He did all this voluntarily. What does it have to do with me? If it weren't for the fact that he's been so good to me, do you think I would agree to have him be my boyfriend? My Su Jiying is so beautiful, is there still a man chasing her? When Yuan Xinyu saw Su Jiying like this, he felt even more sympathetic towards Shenyang. Didn't Shenyang already say that? You didn't take it to heart, did you? Besides, you can't stand it after just a little bit of anger, but Shenyang has been insulted for 3 whole years. But Yuan Xinyu didn't dare to say these words. Ying, calm down. Shenyang must be still angry to say that. He definitely still can't let you go. Yuan Xinyu advised from an objective perspective, and I think Shenyang has indeed been wronged. He has been scolded by others for 3 years. Anyone would be angry. Ying, I think you should go talk to Shenyang and apologize to him. He will definitely forgive you. Su Jiying suddenly looked up at Yuan Xinyu. Apologize? I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize to him? Does he deserve it? If anyone wants to apologize, it should be him. Shenyang, come over here and apologize to me. Seeing this, Yuan Xinyu could only shake his head secretly. Su Jiying is really hopeless. Xiaoyu, stop giving bad advice. Ying did nothing wrong. Why should you apologize? Pei Qinghua said, Shenyang is too petty. He holds on to a small matter tightly. That being said, I don't believe he can really let go of 3 years of feelings. Now you dare to talk to Ying in this tone, what will happen in the future? Ying, you must not be soft-hearted this time. You must teach Shenyang a lesson, so that he won't suppress you in the future. Su Jiying calmed down a little and looked at Pei Qinghua in confusion. You mean? The latter sneered. What you can't get is the best. You got so angry just because I was intimate with someone at a birthday party. Do you think Shenyang would be able to remain calm if he knew that you were really with someone else? Hasn't young Master Jiang always liked our Ying? Why not make a fake play with young Master Jiang? Su Jiying's eyes lit up. That's right. Shenyang will definitely be unable to bear it and come back to beg me. Humph. I, Su Jiying, am not so easy to forgive others. There will be a time when Shenyang will cry. Su Jiying's gloom was swept away, and her face was filled with excitement when she thought of Shenyang kneeling in front of her crying and begging for forgiveness. You think Shenyang is so heartless this time? Could it be that he has fallen in love with someone else? Lu Shan, my roommate who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Impossible. Su Jiying didn't even think about it and retorted subconsciously. I understand Shenyang. He has devoted his whole heart to me for the past 3 years. How could he possibly like someone else? Moreover, everyone knows that Shenyang belongs to me, Su Jiying. Who dares to snatch her from me, Su Jiying? Just at this moment, her cell phone rang. It was a message from Jiang Zhishuan, asking her to have dinner with him. Su Jiying happily agreed. She has thought of a perfect idea. This time Shenyang will definitely kneel down in front of him crying and begging for forgiveness. At dinner time, Mr. Shin looked at his son who suddenly came home for dinner, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. In the end, Shin's mother couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Yang, is it true what you said last time about agreeing to the marriage? Then what about you and Miss Su? Haven't you always liked her? Shenyang paused while picking up the food. I broke up with Su Jiying and we won't contact each other anymore. When I said I agreed to the marriage, I meant it. The economy has been bad in recent years, and I want to do something for my family. Hearing their son say this, Shin's father and mother looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Your father and I thought you were just speaking in anger these days. We are relieved that you think this way. Your father has already contacted the Yin family, and they said there's no rush for engagement. Let you young people get in touch and get along with each other first. If both parties feel there's no problem, it won't be too late to get engaged. It just so happens that the daughter of the Yin family is also in Guangzhou. Please add her contact information after dinner and arrange a time to meet downstairs. Shenyang was stunned. Yin family? Which Yin family? Before, his heart was devoted to Su Jiying. He only knew that a business partner wanted to marry into the Shin family, but he refused without a second thought. Therefore, it is not known which family is going to marry. He only knew that the other party was rich. Oh. I almost forgot to tell you. Speaking of marriage partners, Shin's father was very happy. It's the Yin family, the richest family in Magic City. Chapter 10: The Cute Girl Lifting Weights. The Yin family, the richest family in Shanghai. When Shenyang heard these words, he took a deep breath. The Yin family has a good pedigree. They made their fortune in shipping in the last century. Up to now, their businesses have spread to real estate, finance, pharmaceuticals, and other fields. They have strong financial resources and a red background, making them a real consortium. Shenyang originally thought that the person he was going to marry was just a partner of similar status to the Shin family, but he didn't expect it to be the richest family, the Yin family. Dad, do you know the Yin family? Do we have any business dealings with them? Shenyang put down his chopsticks and said seriously. As far as he knows, the family factory is not very big and it mainly does OEM work. The annual income is not very high, about 2 million. This is also the main reason why the Su family has always looked down on him. Every year, the Shin family cooperates with some local businesses in Guangzhou, and occasionally some from other places. But the Shin family has no chance of getting in touch with top financial groups like the Yin family. Let me ask, how come such a large consortium would be interested in their company? Shenyang had to be careful. Father Shin also put down his chopsticks and looked at Shenyang in surprise. He knew that his son, Shinjianya, was not only a love-brained person, but could also think of such a profound question. That's awesome. Xinyang felt a little embarrassed by the look in his father's eyes. These are all things of the past. Who still has the dark history of being young and reckless? Why are you still holding on to it? It's like this. The old man of the Yin family was an old comrade of your grandfather. Although your grandfather has passed away, the old man still remembers the old times and saw that our family is in such a bad state, so he wanted to help us. Shinjianya said, although you are the only child of our Shin family, the daughter of the Yin family is not bad either. She is the only child and the apple of the Yin family's eye. You will not suffer any loss if you marry into the Yin family. Xinyang stared at his father, feeling that something was wrong. Even if the old man of the Yin family is sentimental, couldn't he just help the Shin family more in business? Is it really necessary to offer his eye-catching granddaughter for marriage? Besides, does the Yin family still need a marriage alliance? Looking at Xinyang's suspicious eyes, Shin's father continued. I forgot to tell you that the Yin family said that when you get married, they will give you 3 villas worth 300 million yuan and 5% of the shares of the Yin group. They will also give Miss Yin 20% of the shares as a dowry. But the Yin family also has requirements. The Yin family requires you and Miss Yin to have 2 children, regardless of gender. The first child will take our surname, and the second child will take the Yin family surname. Of course, the Yin family promises that they will not favor one child over another and will treat all of them equally. No matter which grandson is born, he will be given 10% of the shares. As for our small factory, the Yin family will also do their best to help. Shen Yang. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Father Shen was a little puzzled when he saw Shen Yang frowning. What? You still feel you're at a disadvantage? Shen Yang shook his head, no. Dad, do you think the name Yin Yang sounds good? With so much money given, let alone having a second child, I can even just take the Yin family surname. Father Shen. Shen's mother. Well, actually I think Yin Jianye is a good name, what do you think, honey? Father Shen turned to look at Mother Shen, serious. Shen's mother, I can't bear to see it. After dinner, Father Shen sent Miss Yen's WeChat to Shen Yang. Shen Yang fell silent when he saw this WeChat nickname. The cute girl lifting iron. Well, what a special daughter. I just sent the verification message and it was approved quickly. But looking at the clean chat interface, Shen Yang didn't know what to say, so he had to click into the other party's circle of friends and plan to find out more first. Unlike people nowadays, who set their moments to be visible for 3 days, this cute girl who lifts weights has a very enthusiastic moments. It was the first time that Shen Yang used the word passionate to describe a person's circle of friends. Because this cute girl's circle of friends is full of delicious food and scenery, and the text she posts is also very sunny and positive. It can be seen that she is a person who loves life very much. Shen Yang raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt that it would not be bad to spend his life with such a person. After hesitating for a long time, Shen Yang sent a hello. The message was quickly replied. Hello, I'm Yin Shu. Then there was silence. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. But the chat box always shows that the other party is typing. Shen Yang waited for a long time, but received no message from the other party. I must have felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Shen Yang simply sent the message himself. Ms. Yen, are you free this Saturday? How about having dinner together? In this marriage relationship, the Shin family is already the one that has the upper hand, not to mention that the other party has given so much, how could it be so hot for him to take the initiative? This time, the other party replied even faster, almost instantly. Okay. How about going to eat spicy hot pot? Do you like dry pot bullfrog? I think spicy rabbit head is also good. I know a new restaurant that serves delicious food. Let's go together. Shen Yang. He had reason to suspect that these were all what the cute girl wanted to eat. Sure, send me the address and we can go together this weekend. Do I need to pick you up? The cute girl who was lifting weights sent me an address. No, we can just meet at 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Afterwards, the two chatted briefly before ending the conversation. Although they didn't talk much, Shen Yang had a good impression of this real rich girl. Not only is she not spoiled like a rich girl, she is also very polite to others and even speaks in a playful way like a girl. Even before meeting her, Shen Yang felt that this cute girl must be a very lovely person. Shenyang suddenly felt more excited about the meeting on Saturday afternoon. After the incident where Su Jiying questioned Shenyang in the supermarket that day, many campus forums were quickly replaced by new gossip. Someone posted a video in the forum. In the video, school beauty Su Jiying and rich second-generation Jiang Zhishuan were walking hand-in-hand in the campus, like a perfect couple. Once this video was released, it quickly overshadowed the previous gambling incident and caused quite a stir among the students. Aren't these the campus beauty of Suzhou University and Mr. Jiang? Oh my god. They are together? This is too sudden. Wasn't the Suzhou University beauty still entangled with Shenyang in the supermarket yesterday? How come she is with Jiang Xiao the next moment? The campus belle of Suzhou University is entangled with Shenyang? Are you sure? There are so many people chasing after the campus belle of Suzhou University. Does she still care about a mere Shenyang? That's right. You think Shenyang is coming to harass our Suzhou University campus belle, but do you think our Suzhou University campus belle is someone who lacks suitors? You don't know yet, right? Young Master Jiang has liked school beauty Su for a long time. If it weren't for Shenyang being an obstacle, school beauty Su would have been with young Master Jiang a long time ago. Look, without Shenyang, school beauty Su is surrounded by rich second generations. Can Shenyang, a bootlicker, compare to them? It's a pity that Shenyang directed and acted in the drama himself, and wanted to spend 100,000 yuan to build momentum for himself. He must have thought that by doing so, the campus beauty of Suzhou University would come back to him, right? I didn't expect it, TSK. There are only a few days left before the gambling ends. By then, Shenyang will have lost both his money and his life. I'm afraid he won't even have time to cry. Su Jiying lay on the bed, looking at the comments in the forum with a satisfied smile on her face. The video was well shot and she looked very beautiful, worthy of the professional team she spent tens of thousands of dollars to hire. These people who control the comments have done a good job, and the money is well spent. Everything went as she expected. But that alone is not enough. She had already promised Mr. Jiang to go out for dinner tonight. At that time, she will have people spread this information to completely confirm the rumor that she and Jiang Xiao are together. I don't believe that Shenyang can sit still after seeing this news. By then, thinking of the scene of Shenyang kneeling in front of her crying and begging her not to be with others, Su Jiying trembled with excitement. At that time, she would definitely humiliate Shenyang severely and then force Shenyang to return the money to her. As for the reason, this money was spent for Shenyang, so it must be counted towards Shenyang. Chapter 11. If you do that again, I will write your name upside down. Friday. After class, Shenyang stared at the strategy guide on his phone, and his heart couldn't calm down. He had been in a relationship before, and although he was just a bootlicker in that relationship, he was not as nervous as he is now when he had his first date with Su Jiying. Is it because the other party gave too much? In the past few days, he has been thinking about buying a gift for his marriage partner. He has done a lot of research and also thought about buying some expensive gifts. But he rejected all of them. First of all, with the Yin family as financial resources, Yen Shu definitely has no shortage of these things. Secondly, he couldn't afford top-notch luxury goods right now. After much thought, Shenyang sent a message in the dormitory group. Brothers, have you ever been in love? Seeing this message, the three roommates who were lying on the bed playing with their mobile phones turned their heads and looked over with subtle expressions. Is Brother Yang showing off to them his humble life as a bootlicker? Etc. You don't want to reconcile with Su Jiying, right? If this is true, then their food expenses for the month will be gone. As soon as this thought came out, the three of them became anxious and sat up suddenly. This time, even if they have to tie him up, they can't let Shenyang leave the store. But before the three of them could speak, Shenyang sent another sentence. It's like this: I want to buy a gift for a girl I've never met, but I don't know what to buy. Do you have any recommendations? The three were shocked again when they saw the news. A girl you've never met? You want to go on a blind date? Zhang Yunfei asked in shock. Brother Yang, are you planning to start another relationship to heal your wounds in order to forget Su Jiying? It's not moral to treat a girl like this, and we haven't graduated yet, so there's no rush for a blind date. Shenyang was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? Would I do such a thing? Besides, I have no feelings for Su Jiying anymore, so why would I need to heal her? Will you still cling to your humiliating life as a dog licker? Then, Shenyang briefly explained that he had already agreed to the marriage proposal from his family. When the three heard this, they were happy for Shenyang, but also secretly relieved. Good, 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 good. Their food expenses for a month were completely secured. In order to leave a good impression on their marriage partner, the three of them took Shenyang directly to the mall. But Shenyang didn't buy any expensive gifts, but bought a lot of food. After a few days of research, he discovered that Yan Shu loved to eat. But with Yan Shu's identity, she must have tried all the food out there. Although the 3 years with Su Zhiying were humiliating, it was also because of this that he developed an excellent cooking skill, which now came in handy. Although he is not as good as a 5-star chef, the fact that the picky Su family has had no complaints in the past 3 years shows that his cooking skills are still very good. The house he rented to please the Su family has not been returned yet, and he can use it tomorrow. Brother Yang, isn't this Su Zhiying and Zhang Zhishuan? Before leaving the mall, Tang Zhe suddenly pointed at a young couple not far away and said, "The recent rumors are actually true? Su Zhiying is actually dating Zhang Zhishuan?" When they looked over, they saw Su Zhiying, who was dressed very beautifully, holding Zhang Zhishuan's arm, talking and laughing, and they looked very intimate. Wow! It's true. This woman changes so quickly. She was pestering our brother Yang in the supermarket a few days ago, and now she's with Zhang Zhishuan. You were talking about innocence and brotherhood before. You have no shame. Zhang Yunfei couldn't stand Su Zhiying's behavior the most, and couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks when he saw it. Brother Yang, you are not still obsessed with this woman, are you? In order to get that month's food allowance, Tang Zhe looked at Shenyang warily. If you dare to nod, I will tie you back immediately. Shenyang couldn't help laughing. You don't need to tie me up. If I behave like a slut again, I will write the name Shenyang upside down. It's getting late, let's go and ignore irrelevant people. The four of them turned around and left, carrying large and small bags. But unexpectedly, before I walked out of the mall, I heard Su Zhiying's proud voice behind me. Shenyang, why are you here? Su Zhiying walked up to Shenyang, looking smug as if she had seen through him a long time ago. You didn't come here because you knew I was going out to dinner with Master Jiang tonight, did you? Su Zhiying looked at Shenyang, and when she saw what Shenyang was holding in his hand, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. But I soon understood. It must be that my previous videos worked. It must be that after Shenyang knew that I was with Jiang Xiao, she became anxious and wanted to buy some groceries and cook for herself to make her happy. Ha, you said before that you wanted to break up with me, and you said it so decisively, but now you're still clinging to me with your eyes wide open. Men are nothing more than that. However, I have to say that Shenyang's cooking is really good. It's just that I haven't eaten it for a few days and I really miss the taste. Well, since Shenyang is a good cook, I will give Shenyang another chance. But apologies and gifts are still indispensable. Shenyang didn't know that Su Zhiying had imagined another big drama in her mind. He raised his head and glanced at Su Zhiying with an extremely cold expression. What's up? When Su Zhiying saw this, she felt that Shenyang was jealous again, and she was very happy. But in order to stimulate Shenyang more, she deliberately held Zhang Zhishuan's arm tightly and deliberately showed an intimate look. Shenyang, what are you doing in the mall? You didn't know that Jiang Xiao and I were going shopping in the mall, so you followed us secretly? I remember I told you before that Mr. Jiang and I are just ordinary friends. Why do you have to be so unreasonable? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhishuan put his arm around Su Zhiying's waist and glanced at Shenyang with disdain. Yingying, don't get angry over people who don't deserve it. We came out to have fun today. Let's go. Brother will take you shopping and eating. Really? Mr. Jiang, you're so nice. Unlike some people who only know how to make me unhappy. Su Zhiying happily leaned her head on Zhang Zhishuan's shoulder, hinting at something. Mr. Jiang, you don't know yet, do you? My parents like you very much. A few days ago, they asked me to invite you to our house for dinner. I wonder if you are free next Saturday? Come to my house and I will cook for you myself. You haven't eaten my cooking yet, have you? My cooking is delicious, and most people can't have it. Seeing Shenyang's face gradually turning cold, Su Zhiying was extremely happy. Be angry, be angry. The more this happens, the more it proves that Shenyang can't let go of himself. After showing enough affection, Su Zhiying took Zhang Zhishuan into a brand store. She has liked a bag from this store for a long time, and Jiang Xiao happened to be here today, so he would definitely buy it for her. Brother Yang, you said Su Zhiying is so pretentious, how did you fall in love with her in the first place? It was not until Su Zhiying and Zhang Zhishuan left that Zhang Yunfei finally asked the doubts that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Brother Yang, don't tell me you didn't see how bad that performance was just now? Could this woman be deliberately putting on a show in front of us to make our brother Yang jealous? I have to say, the truth about Jiang Yunfei is revealed. In fact, Shen Yang also saw it, and he was a little confused. Why did he feel that Su Jiying was flamboyant and bright in the first place? Really? People are unable to empathize. Even my current self cannot understand myself 3 years ago. Chapter 12, Remembering Shen Yang's Goodness. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this bag? Does it match me? In the counter, Su Jiying was holding the latest model of brand name bag in her hand and standing in front of the mirror, gesturing constantly. This is the latest model this year. I've liked it for a long time, but it's always out of stock. I didn't expect to meet him today. I'm so happy. Zhang Zhishuan put one hand in his pocket with a smile on his face. He kept his eyes on Su Jiying, but when he accidentally glanced at the price of the bag, his expression changed slightly. But he soon smiled again. It's okay, but I think this style is a bit old-fashioned and doesn't suit you very well. Ying, why don't we go check out the others? Su Jiying didn't think too much and picked up another bag. You're right, this color does look a bit old-fashioned. What about this one? Zhang Zhishuan looked at the price, 188,000. When the clerk saw what the two were wearing, he immediately came over happily to introduce them. Miss, you have a very good eye. Although this bag is not the latest model, it is the most classic style and will never go out of style. This color also makes the skin look whiter. We just happen to be having a promotion right now, with a 5% discount, and the promotion only lasts for 1 day. The more Su Jiying looked at it, the more she liked it. She turned around and looked at Zhang Zhishuan happily, her eyes full of anticipation. Mr. Jiang, I like this. Can you give it to me? But she didn't notice that the smile on Zhang Zhishuan's face had already frozen. Ying, I don't think this is good. This bag is indeed nice, but the brand has a bad reputation. Think about it, you are a popular campus beauty. If you were to go out with a bag that has a bad reputation, people would definitely talk about you. Besides, Zhang Zhishuan paused for a moment and continued. You may not know that these luxury goods are sold for brand effect. In fact, the cost is very low and the quality is not good. They are far inferior to domestic products. If you really want to buy a bag, I'll buy it online and give it to you. There are many styles of bags online that look youthful and are of good quality. Let's go. I'm hungry after walking around for so long. How about we go eat first? Su Jiying was a little disappointed. Although this bag is a bit expensive, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket in the eyes of the richest man in Guangzhou. Shouldn't young Master Jiang just buy a few and give them to himself? Su Jiying couldn't help but think of Shen Yang. If Shen Yang were here, he would definitely buy it to make himself happy no matter how expensive it was. Shen Yang would definitely not treat her like this. Su Jiying was a little unhappy, but finally she walked out despite the clerk's contemptuous gaze. She decided that she must ask Shen Yang to come and buy it for her in the future. Mr. Jiang, how about we go get some steak? After leaving the luxury store, Su Jiying pointed to a very stylishly decorated Western restaurant and suggested. But Zhang Zhishuan shook his head. Ying, we are Chinese. How can we worship foreigners? Western food is simply steak and pasta, which are frozen. Not only are they not fresh, but they are also half-cooked and can easily breed bacteria. Shall we have Chinese food? Su Jiying felt strange, but she agreed and continued walking forward with Zhang Zhishuan. But gradually, she found something was wrong. Mr. Jiang, didn't you say you wanted Chinese food? Why did you leave the mall? Su Jiying looked at the alley ahead that was getting darker and darker, a little confused. Where are we going? Zhang Zhishuan turned around and gave a mysterious smile. What's the point of always eating at chain stores and shopping malls? Today I'll take you to eat something special. Su Jiying thought it was some kind of private dish. But she was completely stunned when she saw a cart parked next to the gutter. Jiang, Master Jiang, is this the special place you mentioned? That's right. Zhang Zhishuan nodded, with a proud look on his face. Ying, this must be your first time here, right? Let me tell you, although the environment here is not as good as the big shopping malls, the taste is the best. Not only is the quantity large enough to fill you up, but the ingredients are also fresh and taste like nothing you've ever tasted before. There's a spot right there. Let's go quickly. If there are too many people, there won't be any place to sit. Jiang Zhishuan said as he grabbed Su Zhiying's wrist and quickly walked to a low table and sat down. Yingying, please sit down for a while. I'll go order some food for you. After saying that, without waiting for Su Zhiying's response, Jiang Zhishuan stood up and walked towards the cart. Su Zhiying could no longer laugh. She sat on a small red stool. Her feet were a mess with used tissues and bones. Even the air was filled with an indescribable stench. In order to prevent her white skirt from touching the garbage on the ground, she could only hold the skirt around her legs and dared not move at all. A group of shirtless middle-aged men were sitting around, each with a glass of white wine or beer in a disposable plastic cup in front of them. They were playing rock paper scissors while drinking, and their voices were getting louder and louder. What made her most uncomfortable was that as soon as she sat down, these people looked at her intentionally or unintentionally. After staring at her for a while, they would gather together to discuss in a low voice. With such naked gazes, she didn't even need to guess, she knew what these people were thinking. How could Jiang Xiao, the son of the richest man, come to a place like this to eat? Su Zhiying felt nauseous and stood up to leave. No. She felt that staying here for one more second would defile her noble soul. But as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by Jiang Zhishuan. Yingying, where are you going? The food is ready, aren't you going to eat? Jiang Zhishuan held two stainless steel sterilized bowls wrapped in disposable bags in his hands. He placed them on the low table with familiarity, then looked at Su Zhiying as if he was presenting a treasure. Yingying, look, the boss gave us 2 extra boiled eggs. It must be because you are so beautiful. Ordinary people don't have this kind of benefit. Su Zhiying looked down at the contents of the stainless steel bowl and felt sick all over. The thing in the bowl turned out to be a bowl of braised pork rice noodles. A piece of overcooked fat meat was placed on the overscalded noodles. A greasy layer of oil almost covered the entire bowl. Even the braised egg that came with the dish was dark brown and a little black. You can tell at a glance that these are items that have not been sold out for several days. This is what young Master Jiang said, a good thing. Su Zhiying's stomach churned and her face turned pale. She would never eat this kind of thing even if she was beaten to death. Mr. Jiang, I'm not hungry yet. You eat. I'll go back first. After Su Zhiying finished speaking, she fled from this place. Yingying. Wait. Jiang Zhishuan became anxious and quickly chased after him, turning back to greet the boss as he walked. Boss, I'm not going to eat today. I'll give you the money next time. Hearing this, a middle-aged woman with messy hair raised her head from the perm cart and looked at the two people's backs with a look of condemnation, especially at Su Zhiying, as if she wanted to stare a hole in Su Zhiying's back. You're not going to eat it anymore? You haven't even touched a single bite of this noodle. Isn't this a waste? Young people nowadays really don't know how to cherish food. Su Zhiying just turned around and saw the look in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Just one glance gave her goosebumps all over her body. Why did this woman look at her like that? Chapter 13 The Cute Girl Who Went to the Ironing Appointment. Yingying, are you angry? On the way back, Jiang Zhishuan looked at Su Zhiying's ugly face and asked in a low voice. Su Zhiying's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. This was the first time in her life that she had eaten at a place like this. That kind of place is not a place for human beings to stay. Isn't Mr. Jiang the son of the richest man? Why not take yourself to a fancy restaurant? She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that young Master Jiang seemed to be very familiar with the boss. Thinking of the look the cart owner gave her again, Su Zhiying still felt a chill. It felt like I was a prey being targeted. Yingying, are you wondering why I would go to that kind of place to eat? Jiang Zhishuan sighed and said helplessly. Actually, this is what my parents asked. Su Zhiying was puzzled. You also know the situation in my family. I am the only child, and my parents have always had very high expectations of me since I was young. To be honest, when I was a kid I had no idea my family was rich. I always thought my family was poor. It wasn't until I was in high school that I realized my family was actually the richest. That's why I don't like extravagance. Jiang Zhishuan laughed bitterly. When I was 18, my parents told me not to think of myself as the richest man, but to think of myself as an ordinary person and to interact more with people at the bottom of society. This will be good for me when I take over the family business in the future. No wonder. No wonder Mr. Jiang was unwilling to buy her a bag just now. Su Zhiying felt a little regretful. How could she doubt Jiang Xiao's identity? As he was speaking, a black Cullinan stopped by the roadside. My driver is here. Ying, it's getting late. Let's go back to school first. Jiang Zhishuan said as he opened the door of the Cullinan and helped Su Zhiying get in the car. The moment she got in the car, Su Zhiying's doubts completely disappeared. Are you kidding? This is Cullinan. A luxury car that even her dad can't afford. After sending Su Zhiying to the dormitory, Jiang Zhishuan got back into the car, using the excuse of going home for something. He was gentle and considerate throughout the whole process, and there was nothing to fault with him. Seeing Su Zhiying's figure disappear in the corridor, the smile on Jiang Zhishuan's face turned cold in an instant. Dad, luckily you came quickly, otherwise this woman would have doubted my identity. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the cab turned around. This is a face that is 70% similar to Jiang Zhishuan, with eyes sunken in the eye sockets, dark pupils, and a short, collapsed nose. The corners of the mouth are habitually slightly turned down, the lips are dark, and the lip lines are deep, giving people of vicissitudes and harsh feeling. Did this girl go shopping in the mall again today? How much did she spend? The middle-aged man asked, with a hint of condemnation in his eyes. Jiang Zhishuan sneered. It's free. Su Zhiying wants me to buy her a brand name bag, but I'm not going to be taken advantage of. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Your mother called me just now. I'd say this girl is okay in other aspects, but she's too vain, picky, and doesn't know how to live. She didn't even eat a bite of the powder I gave her. She really thinks she's a rich lady. If you marry into our family and complain about this and that and do nothing, you can't do that. Jiang Zhishuan didn't care, and said confidently, Don't worry, Dad. After she gets married, she will have to do it even if she doesn't want to. The middle-aged man continued. That's good. This girl must be properly disciplined, otherwise she is not worthy of marrying into our family. Dad is old, and he won't be able to work as a driver for long. Your mom has high blood pressure, and the city management is very strict, so the late-night snack stand won't last long. You have to speed up your plan, and don't make me and your mom wait too long. The boss heard that you have been claiming to be the young master of the Jiang family at school, but considering that your mother and I have served the Jiang family for more than 10 years, he will turn a blind eye, but he will not allow others to tarnish the image of the Jiang family outside. Also, although the young master of the Jiang family has been living abroad and rarely returns home, I heard from my boss that he will be allowed to come back in 2 years to take over the family business. By then, your identity will no longer be concealed, so you must hurry up. I understand. Su Zhiying's family is very satisfied with me and asked me to go to her house for dinner this Saturday. In addition, I will make Su Zhiying pregnant as soon as possible. When she has my child, she will have to marry me. Then I will join the Su group as the son-in-law of the Su family. The Su family has no son, so the entire Su family will be ours. Ying, you're back? There are your things on the table. In the dormitory, Yuan Xinyu saw Su Zhiying at the door and said with a smile. I don't know who sent it, but it looks like food. Su Zhiying's eyes lit up and she looked very proud. It must be Shenyang. Mr. Jiang and I ran into Shenyang while shopping tonight. It must be Shenyang who saw me and Jiang Xiao together and got anxious. I didn't expect Shenyang to be so quick. He knew I didn't have dinner tonight. He was smart. Su Zhiying snorted and opened the food box. Seeing the exquisite pastries inside, she became more certain that they were made by Shenyang. Only Shenyang would have the leisure to do these things. But why these things? These things are high in sugar and fat. How can she maintain her figure if she eats them in the middle of the night? What's going on with Shenyang? Hasn't he told me many times? It's useless if you can't even remember such a small thing. Give it all to you. I won't eat this kind of thing. Su Zhiying looked disgusted and threw the box directly onto Yuan Sinyu's desk. Yuan Sinyu looked at the 2 boxes of exquisite pastries and felt that it was not good for Su Zhiying to waste Shenyang's kindness like this. But she felt that these 2 boxes of pastries looked familiar, a bit like the UG pastry she had eaten 2 days ago. Was this really made by Shenyang himself? But seeing Su Zhiying's smug and disgusted look, Yuan Sinyu still said nothing. Saturday afternoon. Shenyang brought some cakes and snacks packed in disposable boxes and arrived at the Sichuan restaurant that Yen Shu mentioned in advance. The agreed time was 5 p.m., but there were already a lot of people there at this time. Worried that there would be too many people and the food would be slow to serve at mealtime, Shenyang ordered the dishes Yen Shu specifically requested in advance, and also ordered a few refreshing side dishes. About 5 minutes later, WeChat rang. Cute girl lifting weights, I'm here. Can you find the place? Can I share it with you? Shenyang took a look, then turned around and saw a little girl standing at the door looking around outside the floor-to-ceiling glass. The little girl was petite and delicate. She was wearing a pair of denim overalls. She had some baby fat on her fair oval face and a pair of big watery eyes that kept looking around. Under her small nose, her lips were slightly pursed, and her hair was casually tied into a bun. A few strands of hair fell out of the bun, swaying as she turned her head, making her look very cute and adorable. She doesn't behave like a rich lady at all, instead she looks more like the girl next door. Is this a cute girl lifting weights? It really fits her nickname. The phone dinged and the cute girl sent another message. The cute girl who was lifting weights, I'm right next to the trash can, you'll see it when you get there. Shenyang couldn't help laughing when he looked at the half-person high green trash can next to Yan Shu. It really is. It's very obvious. After Shenyang chuckled, he took a photo of the cute girl and sent it to her. Turn back. The little girl next to the trash can looked down at her phone, then slowly turned her head. The moment he saw Shenyang, his bright eyes smiled into crescents and he walked in quickly. I thought you wouldn't be able to find the place, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Yan Shu's eyebrows curved, revealing a cute little canine tooth. Hello Shenyang, I am your marriage partner Yan Shu. The whole process was open and honest, without any awkwardness, and even gave people the feeling that the two had known each other for a long time. When Shenyang saw such a cute girl, a smile appeared on his face. Hello, I'm Shenyang. Ms. Yan, this is our first meeting. I don't know what you like, so I had to make something for you. I hope you don't mind. Shenyang pushed the box of pastries and snacks in front of Yan Shu and said with a smile. For me? Yan Shu opened her round little deer eyes and looked at Shenyang with a puzzled look on her face. The moment he opened the box and saw what was inside, his eyes lit up immediately. Food. Wow! So much. It was like the sun parting the clouds and shining warmly on the earth. Shenyang felt that the surroundings became brighter. Chapter 14 Shenyang Dare to Cheat? You did all this? You can actually cook? That's amazing. Yan Shu looked at Shenyang in shock. I didn't expect you to prepare a gift for me. I'm so happy. Luckily, I also prepared a gift for you. Yan Shu lowered her head, took out a box from her bag and pushed it in front of Shenyang. Shenyang was a little surprised and accepted the gift with a smile. He originally wanted to open it when he got back, after all, it wasn't nice to open the presents in front of girls. But when he was about to put the gift away, Yan Shu opened her doe eyes wide again, full of anticipation. Why don't you open it and take a look? I'm sure you'll like it. Well. Okay. Under Yan Shu's expectant gaze, Shenyang opened the black gift box, but the things inside made him freeze for a moment. The gift was a box of chocolates, with 12 chocolates in total. Of these, 2 were missing, leaving only 2 pieces of wrapping paper, and there were 7.5 remaining. Why are there 7.5 left? Because out of the remaining 10, 4 have been bitten halfway, and 1 has been bitten a small bit, making a total of 2.5. Add the 5 intact ones, and there are exactly 7.5. Shenyang picked up one of the chocolates, stared at the tooth marks left on it, and looked at Yan Shu suspiciously. This is. Yan Shu chuckled. I asked the butler to send this to me. It's delicious. The words stopped abruptly and the fair face turned red. Oh no. Not this one. I got the wrong one. Yan Shu rushed over, snatched the chocolate, and hurriedly took out another box of chocolate from her bag and handed it to Shenyang. This is it. This is for you. Shenyang still looked suspicious. What about those just now? Yan Shu's face turned even redder, and she was too embarrassed to look at Shenyang. Those were what I ate when I was bored on the road. Then why do you take a bite from each one? That's right, each one tastes different. I have to try them all to know which one tastes better. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Shu put his head on the table, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Some people seem to be still alive, but in fact they have been gone for quite a while. She originally wanted to leave a good impression on her marriage partner. I didn't expect to lose face like this. Now, Shenyang Wen-ti thinks she is a fool. Shenyang's stomach hurt from trying so hard to hold back his laughter, but seeing the little girl's expression, he didn't dare to laugh out loud. It's okay, I understand. After all, I used to do this kind of thing when I was a kid. In order to give the little girl a way out, Shenyang made up a lie. Real? The little girl suddenly raised her head, and her round eyes regained their luster. Ha ha. I knew I wasn't the only one who did this. You're so naughty, you must have been beaten by your mom when you were a kid. Me too, ha ha ha. But I run fast, my mom usually can't catch up with me, hee hee. Let's eat first, I'm hungry. Shenyang wanted to laugh even more. How could someone be so easy to please that they would believe something like this? As we were talking, the waiter brought the dishes. Yan Shu was stunned for a moment when she saw the dishes she had ordered. Oh my god. You've already ordered all the dishes. You're so fast. Shenyang thought this girl was really likable. It would definitely be fun to get along with someone like her. Take a look and see if it suits your taste. If not, order more. Shenyang said with a smile. Okay. Yanshu nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and started eating without any hesitation. Soon his cheeks were filled up, like a fat little hamster. Shenyang smiled secretly. This girl is exactly as she appears in her circle of friends. Love to eat. When she had almost finished her meal, Yanshu put down her chopsticks. What do you think of me? Shenyang paused, feeling a little strange. Why did he see a hint of caution and expectation in the little girl's eyes? This must be fake. Today was the first time he and Yanshu met. But I have to say that he had a good first impression of this girl. You're fine. Shenyang nodded seriously. She is cute, beautiful, and rich. It is hard not to like such a girl. Really? I know I'm a beautiful girl who is loved by everyone. How could anyone not like me? Yanshu was delighted, raised her chin slightly, and said proudly, when are you planning to move there? Shenyang was still immersed in the little girl's shamelessness, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Where are you moving to? Of course you'll move in with me. Yanshu said as if it was a matter of course, didn't Uncle Shen tell you? The two elders said that if both of us feel good about it, we can live together to cultivate our relationship. If you want, we can get engaged as soon as we graduate. Or you can get engaged first and get married right after graduation. Shenyang was stunned. His dad didn't tell him such an important thing. At the same time, Su Jiying received several photos on her mobile phone, which were sent by Pei Qinghua. An address was also sent along with it. Ying, look. Your dog has other dogs. I'll be here to protect you, come quickly. Su Jiying clicked on the photo and saw a scene of Shenyang and a cute girl chatting and laughing while eating. Su Jiying was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stood up and became angry. Shenyang actually dared to date other girls. Who gave him the courage? Ying, what's wrong? Yuan Xinshu poked his head out from the bed and asked puzzledly. Su Jiying snorted coldly, her expression looking extremely ugly. Shenyang is cheating on me. I want to see which vixen is trying to steal my girl. Yuan Xinyu looked at Su Jiying's menacing back, somewhat unable to react. Shenyang cheated? Didn't he send pastries to Su Jiying last night? Is there any misunderstanding here? Half an hour later, Su Jiying and Yuan Xinyu successfully met Pei Qinghua and Lu Shan, who were waiting outside the Sichuan restaurant. As soon as they met, Lu Shan couldn't help but curse. Ying, last time I told you that Shenyang had other dogs, you didn't believe it. Come and see. It's only been a few days since we broke up, and he's already openly dating other women. Does he really take you seriously? What's funny is that he actually had someone send you homemade pastries last night. You're only looking at what's in the pot while eating from the bowl, what a scumbag. Su Jiying could clearly see Shenyang and the girl sitting opposite him through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Seeing the girl's cute face with curved eyebrows, a hint of jealousy flashed in Su Jiying's eyes. But she soon figured it out. It must be that I deliberately ignored Shenyang these days, making Shenyang anxious, so I found a substitute to make me jealous and make me bow my head first. Just like he was deliberately being intimate with Jiang Shao. But Shenyang was destined to be disappointed. No matter what Shenyang does, I will never bow to him. What's more, this woman is not as pretty as me, there is no comparison at all. But even though she saw through Shenyang's little tricks, Su Jiying was still very angry. Instead of coaxing the genuine one, he dared to find a substitute. This is an insult to her. She would never allow this to happen. Chapter 15, Ex-Girlfriend breaks down the defense. Do you want to live together? Shen Yang was a little hesitant. Was it too fast to start living together after just meeting for the first time? Moreover, the house he rented before was a one-bedroom apartment, which was not suitable for two people. It seems I have to rent a new house. Shen Yang suddenly realized that he had agreed reluctantly. Have you started planning your future cohabitation life? It may take a few days. I have to rent a new house. Shen Yang is not pretentious. Yan Shua's suggestion is correct. Although it was the first time they met, the two were in a marriage relationship, and confirming the relationship was a matter of time, so it was good to cultivate feelings in advance. The most important thing is that he is not averse to the girl in front of him. Unexpectedly, Yan Shu shook her head. No, you can move to my place. I have a small apartment of 200 square meters near Guangda. The housekeeper has already tidied up the room for you. Here are the keys. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll have the butler prepare it for you. A small apartment of 200 square meters? Do you call a 200 square meter apartment a small apartment? So what should he call the one-bedroom apartment he rented? Bathroom? Is this the difference between rich women and ordinary people? Are you going to let people live? Shen Yang looked at the golden key, and somehow, he suddenly had the illusion that he was being kept. What should you do when faced with free food being fed to you? Of course, eat a few more bites. Shen Yang took the key without any burden. Okay. I'll pack up and go to work tomorrow. Does the boss have any other instructions? The sudden show of funny made Yan Shu burst out laughing, and her bright little deer eyes curved into crescents again. However, just as the two were getting along more and more harmoniously, an angry voice interrupted at an inopportune time. Shen Yang! What are you doing? When they looked back, they saw Su Jiying and 3 other girls rushing in angrily. The moment this sudden voice sounded in the hall, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding diners. Su Jiying quickly walked up to the two of them, picked up the drink on the table and wanted to splash it on Yan Shu's face. The next second, his hand was held down tightly by Shen Yang. Su Jiying, what do you want to do? The moment he saw Su Jiying, the smile on Shen Yang's face turned cold. Su Jiying originally just wanted to teach the little bitch who dared to seduce Shen Yang a lesson and let the matter go, but she didn't expect Shen Yang to dare to stop her. Shen Yang, what do you mean? How dare you protect this woman? Su Jiying pointed at Yan Shu and angrily asked, You dated this woman behind my back, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you still dare to protect her. Do you really take me seriously? Who gave you the courage? Hearing these words, the eyes of the diners around lit up. It turned out to be a scene of catching 3 people. Now it's time to watch something interesting. For a moment, diners in the hall took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and each of them was extremely excited. Su Jiying also saw the actions of the people around her and immediately raised her chin proudly. Look! The eyes of the masses are sharp. In this society, no normal person can tolerate a mistress. Although Shen Yang had deliberately come to anger him, this little bitch had dared to seduce his dog, so she should just wait for her disgrace. Shen Yang, you'd better explain to me. Who is she? Su Jiying pointed at Yan Shu and questioned him again. Shen Yang was filled with anger and could no longer bear it. But before he could say anything, he saw Yan Shu stand up, blinking her big eyes and looking at him innocently. Brother Yang, is she your ex-girlfriend who played the tongue-kissing game with the rich second generation in front of you at your birthday party? Why did she come back to you? Did she feel that you already have a girlfriend and she was unwilling to accept it? Or was she dumped by a rich second-generation guy? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of inhalation around them, and everyone's eyes lit up again. I didn't expect there would be a twist in this matter. Good, this trip was not in vain. What did you say? Su Jiying's expression turned extremely ugly. Who told you this? Shen Yang. Did you tell her? No. Yan Shu smiled and shook her head. The story between you and Jiang Zhishuan has long been spread all over the world. It's hard for people not to know about it. Oh, and that time the two of you walked hand in hand around campus is still on the confession wall. That's your fault. Since you've broken up and you're already with someone else, why do you want your ex-boyfriend to stay faithful to you? Besides, you were the one who proposed breaking up first, weren't you? Since you don't know how to cherish, someone will naturally cherish you. These words made Su Jiying lose all face. When did she agree to break up? As long as she doesn't agree to break up, Shen Yang will always be her dog. As for those on the confession wall, she created them on purpose. But now it has become a reason for this little bitch to attack her. What made Su Jiying even more angry was that this little bitch said this about her, so why didn't Shenyang speak up for her? Su Jiying looked at Shenyang aggrievedly and stubbornly. Shenyang, you just let this little bitch humiliate me like this. How many times do you want me to tell you that young Master Jiang and I are just ordinary friends? How long are you going to keep making trouble? If you think you can piss me off by finding a substitute, I admit that I am indeed pissed off by you. Shenyang, are you happy when I say this? In the past, as long as she showed weakness, Shenyang would find a way to get it for her even if it was the moon in the sky. But now, she only saw Shenyang's cold face. Su Jiying looked hurt. How could this happen? Does Shenyang also agree with what this bitch said? But didn't he give me some homemade pastries last night? Shenyang clearly still has himself in his heart. Shenyang was also very confused at this time. How did Yin Shu know all this? But he understood on second thought, since the Yin family wanted to marry him, his past would naturally be investigated thoroughly, and these things were not a secret. Being investigated right after meeting, other people might be angry, but Shenyang just felt warm in his heart. This is the first time in these 3 years that someone has spoken up for him. This feeling is so fucking great. As for Su Jiying, since he didn't make it clear last time, he didn't mind saying it again. Su Jiying, I'm telling you one last time, you and I have broken up. Do you understand? Shenyang said coldly, no matter what I do or who I am with, it has nothing to do with you. I hope you can understand the meaning of the word breakup, and don't appear in front of me again. Su Jiying's face turned pale in an instant, as if she had been struck by lightning, and her defense was broken. Shenyang, this is the 4th time you've broken up with me. I don't believe you can really let go of our 3-year relationship. I've already explained what happened to Master Jiang. What exactly is the reason? It's obvious that you still can't let me go, and you even sent me some pastries last night. I'm standing in front of you right now. How long are you going to keep saying one thing and thinking another? Will you die if you admit your mistake to me? Shenyang frowned. What cakes? When did I bring you cakes? Chapter 16, Cool Weather. Shenyang, it's no fun to keep pretending. Who else but you would be so idle to spend all day making things that only women like to make? How dare you say you didn't ask someone to send cakes to Ying last night? My roommate Lu Shan jumped out. She had long disliked Shenyang, the scumbag, and now she finally found an opportunity to scold him. A scumbag who plays 2 women at the same time is not a good person. Ying, you kept saying you would give Shenyang a chance, but now he has forgotten about you. You are the only one who is foolishly waiting for him to apologize. Lu Shan continued to scold, he even dated someone else in front of you. Would you keep a scumbag like this for the new year if you don't break up with him? These words were both unreasonable and powerful, and they successfully made Su Jiying feel that she had suffered a great injustice, which made her even more angry. Shenyang, you've changed. I didn't expect you to become like this. I've been waiting for you. Su Jiying complained, I have given you many chances. If you don't know how to cherish them, you will lose me sooner or later. Shenyang laughed angrily. That's enough. Aren't you tired of thinking about it all day long? I'll say it again, I have nothing to do with you anymore, and I never sent you any cakes, so don't blame me for everything. Su Jiying didn't believe it and looked as if she had seen through him. Shenyang, stop pretending. I saw you go to the mall to buy food last night. You dare to say that you didn't buy the ingredients just to apologize to me? I wanted to give you a chance to apologize because you made cakes for me. If you do this again, you will lose this chance. Just then, the glass door was pushed open and several boys walked in together. One of the boys' eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Su Jiying, and then he walked over quickly. Senior Su. It's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence. Did you eat the cake I gave you last night? It's Yueji's newest flavor, and I bought it especially for you. If you like it, I'll buy it for you next time. As soon as these words came out, the confident smile on Su Jiying's face instantly cracked. She turned her head suddenly and stared at the little boy in front of her in disbelief. What did you say? Did you buy those 2 boxes of pastries last night? Weren't they made by Shenyang himself? The little boy scratched the back of his head and blushed a little. I bought it, senior sister. I have liked you for a long time. Can you give me a chance? Before she could finish her words, Su Jiying broke down again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be Shenyang who did it. Shenyang can't help but be jealous when he sees how close Jiang Xiao and I are. Xiaoyu, you've eaten the cakes last night. Tell me whether it was made by Shenyang. Yuan Xinyu had suspected it a long time ago, but seeing how certain Su Jiying was, she didn't dare to say it. Being asked now, she could only grit her teeth and nod. Yingying, there is a Yueji mark on the cake box. I only saw it when I was throwing out the garbage this morning. Boom. Su Jiying's defense was completely broken. The cakes weren't sent by Shenyang? How is that possible? She has already spread the news that she and Jiang Xiao are together on the confession wall. Considering how much Shenyang cares about her, how could he not be jealous? It's fake, this must be fake. This man must have been hired by Shenyang to deliberately make him angry. Senior, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? There was a hint of stupidity in the little boy's clear eyes, and he looked at Su Jiying in confusion. He was a little confused. He just gave Su Jiying a box of snacks, so why did Su Jiying become like this? But the heartbreaking words continued. As soon as Yan Shu saw the scene, he understood the whole story. She picked up the boxes of snacks that Shenyang had given her from the chair beside her and asked in pretended confusion. Student Su, are these the cakes you mentioned? These are indeed given to me by Brother Yang. Do you want to eat them? Or should I share some with you? Su Jiying's pent-up anger completely exploded because of this sentence. She snatched the box away, and when she saw what was inside, her face became extremely ugly, and then she threw it hard on the ground. The beautifully packaged pastries and snacks were scattered all over the floor. You little bitch. What are you so proud of? I wouldn't even look at these things if they were in front of me. That's why Shenyang gave it to you, because I don't like it now. Su Jiying shouted angrily. Shenyang didn't make pastries for her, but instead made so many for this woman. Shenyang came to the mall last night, but it wasn't tea for her. This is absolutely not allowed. She would never allow this to happen. Wasn't he this bitch Shenyang looking for to piss him off? How could Shenyang give this bitch homemade pastries and snacks? Shenyang, you'd better explain to me what your relationship with her is. Su Jiying pointed at Yan Shu and questioned with red eyes. Hearing this, everyone present looked towards Shenyang intentionally or unintentionally. Yan Shu turned to look at Shenyang, a hint of incomprehensible emotion flashed in her eyes. She also wanted to know how Shenyang chose between his ex-girlfriend, with whom he had been in love for 3 years, and herself. After being together for 3 years, this was the first time Shenyang saw Su Jiying like this. If it had been in the past, Shenyang would have been heartbroken. But now. Shenyang looked at the cakes and snacks thrown on the ground, and for the first time, he felt disgust towards Su Jiying. Why didn't he think Su Jiying was so unreasonable before? She is my marriage partner. She will be my girlfriend and my wife in the future. Are you satisfied with this? Shenyang put his arm around Yan Shu's shoulders and shook her head loudly. Girlfriend? Wife? Yan Shu looked at the big hand with distinct joints on her shoulder, her heart pounding, and she blushed in a cowardly manner. This is a declaration of sovereignty. Is it too fast? There are too many new identities, and I'm not mentally prepared. Yan Shu leaned her head on Shenyang's shoulder, looking a little embarrassed. She wanted to act cool and indifferent, but she couldn't help laughing. She wanted to act serious, but she couldn't bear to let go of Shenyang's muscles hidden under his clothes. A white and tender little hand kept rubbing against the chest muscles, taking advantage of them openly. I didn't expect Shenyang to have such a good figure. In that case, she wouldn't mind having her pastries smashed by Su Jiying. Shenyang couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw Yan Shu making 8 little expressions in 1 minute, and his depressed mood disappeared. But this sentence made Su Jiying's expression change again. Looking at the interaction between the two, her face was distorted with anger, and the jealousy in her eyes almost overflowed. This little bitch is actually Shenyang's marriage partner? What kind of marriage partner is this? Su Jiying looked at Yan Shu carefully, but found that she didn't know him at all. In an instant, she understood. Oh. He must be from a poor family like Shenyang. During this period, because Shenyang broke up with her and stopped delivering breakfast to the house on time, her parents were very angry and decided to teach the Shin family a lesson. The Shin family must be looking for a small manufacturer of equal status to form an alliance in order to relieve pressure. Don't you think that in Guang City, who would dare to cooperate with the Shin family unless the Su family gives in? Besides, As long as she doesn't agree, Shen Yang will always be her dog. Thinking of this, Su Zhiying sneered. Shen Yang, do you think you can save the Shen family's small factory by just finding someone to marry? Without the help of my Su family this time, your Shen family will just have to wait for bankruptcy. But our Su family is not heartless. As long as you admit your mistake to me, I will let bygones be bygones and let my father let your Shen family go. You have to understand that although our Su family is not the richest, as long as the Su family speaks up, who else would dare to contact your Shen family? If you are smart, you should admit your mistakes earlier to avoid implicating others. After she finished speaking, she sat down on a chair, folded her arms around her chest, crossed her legs, and waited for Shen Yang to apologize with satisfaction and pride. Shen Yang's face turned cold. Dad never told him these things. During these 3 years, because of his relationship with Su Zhiying, the Su family also took care of the Shen family. But the Su family has always been arrogant in front of his parents and has never given his parents any respect. And his parents, knowing that he likes Su Zhiying, in order not to cause trouble for him, have never straightened their backs in front of the Su family. What is even more infuriating is that as long as he makes Su Zhiying unhappy, the Su family will immediately put pressure on his parents, suppressing the Shen family openly or secretly, making other businesses afraid to cooperate with the Shen family. This time, he used the same old trick again. The Su family, damn it. When Su Zhiying saw Shen Yang's forbearing look, she knew that he had figured it out, and she felt extremely proud. However, Yan Shu's next words made her freeze in place. The Su family? Are they very powerful? Yan Shu put down her hands that were taking advantage of her, looked up at Shen Yang and said with a smile. Does the Su family often bully you? It's cold now, how about making the Su family bankrupt? Chapter 17 Shen Yang is actually going to marry into the richest family? Because of the words "it's cold Supa," everyone present was stunned for a moment. What a classic domineering speech. But if the other party was not a cute girl with a delicate and innocent look, it might be more intimidating. Everyone looked at Yan Shu's cute oval face and smiled at the same time. Just think, it's a little girl joking. Shen Yang was also a little surprised. He looked down at Yan Shu. Although he was shocked by Yan Shu's words, he knew that this little girl had this ability. He also knew that the other party was venting his anger, and for a moment, he felt warm in his heart. Su Zhiying just laughed, her face full of sarcasm. You ignorant bitch. Do you think you are writing a novel? Do you believe it or not? With just one phone call from me, that little broken factory of yours will go bankrupt immediately? Don't come crying and beg me when the time comes. Yan Shu also smiled. Oh? Really? I don't believe it. Why don't you give it a try by calling? This is the first time I've seen someone dare to bankrupt my Yan family. It seems that I have to call my father and let him know that there is a Su family in Guangzhou who can threaten our Yan family. Su Zhiying frowned immediately. Yan family? What Yan family? Who are you? At this moment, Pei Qinghua, who had been standing behind her without saying a word, suddenly stared at Yan Shu's face and screamed in horror. You are Yan Shu from the business school. Su Zhiying frowned even more tightly. Hua, do you know her? Pei Qinghua's face turned pale and there was fear in her eyes. It's the Yan family, the richest family in Shanghai. There was a rumor in Guangda before that the heir of the Yan family, the richest family in Shanghai, was studying at our Guangda business school. But she's very low-key. I only saw her photo on the confession wall. I just didn't think of it for a moment. Pei Qinghua found the post on the confession wall on her mobile phone and handed it to Su Zhiying. The Yan family, that is the richest family in Shanghai. It's simply not comparable to a small family like the Su family. In other words, as long as the Yan family is unhappy, they can destroy the Su family with just a flick of their fingers. Su Zhiying, this idiot, actually offended the heir of the Yan family so much. If she doesn't want to live, she should not implicate others. Pei Qinghua secretly took 2 steps back, fearing that Yan Shu would be angry with her because of Su Zhiying. She tried to curry favor with Su Zhiying because she wanted to establish a relationship with the Su family, but if the Su family offended the Shen family, it would be hard to say. When Su Zhiying saw the photo, her face turned pale. She suddenly looked up at Yan Shu with an extremely ferocious expression, one of shock and jealousy. The Yan family, the richest family in Magic City. This little bitch is actually the heir to the Yan family, the richest family in Magic City. How so? Why would the Yan family, the richest family in Shanghai, marry into a small family like the Shen family? Under the night sky, the sky is dotted with stars. Shen Yang and Yan Shu walked side by side in the vast campus. Thinking of today's unpleasant experience, Shenyang looked apologetic. I'm sorry about what happened today. And those boxes of snacks. I'll make new ones for you tomorrow. Do you want to eat anything else? Just tell me and I'll make it for you. Yan Shu shook her head with a guilty conscience. It's okay, they are all small matters, there is no rush. You will have plenty of time to deal with them after you move in a couple of days. There's something I want to tell you. I don't know if you'll be angry. After thinking about it, Yan Shu decided to tell Shenyang about this. Actually, I deliberately angered Su Jiying. Do you think I am a very scheming person? Yan Shu lowered her head and twisted the corner of her clothes. She felt so guilty that she didn't even dare to look Shenyang in the eye. Shenyang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and reached out to pat Yan Shu on the head. Of course, I can see that. But there's nothing wrong with this. With Su Jiying's personality, she won't give up easily even if you don't provoke her. Now it was Yan Shu's turn to be surprised. She always thought she acted very well, but she didn't expect it to be so poor. Fortunately, Shenyang was not angry and even patted his head. Thinking of Shenyang's actions just now, Yan Shu felt very pathetic and her face turned red again. Hate it. Next time you hit someone on the head, could you please tell them in advance so they can be mentally prepared? People will stick their heads over there on their own. Omega. Shenyang couldn't help laughing when he saw Yan Shu's shy look. This guy, has he thought of something again? Why is your smile so worthless? Yan Shu doesn't care about all this, she is in a very good mood now. She has a bad habit of spending money once she is in a good mood. Brother Yang, is there anything special you want to do? Or, what do you think about what we said this afternoon about bankrupting the Su family? Don't worry, as long as my Yan family takes action, I guarantee that the Su family will no longer have a place to stay in Guang City, and I guarantee that they will never bully you again. Yan Shu smiled with her eyebrows curved, not feeling at all how terrible what she said was. Is it cool in the weather? Thinking back to the past 3 years, every time the Su family saw him, the hurtful words they said, the repeated insults and belittlements, and the way his parents bowed their heads and smiled apologetically when facing the Su family, Shenyang felt so angry that his teeth itched. It is true that the Su family helped their family 3 years ago, but their family also paid high interest. It's better to say that it's loan sharking than helping. In the past, he endured it again and again for Su Jiying, but now, he doesn't need to do that anymore. He just wanted to vent his anger on his own. There is no rush to bankrupt the Su family. I want to come in person, but I am only a junior now, so I need to wait a little longer. Give me some time. You can only feel satisfied if you take revenge yourself. In no more than 2 years, when he has truly grown up, he will definitely get his revenge. Shenyang said these 2 sentences to himself in his heart. So, Yan Shu was a little disappointed. It seemed that it would be difficult to spend the money today. So is there anything in particular you'd like to do? Anything is fine. Yan Shu asked again. Something I particularly want to do. Shenyang thought about it carefully and remembered his dream when he was first admitted to Guangda University. Let the small factory at home be technologically advanced, set up my own technology company, develop software, and let my parents enjoy their old age. Shenyang took a deep breath and said, but I wasted too much time in the past 3 years and almost abandoned my major. Yan Shu's eyes lit up. Hey! Don't be so modest. In the computer science department, who hasn't heard of your name, Shenyang? You've wasted 3 years but you still get scholarships every year. If you hadn't wasted 3 years, you would have been successful. How about this, you set up a studio first, start from the basics, and do whatever you want. I will invest 20 million in you, which will be considered as an investment. I was worried about not being able to spend the money, but I didn't expect to spend 20 million simply. This feeling is so great. Shenyang was stunned and stared at Yan Shu for a long time without reacting. 20 million? Yan Shu was a little nervous. Is it too little? That's right. My dad would invest hundreds of millions into any software development. What can 20 million do? I'll invest 100 million in you. Shenyang was completely dumbfounded. Is this the difference between rich women and ordinary people? Are they still allowed to live? No, that's not what I meant. Shenyang said hurriedly, what I mean is, aren't you afraid that the 20 million will go down the drain? What if I fail? Shenyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even he himself had no confidence, so how could Yan Shu dare to give him so much money? Don't be afraid, I believe you. Yan Shu put away her smile and looked at the person in front of her seriously with her bright little deer eyes. I believe you will succeed. Shen Yang was stunned, and a strange feeling slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. This is the first time someone believes in me so unconditionally. I don't know if it was because of Yan Shu's words, but Shen Yang actually felt that he could really do it. This feeling is so magical. After pondering for a moment, Shen Yang finally asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Yan Shu, why did the Yin family choose the Shen family for marriage? Or, why do you want to marry me? Chapter 18. This is not just living off others, it is simply avoiding 30 years of detour. Dormitory. Seeing Shen Yang coming back, the three roommates couldn't wait to surround him. Brother Yang, why are you back so early? How was it? How was your conversation with your marriage partner? Looking at you like this, is there no hope? When Zhang Yunfei saw Shen Yang's complicated expression, he couldn't help but ask worriedly. Shen Yang shook his head. No, I was just thinking about something. When asked about Yan Shu just now, she didn't tell him the reason, but just said that he would understand when the time comes. This made Shen Yang even more confused. Although this was the first time he and Yan Shu met, this girl gave him the impression that she was a person with her own ideas. If she doesn't want to, her family will never force her. Besides, if they needed a marriage to consolidate their family status, why would they choose an ordinary family like the Shen family? It can't be because Yan Shu likes me, right? When this thought came to his mind, Shen Yang was frightened and felt it was outrageous. His intuition told him it was impossible. Never mind, you'll know later. What's going on? Brother Yang, what are you thinking about? Seeing Shen Yang being so absent-minded, Zhang Yunfei became very anxious. This concerns his living expenses for a month. He must sell Brother Yang out as soon as possible and never let Brother Yang have a chance to come back. Shen Yang came back to his senses and looked helplessly at the three gossiping guys in front of him. Not bad. I'll move in with her in a couple of days to develop a relationship with her. The three of them were so happy that they almost burst into tears. Very good. Their 1 month's food expenses were finally saved. What a great joy. But, do you think I'm a gigolo? Shen Yang paused for a moment and then asked. Although he has not yet agreed to Yan Shu's offer to invest 20 million in him, he will ask her to borrow money when he needs it in the future. But Yan Shu seemed very disappointed, as if she had to spend the 20 million on him. What do you mean by living off her? Is that girl's family rich? Shui Wei said casually. He thought that those who could marry into Shen Yang's family would probably have a similar family status. Although it is a bit family-like, it shouldn't be too exaggerated. But in response to him, Shen Yang nodded seriously. They are quite rich. Have you heard of the Yin family in the Magic City? Shui Wei was stunned. He stood up suddenly and his voice suddenly rose several degrees. What? What did you say? The Yin family in Magic City. The Yin family, the richest family in Magic City. The one that is reported on by the financial channels every day? The one that is extremely rich. After getting Shen Yang's affirmative answer, Shui Wei collapsed on the chair weakly. Oh my god, Brother Yang, you are not just a gigolo, you are saving yourself 10 years, no. You are saving yourself 30 years of detours. Is there any more free food like this? I want to eat it too. Zhang Yunfei and Tang Zhe also looked envious. Why is it that we are both good looking? Why don't any rich women like me? Tang Zhe touched his handsome face and fell into self-doubt. Is it because I am not handsome enough? The Yin family, the richest family in the Magic City, this is a lucky opportunity that they have burned many years of incense to get. When you are young, you don't know the good of rich women, and you mistakenly treat lowly as a treasure. When you are young, you don't know the fragrance of soft rice, and you mistakenly use your youth to plant rice. As long as you can grasp the rich woman, you can move into the big villa overnight. Who said eating soft rice is bad? This soft rice is so delicious. Tang Zhe suddenly sat up straight and looked at Shen Yang seriously with an extremely pious look in his eyes. Brother Yang, are we good brothers? Shen Yang also nodded seriously, of course. During these 3 years, he became a laughingstock because of his role as a bootlicker. He was mocked and humiliated by countless people, who laughed at him for being spineless, but his 3 roommates never said a word behind his back. Even when she heard others humiliating him, she would curse back on his behalf. Especially after she knew he had broken up, she resolutely gambled 1 month's living expenses to support him. They also often advised him to be rational, but he just didn't go in at that time. They are truly one of the few people who care about themselves, so they are naturally good brothers. Brother Yang, with what you said, I, Tang, will die without regrets. Tang Zhe stood up and patted Shen Yang's shoulder with a serious face. In this case, my good brother has something to ask of you, you must agree. After saying that, Tang Zhe knelt down on one knee, hugged Shen Yang's thigh and begged loudly, Brother Yang, go ask Miss Yan if she has any sisters or best friends, and introduce them to me. I also want to be a gigolo. If there is really no one, her aunt, auntie, or an older aunt will do. I don't mind. Brother Yang, I beg you. No. Godfather, I beg you. Zhang Yunfei and Shui Wei looked at each other, then fell to their knees and cried loudly. Me too. Me too. Ah, this. Shen Yang's body trembled, and he was dumbfounded when he saw the three grown boys in front of him. After finally calming down his three adopted sons, Shen Yang collapsed on the bed, feeling hopeless. But, is it really not possible? Did the young lady really say no? Godfather, please. Apparently the three adopted sons are still obsessed with living off their husbands. Shen Yang held his forehead with his hand, he felt numb. God knows how embarrassing it was when I was forced by my three cheap sons to call Yan Shu just now. Even through the screen, he could feel the girl on the other side trembling with laughter. Who knows how Yan Shu will laugh at him next time they meet. He definitely wants to help his brother, but how can he help in this kind of situation? He just met the rich woman today. At this moment, there was a ding-dong sound and a message suddenly popped up on the top of the phone. It was a love blogger he followed before, named, I have a crush on him in Chaoying. This blogger often shares his secret crush stories under the name of his posts, ranging from having a meal with the crush to just passing by each other. Every encounter makes the blogger very happy. But more often than not, it is the blogger who is silently paying attention to the other party. The other party does not even know the blogger's existence, let alone dare to disturb him. The posts can also show how cautiously and humbly the blogger loves in this undiscovered relationship, which is touching and moving. When he first saw the post by this blogger, he was attracted by this nickname. How could someone give such an abstract name to their secret crush? He thought it was a prank, but gradually, he actually felt a great resonance from those carefully written words. He thought of the unequal relationship between himself and Su Jiying, and often comforted the blogger in the comment section. After a few interactions, the two became familiar with each other. Whenever Shen Yang was feeling down, he would look for the blogger to chat. The two would comfort and encourage each other. However, half a year ago, the blogger suddenly stopped updating for some unknown reason and did not reply to the private messages I sent him. I thought something had happened. I didn't expect that there would be a sudden update today. But when Shen Yang opened the post, he immediately understood. Everyone. Great news. It's confirmed. My chorus is single now. Family. I finally have a chance. I must get him this time. As soon as the post was published, there were many comments from supporters. Wow. No wonder I'm so happy. Congratulations to the blogger, I've finally waited for this day. Oh, this account has been open for 5 or 6 years, and I finally saw the blogger post something happy. I'm happy for the blogger. It gives me hope again. I believe my crush will notice me sooner or later. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to use the word? Shen Yang was happy for the blogger and posted a cheering emoticon under the comment. Unexpectedly, the other party replied so quickly. I have waited until the clouds have cleared and the moon is shining. You should also work hard. If it were in the past, Shen Yang would definitely be sad, but now he no longer has that feeling towards Su Jiying. Moreover, he has decided to cultivate a good relationship with Yan Shu. I can't add her anymore. She and I have already broken up. But this is a relief for me. I don't care anymore. It's not worth it. Congratulations anyway, and I look forward to hearing good news from you. The other party sent a pat on the head emoticon and then sent a private message. I had a crush on him in Chaoying. Brother, what happened? We were all fine, why did you break up? Invincible cool guy, nothing, I just want to start over. I think I deserve better. I have a crush on him in Chaoying. Brother Kogai, you are right. You really deserve better. Let's work hard together. I had a crush on him in Chaoying. When I get colas, I'll treat you to a meal. Chapter 19, The Bad Girl Goes Viral on the Internet. No wonder Shen Yang was determined to break up with me. It turns out he hooked up with a rich woman. Su Jiying returned to the dormitory and was so angry that she smashed all the items on the table again. Her pretty face was extremely distorted. The Yen family, the richest family in the Magic City. Doesn't he think that it's that easy to be the son-in-law of a wealthy family? Does he think that everyone is as tolerant of him as I am? That is right, in Su Jiying's heart, there is no way the Yen family would look down upon the Shen family. It must be Shen Yang who was so shameless as to ask for it. After all, Shen Yang is very good at being a bootlicker. And that bitch Yen Shu. How dare she steal my girl right in front of me? I will never let her go. In Guangda, no one dares to snatch my Su Jiying's things. Even if it's trash that I don't want, no one else has the right to touch it. Yuan Xinyu looked at Su Jiying's crazy look and didn't know what to say for a moment. You know, that's the Yen family, the richest family in Shanghai. Although her family did not run a company, she had heard of the Yen family's reputation. The Su family is indeed good in Guangshi, but compared with the Yen family, it is like an ant and an elephant, there is no comparison at all. Now it's not Yen Shu who wants to compete with Su Jiying for someone, it's Su Jiying who wants to make things difficult for the Yen family. Ying, Shen Yang is now going to marry the Yen family. Anyway, you and Shen Yang have already broken up, and you have never liked Shen Yang, so why not just let it go? There's no point in getting entangled any further. Yuan Xinyu advised. Unexpectedly, Su Jiying exploded when she heard it and suddenly raised her voice. Forget it. Why should I forget it? I have spent 3 years on Shenyang, and you want me to just forget it like this? I'm telling you. It's absolutely impossible. So what if I don't like Shenyang? As long as he is my dog, he will be my dog for the rest of his life. As long as I don't agree, he can't even think about being with that little bitch Yen Shu. Yuan Xinyu sighed secretly and felt a little sympathy for Shenyang. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that in this relationship, Shenyang is the one who was given the most. However, Su Jiying has always accepted it with a clear conscience and is still picky. I don't know how Su Jiying had the nerve to say these words. She could see that Yen Shu was very protective of Shenyang. At least in the past 3 years, Su Jiying had never said a word for Shenyang. Although I am well aware of Su Jiying's spoiled personality, sometimes she is also quite speechless. Xiaoyu, please stop trying to persuade me. It was our Ying who was wronged in the first place. Lu Shan interrupted Yuan Xinyu's thoughts and said, you should know that the Shen family's small factory was saved thanks to the Su family. This is a life-saving grace. Since the favor is so great, what's wrong with Shenyang being nicer to Ying? Besides, every man treats his girlfriend like this. He makes such a fuss over a small matter. If it were me, Shen Yang would be an ungrateful person. Maybe he has been clinging to Yen Shu's thigh for a long time, and he took advantage of this situation to dump Ying. These words really touched Su Jiying's heart. It must be what Shanshan said. I never thought that Shen Yang looked like a decent person, but he was actually such a person behind the scenes. I misjudged him. Anyway, it's all Shen Yang's fault. Seeing this, and thinking about Su Jiying's reaction in the past few days, Yuan Xinyu also realized that something was wrong. Ying, are you in love with Shen Yang? Su Jiying was stunned in anger and retorted subconsciously. What a joke! How could I possibly like Shen Yang? Then why do you keep pestering Shen Yang? Do you really just feel embarrassed? Yuan Xinyu asked again, Ying, if you really like Shen Yang, while the Yen family has not yet truly formed an alliance with the Shen family, you should go and humble yourself to Shen Yang, maybe there is still a chance. I can see that Shen Yang is not a heartless person. You two have been together for 3 years, so Shen Yang must still have feelings for you. If things are settled, it will be too late. Su Jiying frowned tightly. Impossible. How could I possibly fall in love with Shen Yang? She just isn't used to it yet. Shen Yang is the dog she has trained for 3 years, her most loyal servant, and the person who knows her living habits best. Look at how bad her life has been these days without Shen Yang's care. A loyal dog that she had trained for 3 years is now serving others. This is betrayal. How could she be willing? Su Jiying once again found a reasonable reason in her mind for her behavior during this period. Anyway, there is absolutely no way she would fall in love with Shen Yang. Stop talking. It would be better for me to die than to bow down to Shen Yang. Have you ever seen anyone admit his mistakes to a dog? To me, Shen Yang is just a loyal dog. Does he want to turn things around and become a human being? Absolutely impossible. I will never let Shen Yang be with that bitch Yen Shu. If I don't live well, no one else will. Yuan Xinyu was speechless again. After thinking about it, he still gave a reminder. But Anying, Yan Shu is backed by the Yan family, the richest family in Magic City. Aren't you afraid that she will really bankrupt your family? With the strength of the Yan family, I'm afraid there is no family in Guangzhou that can compete with them. Su Shiying froze, unable to utter a word in rebuttal for a moment. Of course, she also understood the importance of the Yan family. But, the words have been spoken, how could she admit defeat? No, Yan Shu was just trying to scare me. How could she really dare to attack my family? If she really dares to attack my Su family will not be a pushover. As soon as the words fell, Su Jiying's cell phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, her heart skipped a beat. Dad! As soon as she picked up the phone, a roar came from the other end. Su Shiying! What did you do outside today? Are you trying to kill the Su family? Su Shiying was confused. Her father had never spoken to her in this tone since she was a child. Su Jiying's eyes turned red, and she looked aggrieved. Dad, how can you say that to me? I have nothing. But what greeted her was Su's father's rage. Shut the fuck up. You still have the nerve to complain. The Su family has been so good to you over the years, so good that you can't recognize your own status. So good that you dare to provoke the Yan family. You dare to throw away Miss Yan's things. Do you want to die? Go and apologize to Miss Yan right now. If the Su family really goes bankrupt because of you, I will not forgive you. Su Shiying was a little panicked, her face full of guilt. Dad, how did you know all this? You've done something so good and you still dare to ask. It's all over the internet. Who doesn't know about it now? Su Shiying's heart skipped a beat again. She took Yuan Xinyu's phone and searched. When she saw the videos on the short video platform, her face turned pale. On the short video platform, the video about what she said in the Sichuan restaurant today and throwing Yan Shu dim sum ranked first in search, with tens of millions of reposts, and was reposted by countless big internet celebrities and marketing accounts. Under each video, there are insults and ridicules directed at her. Wow! Playing the tongue-kissing game with the rich second generation in front of her boyfriend? Nowadays, fairies are so good at it? They were already French kissing, but she still said they were just friends? She even asked her ex-boyfriend to admit his mistake? What kind of outrageous statement is this? With so many ordinary friends, why didn't she find a homeless guy on the street to French kiss? They broke up, and she saw her ex-boyfriend had a new girlfriend, so she was so upset that she came here to make trouble? She thought her ex-boyfriend was still thinking about her, but she didn't expect that the gift was actually from a junior student. What's even more amazing is that after the truth was revealed, she was so angry that she threw away the snacks that the ex-boyfriend made for his current girlfriend. Oh my god. How can there be such a shameless person? How can you say such things when you are so beautiful? Are all fairies nowadays so mysteriously confident? 3 seconds. I want all the information about this woman. Chapter 20. The whole network feels sorry for Xinyang, and the little fairy goes crazy. It only takes a few minutes. Information about Su Jiying's identity and the other two people in the video were also revealed. As more and more videos were leaked, many people who knew the truth also posted comments under the videos. Someone posted a video of Su Jiying and Jiang Zhishuan kissing in public on the day of the birthday party. The explosive video and those outrageous remarks immediately attracted millions of reposts, and everyone who saw the video was furious. Oh my god. It turns out that playing the tongue-kissing game with the rich second generation in public is actually real. We kissed until our flesh was almost drawn, and we actually played a game. What kind of good person would kiss each other while playing a game? She even insulted her boyfriend and his parents by calling them stray dogs. Oh my god. How could someone humiliate her boyfriend like this? She has no respect for his parents at all. Is this really something a human being could do? An insider is here to expose the secret. I know everyone in the video, they are all from our school. The person in the video is Su Jiying, the most popular school beauty, and the man is called Xinyang, her boyfriend of 3 years. But although he is called a boyfriend, she actually only treats him as a bootlicker. Almost everyone in the public knows Xinyang's name. He is very kind to Su Jiying and always responds to her requests. In order to please his girlfriend, he even delivered breakfast to her parents' home at 7 o'clock every morning for 3 years, and then came back to attend classes. The round trip alone took him more than 2 hours. He persisted like this for 3 whole years. But even so, he still didn't get any good reactions from his girlfriend and her family. They either rolled their eyes or insulted him. Even his girlfriend's friends laughed at him and often called him a bootlicker in public. Because his girlfriend kissed a rich second-generation kid in public, the guy was so angry that he broke up with her. Unexpectedly, the girl was unwilling to give up and came back to pester him again. In addition, according to reliable sources, the Yin family in the Magic City has taken a fancy to Shenyang and wants to form an alliance with the Shin family. The video just now was Shenyang having his first formal dinner with the eldest daughter of the Yin family. I didn't expect that the fairy would know about it. The little fairy was so angry that she went to make a scene. Not only did she scold Miss Yen, she also smashed the cakes that Shenyang had made for her. There were many people watching at the time. Oh my god. So this is the whole story. I feel sorry for this guy and the young lady. They are so unlucky to have an ex-girlfriend like this. The videos on the internet were getting more and more intense, and gradually some people dug out the reason why Shenyang had given without regrets for 3 years. It turned out that 3 years ago, the Shin family borrowed a sum of money from the Su family for working capital, but paid it back a year later, and paid an interest rate twice as high as the bank. It was simply usury. This was originally a normal loan relationship, but the Shin family valued gratitude, and because of this relationship, Shenyang did not take any humiliation to heart. Unexpectedly, what he received in return was even more severe humiliation from the Su family. Once these things were exposed, they once again topped the hot search lists. Su Shiying and the Su family were once again dragged out to be whipped, and even the Su family's company was exposed. A group of netizens began to spontaneously boycott any products of the Su family's company. Su Shiying looked at these comments, her face twisted with anger, and she was extremely panicked. How could this happen? I clearly didn't do anything. Why are these people talking about me like this? What did I do wrong? Su Shiying sat on the ground in a daze, her face pale and her forehead covered with cold sweat. I really didn't think things would turn out like this. I just accidentally smashed Yenshu's things. How could it cause such a big fuss? It's these netizens. It's all these netizens who are meddling in other people's business. They don't know anything. How can they say this about me? Dad, I. Father Su's furious voice was heard again. Shut up. You are still trying to shirk responsibility. It's because of you that the Su family was targeted by the Yin family. Do you really think that the things on the internet spread spontaneously like this? Go and apologize to Miss Yen right now. If Miss Yen refuses to forgive you, you don't have to come back. I will just pretend you're not my daughter. Beep, beep, beep. A burst of cold electronic prompt sound completely broke down Su Jiying's psychological defenses. Dad asked her to apologize to that little bitch Yenshu? Why? If she went to apologize, that bitch Yenshu would definitely laugh at her. Absolutely not. Behind them, Lu Shan and 3 other roommates saw this scene and their expressions became very complicated. Pei Qinghua, in particular, wished she could stay 3 meters away from Su Jiying, for fear that Su Jiying would implicate herself. Su Shiying had just said that the Yin family didn't dare to attack the Su family when she was slapped in the face at lightning speed. What's funny is that the Su family, which Su Jiying is so proud of, is so vulnerable in front of the Yin family. Before the Yin family really takes action, the Su family has already been defeated. Pei Qinghua could see that if there was no one behind the scenes fanning the flames, this matter would never have spread like this. It must be Miss Yen venting her anger on Shenyang's behalf. Pei Qinghua rolled her eyes and began to stand up for Su Jiying. This must be Shenyang's doing. He must be taking revenge on Yingying. I didn't expect Shenyang to be such a person. When they were together, he treated our Yingying better than anything else. Now that he has fallen for the rich woman, he actually bribed others to discredit our Yingying and the Su family. He is simply an ungrateful person. This sentence served as a reminder to Su Jiying. Painting, are you saying that all of this was done by Shenyang? Pei Qinghua nodded, of course. Think about it, if these things were not intentional, how could they ferment so severely in a short period of time? Shenyang must have seen the confession wall about you and Jiang Shao together. He wants to use these things to force you to give in to him. On the one hand, he's hanging on to Miss Yen, and on the other hand, he still won't let you go. I didn't expect Shenyang to be such a two-timing scumbag. This is really too much. Su Shiying successfully believed Pei Qinghua's words. That's right. Absolutely. Shenyang actually dared to treat her like this, who gave him the courage? Su Jiying was angry. Shanshan, lend me your other phone. Last time, Yuan Sinyu's phone had been blocked by Shenyang, so she could only call Shenyang using an unfamiliar number. After 2 beeps, the call was connected. Before Shenyang could even speak, Su Jiying started cursing. Shenyang! Did you ask someone to do what was posted online? I order you to delete it immediately and apologize to me and the Su family publicly. Do you know how much my family has been affected because of you? Now the entire internet is insulting and abusing me and the Su family, and my family's business has also been affected. If it causes my Su family's stock to fall, I will never let it go. Also, aren't you angry about what happened between me and young Master Jiang? I'm telling you the truth. It's all true. I am with young Master Jiang, and I'm going to ask him out for a date and dinner right now. Even if you come back crying and beg me in the future, I will never give you any chance. Pei Qinghua looked at Su Jiying like a shrew and sneered inwardly. Su Jiying is such a fool. Even now, she still thinks Shenyang is still obsessed with her and still thinks Shenyang is angry with her in Jiangzhishuan. Between the Yin family, the richest family in Shanghai, and her spoiled ex-girlfriend, even a fool would know what to choose. However, even though Shenyang has become the son-in-law of a wealthy family, it doesn't mean that he has no chance. There is no man in this world who doesn't cheat. Besides, I am so beautiful. As long as I take the initiative, I don't believe Shenyang will be able to resist. By then, she would be the lover of the wealthy son-in-law, and any little bit of food and drink that Shenyang let slip through her fingers would be enough for her to have no worries. The most important thing is that Shenyang is so handsome and has a good figure. She has been coveting him for a long time. Thinking of this, she immediately found Shenyang's WeChat and clicked to add him. Chapter 21. Pei Qing draws a little trick and plays it big. Men's bedroom. Shenyang only found out what happened online after receiving a call from Su Jiying. He immediately understood that all of this was the work of Yin Shu. Given the Yin family's status, it would be easy for them to control all of this. He also understood that Yin Shu was venting his anger in her own way. Now the internet was full of voices expressing sympathy for him. Although the 3 years of humiliation were laid out in the open and the scars were opened again, he was not angry, but felt warm in his heart. It was only the first day he and Yin Shu met, and the little girl defended him twice. Shenyang. I'm talking to you. Why are you pretending to be dumb? I asked you to delete the video online immediately and apologize to me and the Su family publicly. Did you hear me? Over there, Su Jiying was still giving orders, but Shenyang didn't want to listen anymore. Shenyang interrupted Su Jiying's insults and said sarcastically. Public apology? Which of these things do you think is false? You didn't kiss Jiang Zhishuan in public, or you and your parents didn't insult me, and your friends didn't mock me as a bootlicker in front of me? Or, your family didn't charge twice as much interest as the bank for the money they lent me to the Shin family 3 years ago? Su Jiying, even a blind person can see whether I have been good to you in the past 3 years. You have trampled on my sincerity time and time again. I don't care about you anymore. What else do you want? If you're honest, go take a piss and look at yourself if there's no mirror. How dare you think that I'd still miss you after enduring 3 years of insults and contempt? Su Jiying's words were completely choked in her throat. Without giving her any chance to speak, Shenyang continued. You and the Su family are suffering today because of karma. Su Jiying, I'm telling you for the last time, don't call me again and don't do these disgusting things. Otherwise, I don't mind bankrupting the Su family right now. Also, no matter what happens between you and Jiang Zhishuan, it has nothing to do with me. Don't think that I will be angry when I see you and Jiang Zhishuan together. I tell you the truth, both you and Jiang Zhishuan make me extremely disgusted. I can never be with you again in my life. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Shenyang threw the phone directly on the bed with a depressed look on his face. Sometimes, he really didn't know what was going on in Su Jiying's brain. He had clearly made it very clear and emphasized it countless times that there was no relationship between them anymore and there was no way he could go back. Why does Su Jiying always feel that he will never forget her? How thick-skinned must one be to say such shameless words? Shenyang was speechless, but when he thought of Yin Shu who repeatedly vented his anger for him, the depression in his heart immediately dissipated a lot. As he had no classes on Friday, he planned to go to the rented house early in the morning and make another cake for Yin Shu as compensation and a way of thanking her, and also to return the house at the same time. Thinking of this, he edited a thank you and prepared to send it to the other party. Unexpectedly, a prompt to add a friend popped up on the phone at this moment. Xinyang took a look and agreed. Almost the second he agreed, a message from his new friend came. Xinyang? That's great. You actually agreed. I'm so happy. Xinyang, I'm Su Jiying's roommate Pei Qinghua. We've met before. A hint of disgust flashed across Xinyang's eyes. Pei Qinghua, Su Jiying's roommate and best friend, is also a fairy who bullies the weak. When he was with Su Jiying before, he often heard Pei Qinghua insulting him. She even often gave Su Jiying advice on how to discipline herself, under the guise of training. It's like picking lotus flowers in the water in the middle of winter, crossing half of Guangzhou just to buy a marshmallow. For example, she was picky about the meals he made for Su Jiying, and asked him to go to the girls' dormitory to clean Su Jiying every day, leaving every corner spotless. If there was any dirtiness, she would mock herself as a waste, causing Su Jiying to curse at him. Whenever Xinyang thought of these things, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Su Jiying is arrogant and unreasonable, while Pei Qinghua is vicious. The two are equally matched and are birds of a feather. Thinking of the past, Xinyang sent 2 words. What's up? He wanted to see what Pei Qinghua was up to. Pei Qinghua, Xinyang, this is what I want to apologize to you for what happened before. I hope you can forgive me. Whether you believe it or not, those were not my intentions. I was forced to do them. It was Su Jiying who forced us to do this. You don't know how Su Jiying usually treats us. She relies on her family's wealth to treat us like servants in the dormitory. Whenever she is a little unhappy, she will curse at us. I believe you know all this. There is nothing we can do if we don't obey. Our family is not as powerful as the Su family. We can only swallow this anger. To be honest, I used to often persuade Su Jiying to be nicer to you, but there was nothing I could do. I was powerless and couldn't persuade her. I just felt sorry for you. Now it's all right. You've finally broken up with her. Now you can marry Miss Yen. I'm happy for you, too. Really? After saying these words, Pei Qinghua immediately sent a photo of herself wearing a very cool swimsuit, so cool that her breasts and butt were exposed. But the photo was urgently withdrawn less than 10 seconds after it was sent. Pei Qinghua, Xinyang, don't get me wrong. I didn't send it to you. I was chatting with someone else. It was all a mistake. Please don't get me wrong. I didn't mean anything else. How could he not understand these little tricks? Xinyang sneered. If he hadn't known who Pei Qinghua was, he would have actually believed these words. Aren't Pei Qinghua and Su Jiying good sisters? What does it mean to seduce your best friend's ex-boyfriend so blatantly? But on second thought, it became clear that how could there be real sisterhood between little fairies like these? Since Pei Qinghua wants to play, let us play big. He wanted to see how Su Jiying would react if she knew that her best sister had stabbed her in the back. Thinking of this, Xinyang sent an O. This is the fairy's usual trick, neither refusing nor accepting. Make the other person feel hopeful, but don't let them get it right away. Pei Qinghua looked at the message sent by Xinyang, her eyes lit up and she was secretly delighted. She knew that there was no way Xinyang could really reject someone as beautiful as her. She had carefully selected that swimsuit photo. It was not too glamorous, yet it showed off her proud figure. It was simply the ceiling of pure desire, and no one could refuse it. What surprised her even more was Xinyang's attitude. According to her expectations, it was normal for Xinyang to have such a reaction. Although Xinyang's attitude was cold now, he might have secretly communicated with the 5th girl in the toilet. But due to the lack of face, I didn't have the courage to tell her directly. Oh. Just a mere Xinyang, it's only a matter of time before he is captured. In contrast to Pei Qinghua's smug look, Su Jiying's face turned blue with anger after Xinyang scolded her and hung up the phone. Nausea. Xinyang actually called her disgusting again? Did he forget that he secretly held her hand before? Why didn't he say it was disgusting at that time? Sure enough, a man who has changed his heart is worse than trash. Ying, what are you going to do now? Yuan Xinyu suddenly asked, do you want to apologize to Miss Yen? This sentence served as a reminder to Su Jiying, making her expression even uglier. Apologies were out of the question. She would never be able to apologize to that little bitch Yin Shu in her entire life. But if they don't apologize, the Su family might really go bankrupt. Dad will never let her go when the time comes. What to do? Su Jiying was angry and anxious, it was all Xinyang's fault. Ying, why don't you go and ask Master Jiang for help? Mr. Zhang's family is the richest in Guangzhou, and he likes you so much. As long as you ask him for help, he will definitely be willing to help you. Pei Qinghua suggested, although the Yan family is powerful, this is Guangshi, the territory of the Jiang family. Even if the Yan family reaches out to the Jiang family, they will have to be cautious. Of course, she would not sincerely help Su Jiying marry into a luxurious family. Recently, she heard some rumors that Jiang Zhishuan was not a good person. Master Jiang? Su Jiying nodded vigorously. Hua is right. As long as the Jiang family supports the Su family, the Yan family will never dare to embarrass the Su family again. Mr. Jiang has promised me that he will come to my house for dinner this weekend. I will tell him then. No, I will make an appointment with Mr. Jiang now. He will definitely be willing to help me. Chapter 22. Miss, can you please be more reserved? Uncle Wu? What time is it now? A slightly anxious female voice was heard from a low-key black extended Lincoln. The middle-aged man sitting in the driver's seat looked at his watch. Miss, it's only 2 o'clock now. Master Shin said 2 days ago that we can only come around 4:30 or 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon. We are here too early. And, you asked this question 10 times 2 minutes ago. Yan Shu touched her nose. Yeah? How could she not remember? Uncle Wu, what do you think of my outfit today? Is it too casual? This car is not good either, it's too cheap. It doesn't seem like we're taking it seriously enough. How about we go back and get another car? Yan Shu looked at the car that she had driven 5 times and became more and more dissatisfied. Uncle Wu glanced at Yan Shu in the rearview mirror. Her skin was fair and delicate, and every strand of her hair was carefully groomed. Everything she wore was handmade and custom-made, with a value of no less than 1 million. She didn't look overly ostentatious, nor cheap. The young lady got up at 7 in the morning to match her outfit and do her hair. She was very satisfied with it before going out. Why does she not like it now? As for this car, Uncle Wu was even more speechless. This car looked low-key, but in fact there was no other like it in the whole country. It was specially customized by the master for the eldest daughter from abroad, and it cost several million. I've driven it for less than 200 kilometers in total, and even the tires are new. If the master knew that his feelings were rejected by the eldest lady, he would probably faint in the toilet crying. Miss, I think. Uncle Wu opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him, but just as he finished his words, Yan Shu in the back seat suddenly opened the car door and rushed out. Brother Yang. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's simply fate. Uncle Wu's mouth twitched. They had been waiting here since 10 o'clock in the morning. How could this not be fate? On the roadside, Shen Yang was carrying a small suitcase and was about to hail a car to go to Yan Shu's mansion. Before he could even stand still, a petite figure rushed over like the wind. Shen Yang was stunned. Yan Shu? Yang, is this all you have? Why is it so little? No wonder you didn't let me pick you up. Yan Shu looked at Shen Yang with joy, unable to hide the smile in her eyes. Brother Yang, I'll help you get it. Uncle Wu's car happens to be over there. We can take his car back. Then she took the suitcase. Wait, there are kitchen utensils in here, they are very heavy, you can't carry them. Shen Yang hurriedly spoke out to stop her, but before he could finish his words, he saw the suitcase weighing more than 20 kilograms being picked up by the petite girl in front of him with one hand. What's wrong? Yan Shu looked puzzled. No, it's okay. Well. So this is what the cute girl who lifts iron means. Shen Yang closed his mouth silently. In the car, Uncle Wu held his forehead helplessly. Miss, can you please be more reserved? As she spoke, Yan Shu casually threw the small suitcase into the car and pulled Shen Yang in. Shen. Uncle Wu turned around and wanted to say hello to Shen Yang, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw the eldest lady glaring at him. Uncle Wu could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Good afternoon, son-in-law. I am Uncle Wu, the eldest lady's butler. If you have anything in the future, you can always tell me. Uncle Wu quickly changed his words and said with a smile. After saying this, the eldest lady looked satisfied and even gave him a thumbs up secretly. Uncle Wu. Miss, be reserved, be reserved. Sigma. Aunt, uncle? No, we haven't yet. Shen Yang was so frightened by the name of son-in-law that he was dumbfounded. He explained helplessly, Uncle Wu, you should just call me a Yang. He called him son-in-law after just the second time they met. He was so enthusiastic that he could hardly resist. Yan Shu chuckled, "It's okay, it's just a matter of time. Besides, Uncle Wu is old, and it takes him a long time to remember something. He has finally remembered this name, and he will not be used to it if it is changed back all of a sudden." "Uncle Wu, don't you think so?" Uncle Wu glanced at his ID card. He was still 2 months away from turning 40. "Ah, yes, whatever the young lady says is right." "Eh? Is that so?" Shenyang was suspicious, but Yan Shu was right. It was all a matter of time and there was no need to be shy about it. He moved there to develop a relationship with Yan Shu. Just consider it as adapting in advance. But why is this little girl grinning so obviously? Shenyang suddenly felt like he had fallen into a trap set by a little girl. "Yan Shu, don't you have classes this afternoon? Why are you hanging out outside?" Shenyang asked. Yan Shu's eyes wandered for a moment. "No classes. Hey, I'm already a junior, there aren't many classes, you know." Uncle Wu glanced in the rearview mirror and then silently looked away. "Yes, there are no classes. I don't know who called to ask for leave late last night. I called in to pick him up at school before the rooster crowed this morning. I originally planned to wait for Shenyang at the school gate, but I was afraid that others would find me and think I was a stalker, so I had to wait outside Shenyang's rental house in advance. I have to wait for most of the day, for fear that I won't pick up the person." But Shenyang believed it, because he really didn't have many classes. "Thank you for the internet post. This is the snack I just made. It's still hot. Try it." Shenyang placed 2 boxes of snacks in Yan Shu's hands. "Oh? Snacks?" Yan Shu's eyes lit up, and she narrowed them into moonlight again, visibly happy. Of course she knew that Shenyang was talking about what happened in the Su family last night. They were all trivial matters. She remembered what Shenyang had said and wanted to seek justice for herself personally. These are just to warn the Su family to behave themselves, and also to collect some interest in advance. As long as her brother Yang is not unhappy, it will be fine. After driving on the road for more than 10 minutes, the car slowly drove into a luxurious community. After parking the car in the garage, Uncle Wu got out and planned to go up to check the refrigerator to give the young lady some supplies and some water. Unexpectedly, as soon as I stepped into the elevator, I heard Yan Shu talking to Shenyang with a smile in the elevator. "Brother Yang, Uncle Wu has tidied up your room, but he has to go back to the old house in the next few days. My father is looking for him, so he may not come for a long time. I can't cook, so I might have to trouble you with the cooking next." Uncle Wu silently withdrew the foot that had already stepped into the elevator and put on a smile on his face. "Miss, you are right. Uncle, the young lady will be handed over to you from now on. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle." Shenyang nodded hurriedly. "It's not hard, it's my duty, it's just cooking, I'm good at it." After watching Uncle Wu go downstairs, Yan Shu took out her cell phone and transferred a red envelope of 50,000 yuan to Uncle Wu. "Uncle Wu, please don't come over during this period. Use this little money to play, and if it's not enough, ask my dad for more." Uncle Wu didn't say anything, he just sent a crying emoticon. He is already old, and even when he wants to go out to drink some water he is chased out by the young lady. How can it be easy for him? Now he knew why the master stayed in the toilet all night and didn't come out after learning that the eldest daughter was going to marry into the Shin family. "Uncle Wu, I feel bitter, but for the sake of the young lady, I can't say it." Chapter 23 Shenyang, are you greedy for my body? The ceiling of the luxurious large flat in Guangzhou Xiaoxin Manor. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of this large flat of more than 200 square meters, overlooking the Pearl River in the distance, Shenyang suddenly felt that the commercial house of more than 100 square meters in his own home was nothing. Is this the life of rich people? It's too damn luxurious. Brother Yang, you must be tired after coming all this way. Can you drink some water first? How about some fruit? Uncle Wu bought these at the market this morning. They're very fresh. Oh, yes, it's afternoon now. You might want to have some afternoon tea. Wait, I'll make you some tea. And something to eat at the same time. Yan Shu looked at Shenyang's back, her heart was filled with sweetness, and she was almost overwhelmed by the huge surprise. She was so excited that she could hardly sit still. She was like a spinning top, spinning around and around, wishing she could move out all the good things in the house. All her efforts were worth it, this moment was worth it. Shenyang turned around and looked at Yan Shu in surprise, and asked curiously, "Can you cook?" This is Shenyang's stereotype of rich young ladies. Generally speaking, the more spoiled a young lady is, the worse she is at doing these things. He has seen many videos of girls cooking on the internet, and they can only be described as disasters. He secretly glanced at Yan Shu, and he was a little afraid that this young lady would blow up the kitchen. Well, I'm not really good at that. Yan Shu shook her head with a guilty conscience, her face slightly reddened. Ever since I blew up the kitchen for the first time 3 years ago, my father has not dared to let me enter the kitchen again. Shenyang showed a look of as expected. It's okay. Leave the cooking to me from now on. I promised Uncle Wu that I would take care of the cooking. Besides, I can't just eat and live for free. Although the marriage has been decided, he always feels uneasy about doing nothing and just waiting for the rich woman to support him. Who said we can eat and live for free? We are a family from now on. What's mine is yours. You can do whatever you want. And I don't really care about what you said in the restaurant yesterday. We can take it slow, really. Yan Shu was anxious. She was most afraid that Shenyang would have such an idea. She understood what the Yan family meant to the outside world. In this society, men are afraid to find a partner who is richer than themselves, for fear of being accused of being a gigolo and unable to hold their heads up high. She was very afraid that Shenyang thought the same way and would distance himself from her, which was not what she wanted. I understand. Don't worry, that's not what I meant. Shenyang looked at Yan Shu deeply. Was this girl talking about the words he said yesterday afternoon that she would be his girlfriend in the future? Of course, he didn't say this casually. Although he couldn't accept Yan Shu right away, he would slowly accept it in the future. There was another thing that made Shenyang feel a little strange. Did this girl care about him a little too much? Logically speaking, this was only the second time they met today. Wait a minute. I'll go take a shower and come out to cook for you. Think about what to eat and tell me later. After saying this, Shenyang walked into the room. When Yan Shu heard this, he fell into deep thought. What do you want to eat? There are so many things she wants to eat. But if she orders too much at once, will Brother Yang think that she is too greedy as a girl? Moreover, she seems to have gained weight recently and can only wear loose clothes now. Yan Shu lowered her head to look at her toes, but found that she could only see her chest. She suddenly felt even more melancholy. Yan Shu was slumped on the sofa with a sense of despair when she suddenly heard a rustling sound and subconsciously turned her head to look over. When he saw this, his eyes widened immediately. Shenyang, who had just come out of the shower, was standing at the door of the room. He was wearing only a pair of black sports shorts with his upper body naked. Water droplets were dripping from his hair, running down his muscular chest to his abdominal muscles, and then slowly sliding into his sports shorts. Gulp! Yan Shu swallowed his saliva and couldn't take his eyes away. Oh my goodness, Brother Yang has such a great figure, I really want to touch it. The next second, her face flushed red and she suddenly sat up from the sofa. She wanted to look but didn't dare to, and she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. You. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? After saying that, she rushed back to the room with a roar. Shenyang was stunned for a moment and looked down at his sports shorts. Isn't he wearing it? Isn't this the most normal outfit for summer? But seeing the other party so excited, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Was he really too exposed? It was his negligence. He was used to being carefree in the dormitory with his 3 adopted sons. He liked to go shirtless in the summer and had no scruples in the rental house. Yan Shu is a girl, and a rich lady at that. She has never been with boys, so it is normal for her to have such a reaction. But why does it look like he is naked? He is still wearing only his underpants. Shenyang's face turned red, and he hurried back to get a t-shirt to put on. That. Shenyang walked to Yan Shu's room awkwardly and began to explain. But before he could say anything, he saw Yan Shu throwing herself on the big bed, her 4 toes flapping with excitement, and she was talking to herself excitedly. Oh! How can you do this? How can you do this, Brother Yang? I am also a girl, I will be shy. But why are Brother Yang's abdominal muscles so strong? I wonder if it feels good to touch them. It would be nice if I could touch them, he. Slurp. Yan Shu wiped his saliva and continued. She was wearing shorts, which really ruined the view. Although I still feel embarrassed, it's okay to go too far occasionally. No. In order to help me adapt faster, Brother Ayang should wear less clothes in the future. That way I can, he. Slurp. Yen Shu raised her head from under the quilt and wiped her saliva again. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. As if she thought of something, her whole body stiffened, and then she slowly turned her head, and saw Shenyang, already dressed, standing at the door, looking at her with a half-smile. Well. The moment their eyes met, Yen Shu's brain froze. You heard everything? Yen Shu asked uncertainly. Shenyang nodded, I heard it. After a pause, Shenyang asked again, are you greedy for my body? How do you know? Yen Shu blurted out without even thinking. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. The air was silent for a moment, and the next second a scream was heard. No. That's not what I meant. Help! How could this happen? Yen Shu screamed and suddenly pulled the quilt over her head. At this moment, she wanted to die. Aha! Got caught. How so? It's all over. Now Brother Ayang will definitely think that he is a pervert and will do something bad to him. No, Brother Ayang actually saw that I was greedy for his body. Yet he admitted it. It's over, we were exposed on the first day of living together. In an instant, Yen Shu's face turned red, and even her arms and calves turned completely red, and her whole body looked like a cooked shrimp. If there was a crack in the ground here, she could drill right in and penetrate the earth's core. I am so ashamed to face anyone. Oh. Not to mention Yen Shu blushing, Shenyang himself felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time I knew clearly that a girl actually had such thoughts about me and even said them out loud. What shocked him even more was that the heir to the Yen group was actually a slut. Thinking of this, Shenyang suddenly felt like he had fallen into a wolf's den. It seems that I need to dress better in the future, otherwise my innocence will be ruined. If Yen Shu knew what Shenyang was thinking, she would probably vomit to death. Although she did think so, these things could not be made public. She is a girl, she doesn't need to save face. Chapter 24. If I say nosebleeds are caused by hot weather, would you believe it? On the first day of moving into the rich woman's mansion, Shenyang simply made 3 dishes in one soup: a sweet and sour pork tenderloin, a steamed fish, a spicy chicken, and a clam and vegetable soup. These are all ingredients that are ready-made in the refrigerator and are easy to handle. Coupled with the spacious kitchen and the complete range of kitchen utensils, Shenyang felt that his previous life had been in vain, as he had been spending his time in a one-bedroom rental house. It was such a far cry from the reality. But for some reason, the air conditioning facilities in the mansion don't seem to be very good. Even on such a hot day, there is not even a hint of coolness. After only being in the kitchen for half an hour, he was already sweating profusely. It seems that luxury homes are not immune to cutting corners in decoration. Shenyang muttered something, turned his head to look at Yen Shu's closed door, took off his t-shirt with confidence, simply put on an apron, and started to show his skills. Yen Shu had just come out of the room after getting herself together when she saw this scene: a 1.83-meter tall man, shirtless, wearing only an apron, with his abdominal muscles faintly visible under the apron. His muscular chest muscles, slender arms, and smooth mermaid lines, if viewed from the front, looked like he was wearing nothing. No, not wearing anything? Tick. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Shenyang turned back suddenly. I saw Yen Shu standing at the kitchen door, with a stream of bright red blood dripping down her chin onto the floor. Yen Shu. Shenyang was shocked and quickly pulled out a tissue to help the other person stop the bleeding. After a lot of frantic work, the bleeding was finally stopped. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Shenyang looked at Yen Shu, whose nostrils were stuffed with a large wad of tissue paper, and asked worriedly. The heir to the consortium had a nosebleed on the first day of living with him. If this got out, it would be a disaster. Others would probably say that he was abusing the girl. Yen Shu shook her head, but her eyes couldn't help but look at Shenyang's abdominal muscles. If I say it's just because the weather is too hot, would you believe me? Shenyang secretly wrapped her apron tightly around her neck. Do you think I believe it? While eating, Yen Shu looked at the delicious food and took several photos with her mobile phone. Then he posted a circle of friends, but among the 9 pictures, only one was of tonight's meal. The other 8 were all candid photos of Shenyang cooking with his bare chest and an apron on. Every angle, front, side, left, right, no angle was left out. And the text is, I'm full. As soon as Yen Shu sent out the circle of friends, her phone started to ring non-stop. Girlfriend number 1, are you full? Does this mean beauty is a feast for the eyes? Girlfriend number 2, this is not full, this is clearly stuffed. No wonder she rejected our dinner invitation tonight, it turns out she was secretly dating a handsome guy. Girlfriend number 3, where did you meet this handsome guy? Why don't you introduce him to us? Look at his abs, chest muscles, waistline, slurp 3 seconds. I want all the information about this man. Best friend number 4, it's too late. This handsome guy is probably Miss Yen's marriage partner. No wonder she insisted on marrying him. He is so handsome and has such a great figure. If I were her, I would also want a marriage with him. Dad, my dear, are you going to live with Xinyang so soon? Don't you want your dad anymore? Mom, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Let's see it from our daughter's perspective. Look at how handsome the boy is. If I were 20 years younger, I would like him too. Butler Wu, miss, do you no longer need Uncle Wu? Yen Shu took a quick look and decisively placed the phone upside down on the table. He, having a meal with Brother Yang is more important. At the same time, great food outside the campus. After Su Jiying made appointments for a few days in a row, she finally succeeded in making an appointment with Jiang Zhishuan. In the past few days, due to the fermentation of public opinion on the internet, the Su family's company was directly boycotted by netizens. Not only did the stock price plummet, but even the company's products were unsaleable, and many merchants have returned the company's orders. Because of these things, her parents called her every day to scold her and told her to go and apologize to that little bitch Yen Shu. These few days were the most miserable time in Su Jiying's life. She originally thought that as long as she and Jiang Zhishuan spoke up, the Jiang family would definitely help the Su family. Unexpectedly, she couldn't contact Jiang Zhishuan for several days. Seeing Jiang Zhishuan slowly coming out of the school gate, Su Jiying was so angry. She was already in a very anxious state, but Jiang Zhishuan didn't care about her at all, and even made excuses for her when she wanted to see him. Does Jiang Zhishuan really want to pursue me? Since you want to pursue me, why don't you treat me like Xinyang does? Even though she was very angry, Su Jiying did not dare to get angry at Jiang Zhishuan. Jiang Zhishuan is the son of the richest man in Guangzhou. There is already inequality between them, not to mention that she now needs Jiang Zhishuan's help. Thinking of this, Su Jiying smiled gently. Mr. Jiang, I finally see you. Have you not been in school these days? Why can't you answer my calls? Jiang Zhishuan also saw those things on the internet, and naturally understood why Su Jiying was looking for him. He deliberately didn't answer the phone these days. He knew Su Jiying too well. She was vain, despised the poor and loved the rich. She thought she was superior. While enjoying Xinyang's licking her ass, she kept him hanging. People are mean. The more they can't get something, the more they miss it. He just wanted the high and mighty beauty from Suzhou University to beg him and the Jiang family behind him for help. He must take advantage of this opportunity to completely take down Su Jiying. As for the Su family, the public opinion on the internet has calmed down a lot in the past 2 days, which means that the Yin family has no intention of directly bankrupting the Su family, but just wants to vent Xinyang's anger. Once public opinion dies down, the Su family will naturally be safe and sound. At that time, as long as he says that he asked his family for help, he will naturally be grateful to the Su family. Taking over the Su family's company is just around the corner. I had some family matters these days, so I took a leave and didn't pay attention to my phone. Why are you looking for me so anxiously? Is there something wrong? Jiang Zhishuan asked with a gentle smile on his face. So that's how it is. Su Jiying moved closer to the table, deliberately exposing her proud curves, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, looking as if she was unable to speak. Master Jiang, have you seen what's going on online recently? I really don't know what to do. Su Jiying's eyes turned red, and she felt completely broken. She has always known what she looks most beautiful, and this is the first time she has shown this look in front of Jiang Zhishuan. Any man would be unable to resist. At the beginning, as long as she showed such an expression, Xinyang would let her control him, and I believe Jiang Zhishuan would be no exception. As expected, Jiang Zhishuan's eyes darkened and his gaze involuntarily turned to her. But Jiang Zhishuan sighed helplessly. I've also read about what's happening online recently, and I know that it's definitely not true. Ying, you've been wronged. But the Su family offended the Yin family. Although the Yin family is wealthy and powerful, our Jiang family is not easy to mess with. It's just. Su Jiying's eyes were really red this time. She grabbed Jiang Zhishuan's hand and cried bitterly. Just what? Jiang Xiao, you must help me this time. Because of these things, my father calls me every day to force me to apologize to Yen Shu. I only have you now. Jiang Zhishuan showed a struggling look when he heard this, and then sighed heavily again. Well, I'll call my dad and tell him about it. I hope that because of our relationship, my dad can help the Su family. But Ying, this is a serious matter. My opinion alone won't count. I need to talk to my uncle about this in person. Su Jiying was delighted and immediately called her father to ask him to prepare food at home. She wanted to go home with Jiang Xiao for dinner tonight. Chapter 25. A network targeting the Su family has been quietly opened. Su family. After hanging up the phone with Su Jiying, Father Su leaned back on the sofa, his frown slowly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. This rebellious girl finally did something right. Because of what happened on the internet these days, Su's mother has become a laughingstock among the ladies. Every time she goes out these days, she is pointed at and talked about. She is very angry. Hearing this, she angrily said with a dark face, "Good news? Where can there be good news now? What on earth is Ying doing?" She was asked to apologize to Miss Yan, but she hasn't gone for so many days. Those rich ladies are laughing at me behind my back every day. How can I have the face to go out? Su Mani's face was equally grim. She was about to take the college entrance examination, but these things happened at this critical juncture. As a result, every time she appeared in school, people around her asked her whether the things on the internet were true. Now, she is isolated at school, and many people are talking about her behind her back. She hasn't been to school for 2 days. Mom! What the hell is going on? Hurry up and ask my sister to apologize to Miss Yen. She is the one who caused this. Why is she hiding all day? Is she going to kill us? Su Mani said angrily, and Shenyang, what's going on with him? Isn't he my sister's boyfriend? Why did he marry into the Yen family? It's because of him that the Yen family is targeting us. Speaking of Shenyang, Su's mother was even more angry. Shenyang, this little beast, is an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. I finally understand why he had to break up with Ying in the first place. It turns out he was trying to climb up the social ladder. And the Shin family couple. In the past, whenever these two bastards saw me, they would always smile and give me gifts. But when I ran into them at the mall the day before yesterday, they even dared to turn their backs on me. Bah! What the hell? With every word Su's mother said, Su's father's face became uglier. The Shen family? Humph! Wait until the Su family recovers, and then the Shin family will have a chance to suffer. Don't think that everything will be fine as long as you have the Yin family as support. One day they will regret it. There was a sinister flash in Father Su's eyes, and he interrupted the two of them with a cold voice. All right. Stop talking. Ying will bring young Master Jiang back for dinner soon. Ask Aunt Wang to cook some delicious dishes to welcome the guests. Mother Su was puzzled. Mr. Jiang? Didn't we agree to meet tomorrow? Why are you here tonight? But after thinking about it, I understood that it should be Ying who went to ask Jiang Xiao to help the Su family. Great! Now the Su family is saved. This dead girl is finally of some use. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Zhishuan came to the Su family villa in a high-profile manner in the luxury car belonging to the patriarch of the Jiang family. When getting off the car, Jiang Zhishuan received a look from his father in the driver's seat and nodded secretly. He stood in front of the car, secretly looking at the Su family's mansion. The Su family is just a second-rate business family in Guangzhou, but I didn't expect that they could live in such a luxurious villa. No wonder they could allow a woman like Su Jiying to show off outside. There are so many old and dilapidated houses like the one they have lived in for decades. But don't worry, soon the surname here will be Jiang again. Master Jiang. I've finally got you here. Welcome, welcome. When Father Su saw Jiang Zhishuan standing in front of the luxury car garage, he walked over excitedly, his eyes full of flattery and fawning. Jiang Zhishuan smiled and nodded. Uncle, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. This is a small token of my appreciation. He handed over the fruit he bought on the road, looking calm and unperturbed. Father Su looked at it and nodded secretly. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He truly is worthy of being the son of the richest man in Guangzhou. His whole demeanor is something that no ordinary person can compare to. Dad, let Jiang Xiao go in first. We haven't eaten yet. Let's talk while we eat. Su Jiying was secretly proud. She had invited Jiang Shao over today. These family members should have no objection to her and would not force her to apologize to the bitch Yin Shu. Father Su smiled and nodded. Ying is right. Please come in, Mr. Jiang. The food is ready and we are waiting for you. Jiang Zhishuan smiled faintly and followed the Su father and daughter into the villa. The Su family attached great importance to this dinner tonight. They used the most expensive ingredients and the wine they drank was also Su's father's collection. After 3 rounds of drinks, Father Su looked at Jiang Zhishuan, who was concentrating on eating and never spoke, and couldn't help asking. Master Jiang, regarding the recent things on the internet, I don't know. Jiang Zhishuan put down his chopsticks slowly, then slowly wiped his hands with a handkerchief before speaking. Uncle Su, I've already talked to my dad about this. After all, this is just a small grudge between girls. It's not a big deal. It just so happens that my dad has some friendship with the head of the Yin family. As long as my dad says something, this matter should be over. Hearing this, everyone at the dinner table was delighted. Great! With the help of Patriarch Jiang, the Su family is saved. It's all because I spoiled Ying since she was a child, which is why all these things happened. Father Su glared at Su Jiying fiercely, then stood up and raised his glass to toast Jiang Zhishuan. Mr. Jiang, please thank the head of the Jiang family for me. I will come to thank him in person later. Su Jiying pouted, with a hint of grievance on her face. How can she be blamed for this? She didn't do anything wrong. If anyone is to be blamed, it's only Shenyang and Yin Shu. It's all because of that little bitch Yin Shu who is so stingy. Jiang Zhishuan saw what Su Jiying was thinking at a glance, sneered, stood up and accepted the toast from Su's father. It should be, but... Jiang Zhishuan hesitated to speak. My dad said that although he and the head of the Yin family have some friendship, the head of the Yin family asked why the Jiang family spoke for the Su family. My dad couldn't say it, after all, he had no name to teach. But if Ying and I can finalize this, there won't be any problems with my dad. Of course, I don't mean to force you. Everything is based on Ying's wishes. A net has been quietly opened against the Su family, but the Su family is completely unaware of it. Several people from the Su family immediately understood the hidden meaning of Jiang Zhishuan's words. Doesn't this mean that the head of the Jiang family will only help his daughter-in-law? This is a good thing. Su's father and mother were filled with surprise, and kept signaling with their eyes that Su Jiying should agree quickly. Although Su Manny was very jealous of Su Jiying's good luck and love, she had no objection as long as the Su family could safely get through the crisis this time. Sister, look how good Mr. Jiang is to you. I really envy you. I wish I could have a tall, rich and handsome man like him. Su Manny said with envy. Sister, why are you still standing there? Jiang Shao is still waiting. Hurry up and agree. Su Jiying felt a little embarrassed at this moment, very awkward and unwilling, but she couldn't say no. Didn't Jiang Zhishuan volunteer to help her? Why force her to be with him at this time? I couldn't help but think of Shenyang. If it were Shenyang, he would never force me. In fact, as long as I was happy, I would let Shenyang do anything. Su Jiying felt that she should really listen to her parents and agree to Jiang Zhishuan. After all, Jiang Zhishuan is handsome and the son of the richest man in Guangzhou. As long as she and Jiang Zhishuan are together, the status of the Su family will also rise. I don't know why, but when Su Jiying faces Jiang Zhishuan, she always thinks of Shenyang, and always unconsciously compares Jiang Zhishuan and Shenyang. Just then, the cell phone on the table rang. Pei Qinghua sent a screenshot of the moments, which was exactly what Yin Shu posted tonight. After seeing this, Su Jiying stood up suddenly. Shenyang was actually dressed like this and cooking for that little bitch Yin Shu at Yan's house. Chapter 26, Su Jiying was beaten, the tragic fate of a daughter of the Su family. At the dinner table, everyone's attention was on Su Jiying. Seeing Su Jiying's sudden action, they were puzzled. Sister, what's wrong? Su Manny and Su Jiying were closest to him, so they subconsciously leaned over to ask. At this glance, she saw the content on Su Jiying's mobile phone and exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this Shenyang? He has such a great figure. Su Manny's eyes lit up immediately, but she realized something was wrong after she said it, and quickly kept silent. Su's mother didn't notice anything was wrong. She took Su Jiying's phone and took a look at it, and her face immediately darkened. Ying, you have been refusing to be with Master Jiang. Are you still thinking about Shenyang, that ungrateful bastard? Su Jiying retorted subconsciously. Mom! How is that possible? I'm just angry. Look at these photos, What is Shen Yang wearing? Who allowed him to go to Yan Shu's house dressed like that? He even cooked for Yan Shu. Shen Yang is the dog I trained for 3 years. How dare he serve others without my permission? And Yan Shu, that bitch. Why? Su Shiying accidentally said what was in her heart, which successfully changed the expressions of everyone present. Shut up. Father Su suddenly stood up and slapped Su Shiying hard in the face. With a crisp sound, Su Shiying's cheek was successfully swollen. Dad. Su Shiying covered her face and looked at Su's father in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. This was the first time her father had hit her since she was a child, and in front of others. Why is this happening? You actually hit me for an outsider. You've never hit me since I was a child. I hate you. Su Shiying complained hysterically, covering her face, then turned and ran towards the door. But before he could run to the door, he was completely stunned by Su's father's roar. Stop. If you dare to walk out of this door today, don't ever come back. My Su family will pretend that you are no longer a daughter. Su Shiying suddenly stopped and turned to look at Su's father in shock. Tears just fell down. Grievance, confusion, anger, all kinds of emotions spread wildly in her heart. But she never dared to move another step forward. She was not stupid and knew that everything she had now was because she was the daughter of the Su family. Without the Su family, she would be nothing. But why? Come with me. Father Su glared at Su Shiying fiercely, then turned and walked towards the study on the second floor. Su's mother didn't dare to say a word the whole time, let alone try to persuade him. She knew Su's father's temper, and getting into trouble at this time would only bring disaster upon herself. Besides, her eldest daughter is really outrageous and really deserves a good lesson. As soon as Su Shiying entered the study, she was scolded. Su Shiying, do you know what you are doing? Father Su sat in a chair, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently with anger. How much money has the Su family lost because of you? How long will you continue to be so willful? I warn you, you must be with young Master Jiang. Only the Jiang family can make up for the losses of the Su family. As for Shen Yang, you should meet him less often in the future. Shen Yang has now become the son-in-law of the Yan family. If you continue to be entangled with him, it will only harm the Su family. Su Shiying's eyes were red, and she felt angry and aggrieved. But Dad, I don't like Zhang Xiao. He and I are just ordinary friends, how can you force me to be with him? Can't he just help us? Why does he have to force me to be with him? Father Su got angry again. If you don't like young Master Jiang, why are you kissing him with your tongue? If you don't like young Master Jiang, do you want to like that little bastard Shen Yang? What do you think the Jiang family is? Do you think young Master Jiang is such a fool as Shen Yang that he would allow you to play with his feelings? Father Su is not a fool. He has long seen that Jiang Zhishuan's claim that the head of the Jiang family has no official origin is just an excuse. Jiang Zhishuan's purpose tonight was just to use them to force Su Shiying to be with him. But this is not a bad thing for Su's father. On the contrary, it is a great joy. She is just a daughter, a tool for him to form marriage alliances. It is naturally a good thing that she can now play the greatest role. Besides, it is Su Shiying's honor to be noticed by the Jiang family. In other words, Su Shiying has no right to refuse. Even if Su Shiying doesn't want to, he will take the initiative to send Su Shiying to Jiang Zhishuan's bed. When he came out of the study again, Father Su had changed his expression and spoke to Jiang Zhishuan with a smile. Master Jiang, I'm sorry to show you a joke. I've spoiled Yingying. But I have just comforted Yingying. Yingying said that she likes you too, but as a girl, she is too embarrassed to say it. Jiang Zhishuan looked at Su Shiying's red eyes and had no idea what was going on. But what does this have to do with him? He just wants the result. How is the process, and does it matter? Yingying, is what uncle said true? Jiang Zhishuan pretended to be happy, walked forward and grabbed Su Shiying's hand, looking very excited. Su Shiying's face turned terribly pale, and she nodded reluctantly after hearing her father's warning. Yes, I have never liked Shen Yang. I have always liked you. It's just that because of Shen Yang, I couldn't be with you. It's okay. I can understand. Jiang Zhishuan reached out and rubbed Su Shiying's hair lovingly, looking gentle. This is a great thing. I will call my father soon. If he knew that I can be with my beloved, he will definitely be happy for me. When Mr. Su heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The living room was filled with laughter again. Only Su Jiying could not be happy. Even she herself couldn't figure it out. When she was with Shenyang before, her mind was full of Jiang Zhishuan. She thought Jiang Zhishuan was the best man in the world, handsome and rich. He also often humiliates Shenyang for Jiang Zhishuan. But after being with Jiang Zhishuan, she didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Her heart felt heavy, as if a huge rock was pressing on it. Staring at the polite smiles of Jiang Zhishuan and his parents, Su Jiying's mind once again appeared Shenyang's face. At this moment, the Shenyang in my mind gradually overlapped with Jiang Zhishuan in front of me. How nice it would be if the person sitting in front of her now was Shenyang. Ying, are you okay? Yuan Xinyu looked at Su Jiying, who came back late at night, and asked with concern. At this time, Su Jiying's eyes were red and swollen, and her face was even more swollen. She had completely lost her usual pride and looked very embarrassed and haggard. Su Jiying didn't finish her words. As soon as she came back, she lay on the table and cried bitterly. Yuan Xinyu and Lu Shan looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. Ying, what happened? Lu Shan asked cautiously, is it because of the photo Hua Hua sent you tonight? Because of Shenyang? Hearing Shenyang's name, Su Jiying raised her head suddenly, with strong anger and hatred bursting from her eyes. It's Shenyang. If it weren't for him, why would my father beat me? If it weren't for him, the Yan family wouldn't target our Su family, and my father wouldn't force me to be with Jiang Xiao in order to curry favor with the Jiang family. This is the first time my dad has treated me like this since I was a child. I will never let Shenyang and Yan Shu, that bitch, go. I want them to die. Chapter 27, take this humiliation back on Shenyang twice as much. At this time, Su Jiying was completely overwhelmed by anger and could not understand at all that all this was because of her own self-destructive behavior and bad-mouthing. But Yuan Xinyu, an outsider, saw it very clearly. If Su Jiying had put away her spoiled princess temper, been more obedient and not caused trouble for Shenyang, none of these things would have happened. Ying, since you are already with Jiang Xiao, why not let Shenyang go? Continuing to make trouble will only hurt both sides. Young Master Jiang is also very good to you, and he is also a rich second generation. After you are with him, the Su family will be fine. Isn't that a good thing? Yuan Xinyu advised again. But this proposal was once again rejected by Su Jiying. Why? Why should I keep quiet even though I have been insulted so much? Shenyang is my dog that I have trained for 3 years. He can only serve me for his entire life. Who allowed him to be someone else's dog? I won't accept this. If I don't live well, no one else can live well. Even if I can't get my things, I will destroy them. No one else can get them. As for young Master Jiang, Su Jiying sneered, I am with Jiang Xiao, but my father forced me to do it. I will break up with him after the online incident is over. But before I break up with Jiang Xiao, Shenyang must belong to me alone. Xiaoyu, didn't you say last time that as long as I went to admit my mistake to Shenyang, he would forgive me and come back to me? Come with me to find Shenyang tomorrow. I will be merciful and personally go to Shenyang's house to apologize. When Shenyang comes back to me, I will definitely take double the humiliation I inflicted on Shenyang today. Looking at Su Jiying's almost crazy appearance, Yuan Xinyu once again showed an indescribable expression. In fact, as long as both sides take a step back, everything will be fine. Why bother? Well. Early Saturday morning. Su Jiying got up early, put on exquisite makeup, and after making sure that the redness and swelling on her face were no longer visible, she left the dormitory angrily with Yuan Xinyu and Lu Shan. Pei Qinghua saw the 3 people leaving and took out her cell phone to send a message to Shenyang. Shenyang, Su Jiying was beaten by her father last night, but she blamed it all on you and is on her way to cause trouble for you. You must be careful. After sending this message, Pei Qinghua felt extremely proud. Ever since the Su family got into trouble, she had distanced herself from Su Jiying intentionally or unintentionally, for fear of being implicated by Su Jiying. But she had promised Shenyang that she would always keep an eye on Su Jiying's movements. I believe Shenyang must be very touched to see her efforts. After all, she did this at the risk of falling out with Su Jiying. Most people can't do it. At the same time, Su Jiying and the other 2 had already arrived outside Shenyang's rental house. Shenyang actually lived here before? Yuan Xinyu looked at the messy self-built house in front of him and was stunned for a moment, finding it hard to believe. This is an urban village, and among the several urban villages in Guangzhou, it has the worst security and the worst environment. The people living here have no proper jobs and are a mixed crowd. You know, although Shenyang's family is not as good as Su Jiying's, it is not bad either. They can more than afford a comfortable life. How could he live in such a place? How would I know? He wanted to live here himself. Aren't all men servile? Su Jiying rolled her eyes, looking impatient. Oh. I get it, Shenyang must have thought that I would feel sorry for him just because he lives in a place like this. He is really not presentable. After being with Shenyang for 3 years, this was her first time coming to Shenyang's rental house. I didn't expect it to be so shabby. When Su Jiying thought about the food she used to eat, which was made by Shenyang in a place like this, she felt nauseous. But for today's purpose, Su Jiying endured it. According to the address given by others, Su Jiying walked directly into a dilapidated building, went up to the last room at the corner of the second floor, and started knocking on the door. Shenyang! Shenyang! I know you are hiding here. Get out here right now. Shenyang, did you hear that? You want me to apologize to you. I'm here, why don't you come out to greet me? Don't think you'll be alright if you hide in there. I'm telling you, this matter is not over. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be beaten by my father. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. You must bear the losses of my Su family during this period. Yuan Xinyu was completely numb. Is this what Su Jiying called an apology? She had thought that Su Jiying would at least pretend in order to win back Shenyang, but she didn't expect that she didn't even want to pretend. But then again, with Su Jiying's temper as a spoiled young lady, how could she really humble herself and act like a subordinate? But it seemed that Shenyang was not at home today. Su Jiying took pictures for a few minutes, but there was no movement inside. Shenyang! Shenyang, get out here! Do you hear me? The more Su Jiying scolded, the angrier she became, and the more harsh her scolding became. She had completely vented all the anger she had endured during this period on Shenyang. Shenyang, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're relying on our 3-year friendship to force me to admit my mistakes. Now, as you wish, I'm here. Why are you still hiding in there like a coward? Get out of here right now. Don't think that just because I'm here, I really like you. In my eyes, you are nothing but a dog. You are just like your parents, both ungrateful wolves. If you hadn't chased me for so long and been so obedient, do you think I would have accepted you? Not only did you not show any gratitude when I gave you the chance to be my boyfriend, you even dared to bite back and let that little bitch Yen Shu gossip and slander my family on the internet. Do you think everything will be fine if you slander the Yin family in Magic City? Let me tell you, it's not easy to be a live-in son-in-law, and it's not easy to enter a wealthy family. You will cry someday. Just as Su Jiying was cursing more and more excitedly, there was a bang and a door next door suddenly opened. A fat middle-aged woman came out from inside, with her hands on her hips, cursing loudly in the Cantonese dialect. You dead loser. I'll hang your mother. I'll give you a shit. You know it's the weekend now. You should rest on the weekend. You dead girl, do you have any sense of public morality? You're talking so much here so early in the morning. Look, someone is hanging you up. Someone is paying attention to you. You idiot. Get out. The situation suddenly became awkward. More and more neighbors came out to watch the fun, staring at them with eager eyes. 2 of them were shirtless, covered in tattoos, and had ferocious looks on their faces. It was obvious at first glance that they were gangsters. Yuan Xinyu was afraid that Su Jiying had angered these people, so he hurriedly pulled Su Jiying's clothes. Ying, it looks like Shenyang isn't here, why don't we go out first? Although Su Jiying didn't understand what the middle-aged woman said, she knew that she was definitely scolding her. Su Jiying was also angry. She came all the way to find Shenyang, and not only did Shenyang not come out to greet her, he even let someone scold her. But seeing so many people around her, she was a little afraid of being beaten up, but she was unwilling to go back like this. Just when Su Jiying was in a dilemma, a young man walked out of the crowd. Are you here to look for Shenyang? Chapter 28, he is actually kept by a rich woman, I misjudged Shenyang. Who are you? Do you know Shenyang? Su Jiying looked back at the young man and saw that he was wearing a washed-out t-shirt. A trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. I see. It was Shenyang who asked you to wait here, right? Where has he gone? Tell him to come here. The young man also confirmed Su Jiying's identity at this time. She should be the unruly and willful ex-girlfriend that Shenyang mentioned. He and Shenyang were quite familiar with each other and had eaten together several times. He knew that although the other party's family was okay, for the sake of love, he still chose to rent a house in a dirty and messy village in the city, just to save money to please his girlfriend. But he had also heard Shenyang talk about this famous ex-girlfriend, a popular school beauty who was beautiful but arrogant, willful, and domineering towards Shenyang. She was a typical little fairy. I originally thought Shenyang was just exaggerating, but I didn't expect that Shenyang was actually being polite. Shenyang's ex-girlfriend, TSK. The young man had an indescribable expression. Shenyang is not here. He has moved out. Don't shout here and disturb others who are resting. The young man said patiently. Unexpectedly, Su Jiying exploded when she heard it. Moved away. When did he move? Why didn't anyone tell me? Where did he move to? No matter where he moved to, tell him to come here right away. Just tell him I'm waiting for him here. If I can't wait for him today, I won't leave. Shenyang has already moved out to live with a rich woman. It's useless for you to wait here. If you keep talking, you will bear the consequences. It was the first time that the young man had seen such an unreasonable woman, and he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Shenyang. I don't know how Shenyang could endure it for 3 years. He couldn't endure it for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the two tattooed men who had been watching the place took a few steps forward with warning looks on their faces. Su Jiying was a little scared, but she didn't want to give in, so she continued to ask bravely. Rich woman, are you talking about Yen Shu? They actually live together. Su Jiying thought of the photos Pei Qinghua sent her last night. It turned out that he didn't go to Yen Shu's house to cook for that little bitch, but went to live with her directly. Su Jiying was angry again. Shenyang, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. You are so young and you don't rely on your own efforts. You are actually supported by a rich woman. You are so vain. I really misjudged you. A man and a woman alone in a room, what good can it be? And Yen Shu, that little bitch, throws herself at every man she sees, as if she's never seen a man before. Bad men and bad women are not good people. The young man laughed angrily. Even though he and Shenyang were just ordinary friends, he couldn't help but say a few words for Shenyang after hearing these words. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless woman like you. How on earth do you have the courage to say such things? Oh. You are allowed to kiss other men intimately, and you are allowed to be with the second-generation rich. But others are considered vain when they are with rich women? You used so much of Shenyang's money before, why didn't you say you were vain? You were with Shenyang while you were hanging out with a rich second-generation guy, why didn't you say you were vain? Shenyang only got together with the rich woman after we broke up. I haven't done anything wrong to you. It's been so long since we broke up, and you still come to my house and make trouble. How dare you? I don't know how your parents gave birth to someone like you. I'm really ashamed for your parents. It would be better to give birth to a piece of barbecued pork than you. It was the first time that Su Jiying was scolded like this, and she was extremely angry. You. How dare you say that to me? Who allowed you to say that to me? She instinctively raised her hand and slapped the young man hard in the face. But before her hand could touch the young man, the tattooed man next to her pushed her hard and she fell to the ground. Get out of here now. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't. The tattooed man roared fiercely. Su Jiying was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't dare to say a word. She covered her scraped arm and ran downstairs quickly. After watching Su Jiying leave with his own eyes and thinking for a while, the young man went back to copy out the surveillance video at the door and sent a copy to Shenyang. Shenyang, your guess was right. Your scumbag ex-girlfriend really came to the rental house to look for you. I made a scene and was scolded by Aunt Lee and me. But Shenyang, I'm a little curious, how did you find such a top-notch woman, and how did you endure for 3 years? Were you a ninja turtle in your previous life? Shenyang looked at the message and video sent by Lu Chifa, and for a moment he didn't know what to reply. The Ninja Turtles don't know, but the green Ninja Turtles are real. In fact, he was not sure whether Su Jiying would really look for him, he just said hello to Lu Chi when he moved out. Facts have proved that this woman, Su Jiying, is indeed unreasonable. He kept cursing at the door for so long, what a talent. It's no wonder that Lu Chi asked him that. Sometimes he couldn't figure out why he fell in love with Su Jiying in the past. Maybe there's water in his brain. But Su Jiying was beaten by Su's father? Shenyang guessed that it was because of what happened on the internet in the past few days. It seemed that Sue's father did not really love Su Zhiying. Before, when he saw Su Zhiying being so unscrupulous, he thought Su Zhiying was the real little princess of the Su family. Now it seems, nothing special. But what does this have to do with him? Can Su Zhiying blame him for this? Are you sick? You deserve it. This is what they call evil will be punished by evil. Shen Yang was speechless. He ignored Pei Qinghua's advances and continued to work on the plan. Since breaking up with Su Zhiying, he turned down all part-time jobs and suddenly had more time for himself. He plans to open a studio with 3 older guys in the dormitory, starting with making some small software and games, accumulating experience and connections step by step, and then building his own company. After telling my 3 adopted sons about this a couple of days ago, they all said they were very happy and were making their own preparations. Ding dong. Another message came from the phone. When I opened it, I found that the secret crush blogger, I have a secret crush on him in Xiaoying, had updated. Family. I finally succeeded in bringing Corliss home. We are finally going to live together. But Corliss doesn't seem to care much about me. What should I do? Please help me, family. Xin Yang was happy. This elder brother was quite quick to move in together with her so quickly. As soon as the status was updated, a bunch of people started laughing with their teeth bared, and gave a variety of suggestions. Haha, blogger. That's great. He actually got the guy home so quickly. Look at his efficiency and movements, he really is worthy of being the man in charge of Chao's camp. He's a role model for our generation. Hey! We're living together now, are you still worried that you won't be able to pursue her? The blogger's colas must have agreed to live together because he is interested in the blogger, otherwise who would live with a stranger? What you said makes so much sense. I suggest that bloggers give money if they have money, and if they don't have money, they should cook more. If they can't cook, they can secretly order takeout. Over time, she will definitely be moved to tears. Yes. But I suggest you talk to her reasoning first. If reasoning doesn't work, then use coercion or seduction. If that doesn't work, then beg her. But be careful with your attitude. Just say, you've lived for so many days, what's wrong with sleeping with me for 2 days? As soon as this comment came out, everyone started laughing. Then the comments section went completely awry. A lot of dirty talk. Chapter 29, It's noon, I miss you so much. I suggest that bloggers send a good morning message to Corliss every day. You can say, is Laonyo there? Tender grass, I miss you. I believe Corliss will be very touched when he sees it. Ha ha ha. You even have to worry about what time Corliss goes to bed every day, because without you, she definitely won't be able to sleep well. Love is something that requires more actions than just words. Ha, you really want to go for both your heart and your body, but I don't know if you're lying prone or I'm squatting. Ha ha ha. Puff. After reading the last sentence, Xin Yang spat out a mouthful of hot tea. Is this something a human could come up with? Talent, what a talent. If in real life, there really is someone who likes to pursue someone he likes, he would definitely give this person a compliment. But the next second, there were 2 knocks and the door opened. Yan Shu appeared at the door wearing a cute home outfit. Brother Yang, are you asleep? Seeing Xin Yang appear, Yan Shu's face turned red, her expression became a little embarrassed, and her eyes looked around, but she didn't dare to look at Xin Yang. Xin Yang turned his head to look at the bright sun outside the balcony and felt that this girl must be a little bit mentally ill. Why are you sleeping in the middle of the day? But he still shook his head seriously. No, I don't have the habit of taking a nap. What's wrong? Are you hungry? After spending these 2 days together, Xin Yang had a general understanding of the girl in front of him. Love to eat. Love to eat. As the saying goes in his hometown, there must be no leftover food in the house. To exaggerate a little, as long as there is food in the refrigerator, this girl can go hungry once an hour. As for why the food in the refrigerator has not been cleared out, it's purely because I don't know how to cook and my housekeeper Uncle Wu has people deliver food on time every day. No, I'm not hungry. Yan Shu shook her head suddenly. I just came to care about you. By the way, if you can't sleep well, why don't you sleep with me? Because, without me, you definitely won't be able to sleep well. Shen Yang was confused. What did you say? Yan Shu took a deep breath and decided to just go for it. No, I mean, since you've lived for so many days, why don't you lend me your space to sleep for 2 days? Shen Yang? Do you know what you're talking about? Stop arguing. I haven't finished yet. Yan Shu suddenly reached out and slapped Shen Yang on the mouth. It's the middle of the day when I'm hoeing the field. I'm thinking about you so hard. I've been thinking about you all morning and all afternoon. Shen Yang. I want to be a thief, steal your quilt in the morning and your kiss at night. Shen Yang. You look a little malnourished. I suggest you take some of me. The corner of Shen Yang's mouth twitched, and he understood. Yan Shu, did you see something on the internet? Yan Shu suddenly swallowed the next dirty words that were on the tip of her tongue. No. How is that possible? Actually, I was just joking, just kidding, ha ha ha. Before he could finish his words, his little face suddenly turned red from his ears to his neck. Shen Yang didn't say anything, just watched quietly. At the last moment, Yan Shu's entire body was stiff, and he went back to his room with his hands and feet trembling. This guy. Shen Yang was a little puzzled. She returned to her room and found that the comment section of her secret crush blogger was already filled with floors. Seeing that the comment section was becoming increasingly distorted, the blogger finally came out. Stop talking. This will scare Chorus away. Can you give me some serious advice? Afterwards, a netizen with the nickname broke through the siege in the comments section. Blogger, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm going to tell you something serious. Don't hide anything at a time like this. You must use your best efforts to attract Chorus. For example, do you have abdominal muscles? If you do, you have to show them off inadvertently, half exposed, half covered, you know? If you want a hazy feeling, you have to create an artistic conception. The blogger quickly responded below. No, having abdominal muscles is impossible. Not in this lifetime. But I can break rocks with my chest. How about I go and show it to Chorus? Shen Yang almost died of laughter. God, his chest is as big as a rock. Who is the good guy chasing Corliss? Let him see his chest being as big as a rock. Sure enough, this comment was immediately rejected by. No. Are you stupid? Aren't you afraid of scaring Chorus away? But after saying this, didn't say anything else. It must be that the two of them moved from the comments section to private chat. Shen Yang didn't pay much attention to this matter. He just watched the fun and continued to work on the plan. But less than half an hour after he sat down, there was a sudden muffled thud outside the door. Like something fell over. Feeling somewhat worried about Yan Shu, Shen Yang quickly opened the door and walked out. As soon as I went out, I was stunned by the sudden dark hall. No way? Isn't it just past 1 o'clock now? It's getting dark? Shen Yang wondered if he was too engrossed and didn't pay attention to the time. But when he looked more closely, he realized that it was not actually dark, but someone had deliberately pulled up all the blackout curtains. It's said that rich people have it better. Even if the curtains look ordinary, when they are drawn, it really looks like it's dark. It goes without saying that it was definitely done by Yan Shu. What is this guy playing at? Shen Yang muttered a few words and walked towards the living room in the dark. Suddenly there was a bang and he kicked a glass bottle. With the faint light coming through the gap in the curtains, he finally saw Yan Shu. At this time, Yan Shu's cheeks were flushed, and he reeked of alcohol as he sat on the $1 million handmade carpet in the living room, with several wine bottles placed in a mess in front of him. Seeing him come out, Yan Shu looked over with blurry eyes and gave him a forced smile. Brother Yang, you finally came out. Oh shit. What's going on? Shen Yang was startled and walked over quickly to help the person up from the ground. Have you been drinking? What happened? Weren't you fine just now? Yan Shu's whole body fell limply on Shen Yang, with a bitter smile on her lips. Brother Yang, I am sorry to bother you. I was just thinking about some things from my childhood and I felt a little upset. But I'm fine, I can handle it myself, you can go back and continue doing your things, really, I'm fine. Seeing Yan Shu pretending to be strong, Shen Yang's heart tightened, and he thought of some dirty things in wealthy families, like illegitimate children, and being raised as tools for marriage alliances, and so on. Could it be that Yan Shu, the heir to the Yan Group, also experienced these things when he was a child? To make such a sunny girl get drunk like this, the psychological trauma must be quite deep. For a while, Shen Yang's heart softened and he felt a little sympathy for Yan Shu. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Shen Yang helped Yan Shu sit down on the sofa, and went to the kitchen to make her a cup of honey water. What happened? Maybe you'll feel better if you tell me about it? Shenyang tried his best to make his tone sound gentler, and spoke in a gentle and persuasive manner. Yan Shu raised her head and looked at Shenyang with a touched expression. Brother Yang, you are so nice. But he never thought that his experience this afternoon would become the most unforgettable thing in his life. 1. Chapter 30. What should I do if there is someone at home who is always greedy for my body? Brother Yang, I'm only telling you this, please don't tell anyone else. Yan Shu said with a humming voice, looking very pitiful. Just to me? Oh shit. Doesn't that mean you trust me? Shenyang straightened his chest unconsciously, and a feeling of being trusted rose from the bottom of his heart. So proud. Well, I will never tell anyone. Go ahead. Shenyang patted his chest and made the promise solemnly. Yan Shu lowered her head, looking even more pitiful. When I was in the second grade of elementary school, $10 were lost at home. My parents believed that I stole it. In order to force me to admit it, they slapped me hard and whipped me. They also said that my brothers and sisters all had pocket money, but I didn't. I must be the only one who would steal. But I didn't. Shenyang was listening seriously, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. $10? Brother or sister? Aren't you the only daughter of the Yin family? Would the Yin group, a dignified group, beat their only daughter for just $10? Yan Shu's whole body stiffened. No, it's not $10, it's $100,000. My brother and sister are my cousins. It's been too long, I remembered it wrongly. Yeah? Shenyang stared at Yan Shu suspiciously, but seeing how pitiful the other person was, he didn't dare to question him anymore. Oh sorry, I won't interrupt you, just continue. Yan Shu nodded, thought for a moment, and continued in a low voice. In fact, I didn't steal anything, but they kept beating me with belts. I cried and shouted that I didn't steal anything, and my voice became hoarse. My body was covered in blood from being beaten by the belts. But my parents still wouldn't let me go. They pulled my hair, slapped me, and pulled my ears until they bled. They still wouldn't let me go. What's more, they stripped me of my clothes and threw me on the street. In the end, it was my uncle who came back and saved me. Yan Shu glanced at Shenyang out of the corner of her eye as she spoke. Seeing Shenyang's serious and sympathetic expression, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Guess what happened in the end? My uncle personally admitted that he had used the money to buy cigarettes. What's even worse is that after they found out the truth, they didn't even say sorry to me. Instead, they complained about why I didn't explain clearly when I didn't steal it. I kept talking, but they acted like they didn't hear me. Shenyang was silent, staring at Yan Shu strangely. Then, a few days later, another 100 yuan was lost from your house. This time you stole it. After you got the money, you didn't use it to buy things, but burned it instead? Yan Shu suddenly raised her head, looked at Shenyang in shock, and blurted out, How did you know that? Shenyang's mouth twitched. I saw this on the internet a few days ago. He said how could such a strange thing happen? The head of the Yen group would beat his only daughter to death for $10, let alone $100,000. What is funny is that her uncle actually admitted that he used 100,000 yuan to buy cigarettes. I bought so many cigarettes, why don't I smoke you to death? Since the stories are all false, then. Shenyang looked at Yan Shu and found something wrong again. This girl looks like she's drunk, but there's actually no smell of alcohol in her breath. Are you really drunk? What did you drink just now? Shenyang leaned over and sniffed Yan Shu hard. The sudden approach made Yan Shu's heart skip a beat. She looked at Shenyang's face and blushed again. Her heart felt like a deer beating wildly. Too close, too close. How can Brother Yang be so close to others? Aren't you afraid that the other person will lose control and knock you down? Oh, Q. Shenyang reached out and wiped some sesame seeds from the biscuits at the corner of Yan Shu's mouth and asked. Yan Shu, you just ate the cookies I put in the refrigerator, right? Besides, the only wine we have at home is the onion and ginger cooking wine used for cooking. Could it be that what you drank was cooking wine? Yan Shu's whole body stiffened, and all the thoughts in his mind disappeared instantly. Damn! It was discovered. Oh. Hoo-hoo. I forgot. I forgot to drink. Ha ha, well, I suddenly remembered that I still have some sleep to do today, so I'm going to sleep now. Yan Shu laughed dryly twice and ran back to the room as if escaping. After everyone left, Shenyang opened the curtains and saw the wine bottles in the hall, which made him laugh out of anger. This is not a wine bottle at all, it is clearly the drink this guy drank last night, and the bottle of seasoning he left over. He clearly put these things in the trash can, but I didn't expect this guy to actually rummage through the trash can. Recalling that when he first moved in, this guy deliberately turned off the air conditioner in the kitchen just to see him shirtless, Shenyang secretly wrapped his clothes tightly, a sense of crisis rising from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, the adults are right. Boys must protect themselves at all times when they go out. Ask a question online: what should I do if I have a little girl at home who is always greedy for my body? Omega. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Yan Shu stayed in the room and didn't even come out to eat dinner. Shenyang didn't force her, but warmed up the food. Yan Shu, I left some food for you, remember to come out and eat. After knocking on the door a few times, Shenyang said. But it was very quiet inside, not a single sound could be heard. Really fell asleep? Still feel too embarrassed to face people? Mostly the latter. Shenyang was confused and knocked on the door again. Yan Shu, I forgive you, come out and eat. Sure enough, just as the words fell, the door opened a crack, and a head that was wrapped tightly with only a pair of eyes showing poked out from inside. Really? You really forgive me? Shenyang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This guy. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. I forgive you, please eat quickly. I have some work to do, so I won't accompany you. Just throw the dishes in the dishwasher after dinner. Shenyang said helplessly. Really? Yan Shu's eyes lit up when he heard that. He immediately pulled off the quilt wrapped around him and threw it back on the bed, then rushed to the dining table as fast as he could. He, Brother Yang, I knew you were the best. But could you tell me earlier next time? I was so scared the whole afternoon, it really affected my appetite. Shenyang laughed out of anger again. So all you ate was 2 boxes of chocolate chip cookies, 3 cupcakes, 4 packs of boneless chicken feet, 3 packs of beef jerky, and 2 bottles of soda? Yan Shu's body stiffened again. She slowly turned her head and saw Shenyang holding all kinds of food waste that she had thrown in the room, looking at her with a half smile. Oh, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Hey! Children of the Jianghu, don't worry about these details. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yang, didn't you say you still have work to do? Go quickly, leave this to me. After laughing strangely twice and pushing the person back to the room, Yan Shu breathed a sigh of relief and started to eat seriously. Shenyang didn't intend to make a fuss about it, he just thought the girl's embarrassed look was quite funny. However, the consequence of this forgiveness is... Chapter 31. Give him a loving touch in the middle of the night, watch out, I'm here. Midnight. After completing the preliminary plan, Shenyang went to bed early and lay on the bed browsing his phone. Just as I was dozing off, the door opened with a creak. Half asleep and half awake, Shenyang felt a figure with 2 pointed ears on his head sneaking in. Brother Yang, are you asleep? The figure stood at the head of the bed and asked in a low voice. He, you really fell asleep, didn't you? People say that if you love him and pamper him, you should give him a loving and pampering touch. Brother Yang, I'm going to touch your head, are you ready? Hey, watch pot, here I come. In the darkness, the figure stretched out its evil little claws towards the person on the bed and gently touched his head. Brother Yang, your hair feels so good. It's a bit like the little fat cat I had when I was a kid. He, in that case, don't blame me. After 2 strange laughs, the second evil little paw stretched out, and with both hands it stroked a big furry head back and forth. I rub. He, I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. At this time, Shenyang, who was sleeping, dreamed that he was being chased by a rabbit killer. After the killer chased him to the edge of a cliff, he not only didn't kill him with a single blow, but instead started sharpening the knife and pointed it at his head a few times while sharpening it. The rabbit killer laughed strangely. What a round watermelon. It must be ripe after 1 cut. Fuck your watermelon. Shenyang broke out in a cold sweat and was suddenly surprised. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a dark figure wearing a rabbit hat standing by the bed, bending over, with his hands on his head, masturbating wildly. He, it's furry and feels so good slurp. In the dim light, Shenyang clearly saw a drop of suspicious liquid flowing from the corner of the black shadow's mouth. Shit. The rabbit killer actually followed us here. Shenyang gasped in fright, yelled, and suddenly turned on the double headlights. With a snap, the room lit up. Yan Shu bent over, raised his hands and just froze in midair. Yang was also stunned, staring blankly at the person in front of him. The four eyes met, and the air became strangely quiet. Shu, why are you here? Yang asked. That. Shu pulled the rabbit ears on her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She looked around, feeling extremely guilty. Could she say that she just wanted to sneak in and give Brother Yang a loving pat on the head and then leave, but she didn't expect to become addicted to stroking him? Cannot. Definitely not. In this way, Brother Yang will think she is a pervert. Oh, that's it. Shu chuckled and came up with a perfect excuse. I wanted to see if you had urinated. I was afraid you might wet the bed, so I asked you to get up and pee. Yang's mouth twitched. God damn it, wake me up in the middle of the night to pee. Keep making up stories. I want to see what outrageous things you can come up with. Shu blinked her innocent little deer eyes, looking confused. Ha! I said it so sincerely, but Brother Yang didn't he even believe it? Well, it looks like I have to use my ultimate move. I didn't expect you could see through this. Shu coughed lightly and said seriously, actually, I was afraid that you would catch a cold if you kicked off the quilt, so I came to cover you with the quilt. Then, she picked up the quilt that had fallen halfway on the ground, pulled it hard, and covered Yang's head directly. Brother Yang, go to sleep. There is a possibility that you are dreaming about everything tonight. Everything will be back to normal when you wake up tomorrow morning. Shu looked at Yang, who was sleeping more and more peacefully on the bed, and smiled with satisfaction. Turn off the lights and go out. With a wave of my sleeves, not a trace of cloud is taken away. Yang was so angry that he laughed again. This girl is now lusting after his body, and she can come up with any idea. But what Yang didn't expect was that this was just the beginning. The next morning, when he appeared in the living room with dark circles under his eyes, he saw Shu coming back from outside dragging a large stone. Brother Yang, are you awake? Ha ha ha. I just found something fun outside. Let me show you. Shu put the big stone on the coffee table, her eyes sparkling, and she laughed out loud. Yang was speechless, wondering what this girl was planning to do. Although he knew that Shu didn't have anything serious to do, he still asked cooperatively. What's so fun? In fact, he could see that Shu wanted to get his attention and pursue him. But this way of chasing people is a little bit weird. Seeing Shu clumsily trying to pursue him and make him happy reminded him of himself when he was pursuing Su Jiying. Even though he knew he wouldn't get a response, he still presented his sincere heart to Su Jiying every day, and then as expected he would be humiliated and belittled, and the same thing would happen the next day. Whenever he thought of those things, he felt sad and wronged. Although he was a little scared last night, he was still very moved. This is the first time in all these years that someone has taken himself so seriously, clumsily but sincerely. He was willing to wait for Shu to learn how to pursue someone, and he would slowly accept Shu. At the same time, he also wanted to redeem his former self. However, Yang soon regretted it. Ha ha ha. My chest is shattered. Shu put her hands on her hips and smiled proudly. I saw this on TV when I was a kid. This is my first time performing outside. Even my parents and Butler Wu have never seen it. I asked Butler Wu to send me this big stone overnight. You are in for a treat today. Yang was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Chest, a stone shattered in the chest? Shu, a woman, is actually going to perform the stone-breaking move with her chest? He stared at Shu's bulging chest, then looked at the piece of marble on the coffee table that looked to be 30 or 40 kilograms, and his mind was a little confused for a moment. Isn't this bad? What a waste of talent. But before he finished speaking, Shu's performance had already begun. He. Brother Yang, watch carefully. This is my special skill. Shu lowered his body slightly, stood firmly in a horse stance, and then let out a low roar. Ha! She lifted the big rock with both hands and pressed it hard against her heart. Hiss. Wait. Yang gasped in shock and quickly reached out to stop him. But Shu's big rock had already hit his heart. The imagined situation of both sides suffering losses did not occur, but the two sides lived in peace. Ha! It didn't break? Did I fail in my performance? I succeeded once when I was a kid. Shu rubbed his chest and stared at the big stone with a suspicious look on his face. Could it be that this stone is too hard? Yang was speechless. That's because you were very calm when you were a child, but now you are a very evil person. No, what good person would perform the stone-breaking move with his chest? I almost got tricked by you. That's impossible. How about I try another way? Yan Shu muttered a few words, then suddenly raised his fist and punched the big stone. With a bang, the stone shattered. Shen Yang, Sigma. Ah, this is marble. You actually broke it with just one punch? Chapter 32. Crazy to see Shen Yang. Shen Yang was petrified instantly, and his eyes widened into the size of copper bells. Oh? Broken? Hey! I thought Uncle Wu found me a diamond. Turns out he didn't do anything right. Yan Shu scratched his head, looking nonchalant, not realizing at all that he had done something terrible. Although the performance method was slightly different, it was still broken. How is it? Brother Yang, are you very happy and touched now? Shen Yang was stiff all over but still had to smile. No, I dare not move. I dare not move now. Who among my family members understands? I was panicked at the time, afraid that she would punch me too. Ying, we are going to the cafeteria to eat, are you coming? Seeing that it was already 1 o'clock and Su Jiying was still sleeping, Yuan Xinyu couldn't help but pat her bed. Why don't you let her sleep a little longer? She drank until almost dawn last night and she must still have a headache now. We'll bring him some porridge later. Lu Shan grabbed Yuan Xinyu and said angrily, I've known Ying for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen her so embarrassed. It's all Shen Yang's fault. He had to break up with her instead of living a good life like this. If he hadn't broken up with her, Ying wouldn't have drunk like that in the middle of the night. Yuan Xinyu frowned. How can you blame Shen Yang for this? Shen Yang did nothing wrong. Before she could finish her words, Lu Shan suddenly asked. Ying, what did you say? Su Jiying lying on the bed was terribly pale, her lips moved slightly, as if she was speaking. Yuan Xinyu leaned over and listened carefully and realized that Su Jiying was actually calling Shen Yang. Su Jiying's condition. Yuan Xinyu felt something was wrong, reached out and touched Su Jiying's forehead, and his face suddenly changed. It's so hot. Oh no, Ying has a fever. Su Jiying had a dream that she had a fever and was coaxed by Shen Yang to go to the hospital. But those who are sick need injections and take medicine. Su Jiying is most afraid of injections and taking medicine. Every time she was sick in the past, Shen Yang had to coax her before she would reluctantly go for injections. But during this time, she was very angry. Why did Shen Yang break up with her? Why did he ignore her? Why did he marry into the Yen family? Su Jiying decided that no matter how Shen Yang coaxed her this time, she would not take any medicine or get any injections, she just wanted to teach Shen Yang a lesson. Sure enough, Shen Yang became anxious and began to beg her in various ways, and even promised that as long as she was willing to accept treatment, he would do anything. He even knelt down to her. Su Jiying was very proud. Sure enough, Shen Yang will never be able to escape from her clutches in this life. However, Shen Yang was wrong to think that she would forgive him like this. She would definitely take double the humiliation she had suffered during this period back on Shen Yang. But gradually, Shen Yang's figure in the dream began to overlap with Jiang Zhishuan. Ying, are you awake? Jiang Zhishuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Jiying woke up. Ying, do you know that you almost scared me to death? How could you have such a high fever? Luckily your roommate sent you to the hospital, otherwise you would have gone crazy. Su Jiying's eyes flashed with disbelief when she heard this. Was it the hospital that Xiaoyu and Shanshan sent her to? ISNT at Shenyang? Su Jiying searched the ward for a while, and only saw Yuan Xinyu and Lu Shan. Su Jiying felt a little disappointed and forgave herself for thinking that everything that had just happened was just a dream. Ying, the doctor said that you are fine and you will be fine as long as you finish the injection. Why don't you eat something first? This is the porridge that Master Zhang bought for you. Yuan Xinyu opened a takeout box and placed it on the table beside the bed. With a concerned look on her face, the doctor said you can only eat light food now, please eat something. Su Jiying looked at the box of porridge and immediately lost her appetite. There were some yellow chopped green onions floating on the plain white porridge. You could tell at a glance that this thing was bought on the roadside and had no taste at all. Now she just wants to eat the pumpkin millet porridge cooked by Shen Yang himself. The porridge cooked by Shen Yang is very thick and will warm your stomach after eating it. I don't want to eat. Su Jiying shook her head, feeling a little irritated. Xiaoyu, has anyone else come to see me since I got sick? Of course Yuan Xinyu knew who Su Jiying was talking about. After all, Su Zhiying had been calling Shenyang's name when she was in a coma. However, Su Zhiying was destined to be disappointed because Shenyang never showed up. No, I only informed Mr. Jiang. Hua Hua was not in the dormitory today because she had something to do, Yuan Xinyu said. Su Zhiying uttered an "oh" and her expression became visibly uglier. Shenyang actually didn't come. Whenever she was sick in the past, Shenyang would be more nervous than her. But this time when she had a fever, Shenyang didn't come. Why? Why didn't Shenyang come? Does Shenyang really not like her? That. Jiang Zhishuan suddenly stood up and said, Ying, I feel relieved now that you are awake. I have some things to deal with at home, so I have to go back first. If anything happens, just call me, okay? Su Zhiying looked up suddenly. Mr. Jiang, aren't you here to accompany me? Jiang Zhishuan said nonchalantly, it's just a fever, not a serious illness. The doctor said that as long as I finish the injection, I'll be fine. Besides, I can't help much here. But you are my boyfriend. Su Zhiying couldn't believe it. How can you leave? As a boyfriend, shouldn't you be by your girlfriend's side when she is sick? In the past, every time she was sick, Shenyang would not only coax her to take injections and medicines, but also personally make various stomach-warming porridges and stay with her all night, fearing that she would retain any root of illness. Why is it that even though they are both her boyfriends, Jiang Xiao is not even willing to accompany her to finish a few bottles of medicine? Ying, you are not a child anymore. You don't need someone to accompany you for everything. It's just an injection. It's not a big deal. A 3-year-old child can get an injection independently. Are you, an adult, worse than a child? Besides, I won't be able to be with you all the time in the future. I have my own things to do. You have to get used to it. Jiang Zhishuan said a few words impatiently and left the ward. Looking at Jiang Zhishuan's resolute back, Su Zhiying fell silent. How ironic. She had just used these words on Shenyang not long ago, but she didn't expect them to fall back on her so soon. But she didn't dare to say a harsh word to Jiang Zhishuan, let alone get angry. Because Jiang Zhishuan is backed by the Jiang family, the richest family in Guangzhou, her father will never let her go after finding out. At this moment, Su Zhiying suddenly wanted to see Shenyang. I want to see Shenyang like crazy. Xiaoyu, can you help me call Shenyang and tell him that I have a fever? Su Zhiying looked at Yuan Xinyu with red eyes. Also, you said I wanted to eat the pumpkin millet porridge he made himself, so ask him to make it and send it to me. This. Yuan Xinyu was a little hesitant. She felt that it was absolutely impossible for Shenyang to come. But when she saw Su Zhiying looking so vulnerable, she softened her heart. But as expected, the phone number has been blocked. Su Zhiying fell silent again, her face turned extremely pale, as if she would faint in the next second. Don't worry, I have Shenyang's roommate's phone number. I'll call and ask his roommate. Yuan Xinyu said hurriedly, you can ask his roommate to tell him. Su Zhiying rekindled her hope and signaled Yuan Xinyu to call quickly. She knew that if Shenyang didn't come, she would definitely not know. Once he knows, he will come right away. Chapter 33 Su Zhiying, do you still want me to worship you like an ancestor? Under Su Zhiying's eager gaze, Yuan Xinyu dialed Tang Zai's number. She and Tang Zai have met several times and their relationship is pretty good. In order to let Su Zhiying hear it as well, Yuan Xinyu turned on the speaker. But when she told Su Zhiying's request, Tang Zai on the other end immediately stopped being friendly. What? Su Zhiying wants to see our brother Yan? What kind of demon is she trying to be? Doesn't she already have Jiang Zhishuan? Why is she always pestering our brother Yang? She still wants to eat the pumpkin millet porridge made by our brother Yang? What? Doesn't she dislike that the porridge made by brother Yang is dirty? Yuan Xinyu, I thought Su Zhiying was Su Zhiying and you were you. I don't want our relationship to be affected by the matter between Su Zhiying and brother Yang, but if you keep relying on our friendship to get things out of me, I'll just pretend that I don't have a friend like you. Yuan Xinyu was a little embarrassed. Tang Zai, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else, it's just that Ying has a fever and wants to see Shenyang, so I. Tang Zai on the other end interrupted Yuan Xinyu. Brother Yang is not in the dormitory, he is in Xiaoxin Manor. He lives with Miss Yan. If Su Zhiying is capable, she can go find him herself. After that, the phone was hung up. If you call again, you will be blocked. Yuan Xinyu gave a bitter smile, she knew it would be like this. Yan Shu. When Su Zhiying heard this name, a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. She suddenly sat down from the hospital bed, pulled the needle off the back of her hand, and rushed out regardless of the bleeding from the needle hole. Xiaoxin Manor. Yan Shu. I will never let Xin Yang and that little bitch Yan Shu be together. Brother Yang. Yan Shu stood outside Xin Yang's door, holding her hands, looking at the person inside with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Have you thought of something fun again? Xin Yang stopped what he was doing and smiled helplessly. Where is the big rock going to be broken this time? You know what, he was actually looking forward to it. Yan Shu shook her head. No, the security guard said someone is looking for you. The security guard said that the man won't go back until he sees you, and it's raining heavily outside now. Xin Yang was stunned, but when he saw Yan Shu's expression, he suddenly understood. It's Su Zhiying. I understand. Wait for me at home. I will take care of it. Downstairs, Su Zhiying was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown and standing barefoot in the heavy rain. Her face was extremely pale and her whole body was shaky, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. The security guard repeatedly advised her to wait in the security booth, but she turned a deaf ear and still stubbornly stood in the heavy rain. She just wanted to let Xin Yang see how much suffering she had endured just to see him. The pair of eyes were fixed on the luxurious large flat in front of them, and the jealousy in them was almost overflowing. No wonder Xin Yang gave up his rental house in the urban village and moved here, Xiaoxin Manor, a famous luxurious large flat in Guangzhou, costing tens of millions. Even her father wouldn't dare touch the house here. From afar, Su Zhiying saw a slender figure holding a dark green umbrella slowly walking towards her in the heavy rain. His face was hidden under the big umbrella, and his figure was blurred by the heavy rain. It was not clear when he saw it, but it was like a ray of light that shone into Su Zhiying's heart. It's Xin Yang. Su Zhiying's eyes suddenly turned red. At this moment, the longing reached its peak. But as soon as he opened his mouth, sharp accusations came pouring out at him. Xin Yang. Why are you living here? Is this your home? Why do you live here? Are you really being kept by Yan Shu? Su Zhiying glared at Xin Yang, and all the anger and resentment that had accumulated over these days poured out at this moment. Xin Yang, are you still a man? You are supporting a woman. Do you know that others are laughing at me? I order you to move out of here immediately. If you don't feel ashamed, I do. Xin Yang didn't say anything, but looked at Su Zhiying expressionlessly with cold eyes. Su Zhiying didn't notice anything and was just venting her anger. Xin Yang, do you know that I have been waiting for you in the hospital for a long time? Why don't you come to the hospital to see me? Why don't you make me the pumpkin millet porridge you made yourself? Do you know that I had a fever the last time I went to the rental house to look for you? Why didn't you come to see me when I had a fever for so long? I had a fever because of you. I have no appetite now. I just want to eat the pumpkin millet porridge you made. Hurry up and make it for me. Xin Yang's expression was still cold. You came here just to say this? Are you done? If you are, you can go back. Su Zhiying was stunned and looked at Xin Yang in disbelief. What did you say? Xin Yang, what do you mean? I have a high fever, and I came to you barefoot in the heavy rain, and you treat me like this? What else do you want from me? Xin Yang asked with a sneer. You don't want me to worship you like an ancestor like before? To let you beat me and scold me just to coax me into taking injections and taking medicine? To be your punching bag and human punching bag? Or stay up all night with you for days and nights, just so that you can see me the first thing when you open your eyes, and then slap me because the water you drink is a little hot or a little cold? Insult me for being a loser who can't even do a little thing? After hearing what Xin Yang said, Su Zhiying's face turned a little ugly. She recalled that not long ago, she was sick and got angry and refused to go to the hospital. It was Xin Yang who coaxed her and begged her humbly, and also promised to buy her a high-end gift after she recovered, so she went reluctantly. When they arrived at the hospital, she also refused to take injections or medicines, and asked Xin Yang to give her the injection first and take the medicine first. After Xin Yang took those antipyretic drugs, his body had a strong reaction, he had an allergic reaction, and broke out in a rash all over his body. But in order to accompany her, Xin Yang still endured it and continued to stay by her bedside for 2 days and 2 nights. He only went to treat her after her fever had completely subsided. She remembered that it was the hottest time of the day and Xin Yang was sweating all over. Coupled with the allergic reaction to the medicine, his whole body was swollen. But she didn't notice Xin Yang's discomfort at all, and she was picky about Xin Yang, saying the water was too cold, then too hot. She slapped Xinyang hard and threw away the porridge that Xinyang had made herself. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed across Su Jiying's eyes. So this is how she treated Xinyang before? But she was still sick at the time, so this is understandable. She was just a little willful and had no ill intentions. She just felt that the injection was painful and the medicine was bitter. She just wanted Xinyang to experience her pain. Xinyang didn't refuse at that time, right? She thought Xinyang was willing. Why? Did you remember? Xinyang looked at Su Jiying sarcastically. I was allergic to the medicine at the time, and my whole body was swollen. Do you remember what you said? You said I was useless. I couldn't even do such a small thing when I was trying a medicine. I dragged my sick body back to make porridge for you, but I came back a little late and you threw all the porridge on me. As a result, half of my body was burned and blisters appeared, which directly aggravated my allergies. If I hadn't been in the hospital, I would have died. Chapter 34. I don't like it anymore. I hate it. How could it be so serious? I don't know. I really don't know. Su Jiying explained in a panic. You didn't tell me at the time. I thought it was just a simple allergy. I didn't think it would be so serious. Of course you don't. Xinyang sneered, because by then you were already in a sweet duo with your Jiang Xiao. How could you care about the life and death of a dog like me? To you, I am nothing more than a dog that you can call upon and dismiss at will. But dogs also need to be respected, not to mention that he, Xinyang, is a human being. He is an upright person. Hearing Jiang Zhishuan's name, Su Jiying instinctively ignored other issues and once again attributed everything to Jiang Zhishuan. No, it was Master Jiang who said that you are a man and you are in such good health, so you will be fine. And even if there really is something wrong, there are doctors and nurses here, and I can't help at all. Su Jiying suddenly stopped talking. She remembered what Jiang Zhishuan had just said to her in the hospital. It's just a fever, it will be fine after the injection, and I can't help. For the first time, Su Jiying felt that she seemed to be really bad to Xinyang. But it was only for a moment. Xinyang, I know you must still be angry about Jiang Zhishuan. I have already explained to you that he and I are just ordinary friends. Actually, those posts on the confession wall are all fake. They were spread by others. I can ask them to delete them all. I promise you that I will have less contact with Jiang Zhishuan in the future. Is this okay? Su Jiying made a promise for the first time ever. In her opinion, this was the ultimate surrender. She has already given in so much, Xinyang definitely has no reason to be angry, and they will definitely be able to return to the way they were before. Su Jiying. Xinyang stared at Su Jiying quietly, his expression extremely serious. You and I will never get back together. Even if Jiang Zhishuan wasn't around, I would still break up with you. Su Jiying broke down, her eyes were red, and she became hysterical. Why? Why on earth is this happening? I've already surrendered to you. What else do you want from me? Xinyang, why have you become like this? I don't believe you really want to break up with me. Is it because of her? Su Jiying suddenly pointed her finger behind Xinyang, and her expression became extremely crazy. Xinyang, you are so determined to break up with me, is it because of that bitch Yen Shu? How is this bitch better than me? She just relies on her family's wealth. Does she really think she is good to you? Xinyang turned around and saw a petite figure holding a big umbrella standing quietly in the rain not far away. She didn't know how long she had been standing there. Su Jiying sneered as if she had discovered the truth. Xinyang, do you think you can get rid of the label of a liquor by following that bitch Yen Shu? You used to be a bootlicker, but now you're being kept by a woman. What do you have? You'll always be the most useless piece of trash. An ungrateful person who can never be tamed. Xinyang also laughed. Su Jiying, this is why I want to break up with you. Su Jiying was stunned. What did you say? Su Jiying, maybe you didn't realize how ugly and disgusting you were when you said those words just now. I have been with you humbly for 3 years. No one knows you better than me. You are a selfish and arrogant person, vain and cold-blooded. You never respect others. Whenever there is a problem, you never think about your own reasons and always blame others. Xinyang continued, even if I told you the reason for the breakup many times, you would still blame others for the problem. I'll tell you again, I broke up with you not because of Jiang Zhishuan, nor because of Yen Shu, but because of you. Because I don't like you anymore. Because I hate you now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Su Shiying's whole body stiffened, and the little bit of blood on her face disappeared in an instant. She looked at Xinyang in disbelief. Su Shiying, stop pestering me and stop haunting me. I really don't want to forgive you in this life, and I don't want to see you again. I really regret having loved you. The 3 years I spent with you are also the 3 years I least want to recall. After Xinyang finished speaking, he turned around and walked quickly to Yan Shu, took her hand, and quickly disappeared down the floor. I regret ever liking you. Su Shiying stared at Xinyang's back in a daze, and kept recalling what Xinyang had just said in her mind. Xinyang said that he regretted having liked her and hated her? How could this happen? How could this happen? This shouldn't be the case. She has already given in. Isn't that enough? Shouldn't Xinyang continue to treat her well as before? How could he say such words? Did he know that she felt really uncomfortable hearing these words? Xinyang, it's not like that. I actually want you to make me another bowl of pumpkin millet porridge. I really want to eat the pumpkin millet porridge you made. Su Shiying slowly stretched out her hand in the direction Xinyang left, muttering to herself. Before he could finish his words, he could no longer hold on and fell down heavily. Brother Yang, is this really okay? Yan Shu gently tugged at the corner of Xinyang's clothes and asked in a low voice. It's raining heavily outside now, and classmate Su has a high fever. Will something happen? Why don't you go and have a look? Xinyang shook his head with a cold face. No, she's not a child. If she's not feeling well, she'll go to the hospital on her own. I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. After Xinyang finished speaking, he went straight back to his room. It was obvious that he didn't intend to continue this topic. It could also be seen that he was in a bad mood. In fact, she could understand Xinyang's feelings. It's not that Xinyang is heartless, but the experience of those 3 years was not only humiliating but also a lifelong hurt for him. Now that he had finally gotten rid of his previous life, the culprit still came to harass him every day, crying and shouting at him to go back to that dark prison. No one would agree to this. What a poor baby. Yan Shu looked at the closed door with some heartache, took out her cell phone and called the security guard, asking him to pay more attention to Su Shiying and not let anything happen to her. After hanging up the phone, she ordered some takeout on her phone. She doesn't know how to cook, and she doesn't want Xinyang to suffer by eating some dark food when he is in a bad mood. Half an hour later, thinking that Xinyang had almost digested her emotions, she knocked on the closed door. Brother Yang, I ordered takeout, do you want to eat? Also, I have prepared a surprise for you, do you want to know? I promise you will be happy after watching it, he. Chapter 35 Yan Shu, it has to be you. As soon as Xinyang opened the door, he saw Yan Shu smiling, and her doe eyes curved into crescents again. In those eyes that always had a warm smile, Xinyang seemed to see a sky full of bright stars. That strange feeling rose from the bottom of my heart again. Looking at the living room again, the dining table is already filled with various delicious dishes. You. Xinyang was somewhat touched that Yan Shu was actually paying attention to his emotional changes all the time. This was something he had never felt from Su Shiying before. When he was with Su Shiying before, he was the only one who paid attention to Su Shiying's mood changes. Su Shiying didn't care whether he was in a good mood or not, let alone do these little things to make him happy. Although he had only lived with Yan Shu for a few days, he received more attention than he had in the 3 years he had been with Su Shiying. In fact, he didn't feel very bad, he was just a little depressed. After half an hour of self-digestion, he felt better. But seeing that Yan Shu had already arranged so much, he didn't want to let her down. At the same time, he also wanted to know what strange things the sky had prepared. Oh? What's the surprise? Xinyang asked with a smile. You'll know when you come. Let's talk while we eat. Yan Shu smiled mysteriously and pulled Xinyang to the dining table and sat down. Brother Yang, try this. I heard it's a newly opened internet-famous restaurant. There's no queue to get in. There's a limit on the number of people you can eat at. I went there several times but couldn't get in. Yan Shu picked up a braised prawn for Xinyang, and they are all from a new restaurant. I haven't eaten any of them before. Today is all thanks to you. As Yan Shu spoke, she pushed all the dishes on the table towards Xinyang. Xinyang looked at the dish in front of him and was secretly shocked. There were roasted suckling pig in an open oven, abalone, raw crab meat stewed with sea tiger fins, Dragon King's night banquet, imperial bird's nest, fresh sturgeon belly and shark fin stewed in abalone sauce with black truffle. The rest were pretty ordinary, like braised prawns, wenchang chicken, roast goose, braised food, etc., which filled the table. She really is worthy of being Miss Yen, she really knows how to eat. Isn't this a bit too much? Can we finish it just the two of us? Shen Yang asked somewhat uncertainly. Unexpectedly, Yan Shu waved his hand with a heroic look on his face. Hey! Just eat as much as you can. I'll take care of the rest. Shen Yang's mouth twitched. This girl must have said it the wrong way. Aren't there usually boys who eat the leftovers from girls? They, on the other hand, did the exact opposite. I mean, if you can't finish it, just leave it there and eat it next time. Yan Shu touched her nose awkwardly. It's really bad. I accidentally exposed my true identity again. Now Brother Yang will probably laugh at her for being a big eater again. Children of the Jianghu, don't worry about these details. Eat quickly. Yan Shu quickly found an excuse for herself, and her hands kept moving, and soon the bowls in front of Shenyang piled up into a small mountain. Shenyang found it a little funny. This guy could always come up with so many twisted ideas. But it is worthy of being a famous Cantonese dish. A dish of raw crab meat stewed with sea tiger wings is soft and fragrant in the mouth. The abalone is tender, smooth and extremely delicious. It is indeed incomparable to ordinary dishes. After this meal, Shenyang really felt very satisfied. But he still remembered the surprise Yan Shu mentioned. What's this surprise you just mentioned? Shenyang put down his chopsticks and asked. Yan Shu was eating seriously at this time, with his mouth full of food, and was stunned when he heard this. What? What surprise? Shenyang smiled. This guy, as soon as he saw food, he actually forgot everything? Oh, yes. I was so busy eating that I almost forgot about it. Yan Shu slapped his forehead and then he remembered. She quickly swallowed the food in her mouth, wiped her hands with a tissue, and looked at Shenyang seriously. Brother Yang, I have prepared a talent for you. It is definitely something you have never seen outside. It's my specialty, you'll definitely like it. Another special skill? The last time Yan Shu talked about her special skills, she was performing the act of crushing rocks with her chest. What is it this time? I'll tell you a story. Brother Yang, you've heard of storytelling, right? To tell you the truth, I think storytelling is awesome. Come. Listen to me blow you. Oh no, listen to me tell you. Yan Shu stood up directly, put one foot directly on the chair he had just sat on, with a look of heroic spirit on his face. Do you know why Wu Song wanted to fight the tiger? Shenyang raised his eyebrows and became interested. So this is what he is talking about. Then he has to listen carefully. Tell him directly that this girl must be up to no good. Because he wanted to go home? The tiger was blocking his way? Yan Shu shook her head. No, guess again. Shenyang, is it because he was drunk and crazy? Yan Shu shook her head again. No. Let me tell you, it's because he's weak. Shenyang had a face full of question marks. What did you say? You don't know this. Yan Shu showed a mysterious and strange smile. This is recorded in unofficial history, it is absolutely authentic. The corner of Shenyang's mouth twitched. Isn't Wu Song a fictional character in the novel? How come it became an unofficial history? According to unofficial history, Wu Song has kidney deficiency. Think about it, if he doesn't have kidney deficiency, who can drink 15 bowls of wine in one breath? Normal people don't drink one bowl and pee 2 bowls. Shenyang? But it seems to be true? And this rough old man Wu Song always stays up late, walks on Centipede Ridge at night, and splatters blood on the Yuanyang Tower. That was all done by this guy in the middle of the night. Yan Shu spoke passionately, her blood boiling. Besides, why did this guy have to fight that Tai? Tai is the most nutritious thing. And who does he have the best relationship with in Liangshan? Of course it's Lu Zhishan. Why? Shenyang shook his head in agreement. Why? Yan Shu slapped her thigh. Hey. Of course they have something in common. Shenyang was suspicious. What common topic? Are you saying that Lu Zhishan is also weak? Wow, you're so smart. Yan Shu gave Shenyang a thumbs up and said, I didn't expect you knew all this. Why would a big, strong man like Lu Zhishan shave his head? Shenyang cooperated again. Why? Because of kidney deficiency, all your hair fell out? No. Yan Shu shook her head again and showed that mysterious and weird smile again. Lao Lu's becoming a monk is just an excuse to cover up the fact that he is bald. You don't know, Lao Lu is extremely bald. How serious is it? Take the uprooting of a weeping willow, for example. Just because the bird on the tree was chirping and annoying him, he got angry and pulled the tree out. How irritable is that? You said this irritable and bald guy, isn't that a sign of kidney deficiency? So this means that Wu Song wanted to fight the tiger because he had kidney deficiency, and because of his kidney deficiency, he had common topics with Lu Zhishan, who also had kidney deficiency? Could it be that in the end Wu Song beat the tiger back and ate it together with Lu Zhishan? They make up together? At this point, Xin Yang could no longer look directly at the novel water margin. What the hell is this? Unofficial history cannot be so unofficial. Yan Shu, it still has to be you. Sigma. Chapter 36. What did you say? All the 18 heroes of Liangshan have kidney deficiency? Brother Yang, are you also shocked? Yan Shu was no longer surprised to see Xin Yang's shocked expression. Thinking back, she was also shocked when she first learned about this. Actually, these are all small things. Yan Shu patted Xin Yang on the shoulder and consoled him seriously, because kidney deficiency is a common problem among the heroes of Liangshan. Xin Yang was stunned. What did you say? Are you saying that all the 81 heroes of Liangshan have kidney deficiency? Yan Shu nodded with a look of regret. It's a bit regrettable, but it's true. Why don't you go to the imperial court to recruit them? That's because you need a physical examination to join the army. Wouldn't this physical examination expose us all? That's why Husan Yang and her girls are so content to stay in Liangshan. They can't do it because of kidney deficiency. Shen Yang. Xin Yang fell silent and fell into deep self-doubt. He suspected that he had read a fake water margin before. Brother Yang, do you also think this piece of unofficial history is very real? Especially exciting? Yan Shu chuckled, put his hands on his hips, and felt very proud of himself as a genius. This is a limited edition water margin. I won't tell anyone else. Xin Yang showed an indescribable expression and silently gave Yan Shu a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome. You are worthy of me. It seems that the tuition fees you paid when you were in school were not in vain. You studied quite a variety of subjects. Wow. Of course. Yan Shu didn't feel that Xin Yang was laughing at her at all and accepted the compliment with peace of mind. Xin Yang just found it funny. This guy really doesn't understand good or bad words. I'm really impressed. And you? Yan Shu suddenly calmed down and observed Xin Yang carefully. Are you feeling better now? Do you feel a little happier? Xin Yang was stunned and stared blankly at the person in front of him. He realized belatedly that the so-called unofficial history might just be something Yan Shu made up to cheer him up. There were also these dishes. He had been to this restaurant several times but couldn't get in line. But today, all of them were placed in front of him within half an hour. She actually put so much effort into making herself happy. Xin Yang felt a little sad. This was the first time someone had done this for him. This was the warmth he had never felt from Su Zhiying before. After looking at the person in front of him quietly for a while, Xin Yang nodded. Happy, Yan Shu, thank you. Yan Shu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, his doe eyes narrowed into his signature crescent shape again. That's good, that's good. As long as you're happy, it's worth my preparation for so long. After saying this, Yan Shu became serious again. She looked into Xin Yang's eyes seriously and asked. Brother Yang, if I ask you to move in with me, do you think I'm too strong? If you feel this is not a good idea, you can bring it up and we can take it slow. I don't want to force you. I will slowly find a way to make you like me. After all, I have the strength and means to do so. Xin Yang was quite moved by the first two sentences, but what the hell is this sentence? Xin Yang was speechless, but he still answered Yan Shu's question very seriously. No, not reluctantly. From the first day he moved in, he noticed what Yan Shu prepared for him. From the separate suite with its own study and bathroom to the color tone and arrangement of items in the room, everything was prepared according to his preferences. Even the computer in his study is of top quality. Even in his own home, he might not have such complete configuration. Sometimes he was curious. It was clearly just a marriage, and he and Yan Shu had never met before. Why does Yan Shu seem to know him so well? Yan Shu, have we met before? Xinyang suddenly looked up and looked at Yan Shu very seriously. Yan Shu's heart skipped a beat and his eyes kept wandering around. We do have some connection, but you definitely don't want to know now. I'll tell you when we get to know each other better, or when you really like me. Yan Shu didn't dare let Xinyang know that she had thrown cow poop at Xinyang. That was a past that she couldn't bear to recall. If she told it, all the image she had worked so hard to build would be ruined. Yeah. Xinyang stared at Yan Shu suspiciously. His intuition told him that it was definitely not a good relationship. Oh. Don't worry about these little things. Yan Shu rolled his eyes and quickly changed the subject. Brother Yang, aren't you writing a plan recently? What are you planning to do? Do you need me to invest money? I don't have anything else but a lot of money. Xinyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a wicked capitalist. He couldn't even refute it. Xinyang got up and went to the room to get his laptop, and briefly told Yan Shu about his plan. I plan to make a small game with Zhang Yunfei and the other two. My idea is to make a simple 3D sandbox game, but it's still in the planning stage. What do you think? Xinyang never thought of Yan Shu as a naive young lady. If Yan Shu was really a good-for-nothing young lady, how could the Yan family have only her as the heir? On the contrary, he felt that Yan Shu was wise but appeared foolish and extremely insightful. Judging from what happened to the Su family last time, Yan Shu is undoubtedly a very qualified heir to a wealthy family. With Yan Shu's knowledge, perhaps he could give him different advice on this matter. Yan Shu quickly scanned the plan and felt more and more enlightened. Yan Shu looked at Xinyang in surprise. You can actually make games? Did you really make this in the past 2 days? The game is an ordinary 3D sandbox game, but it includes role-playing and survival modes. It is highly free and players can freely create and explore in the game. There are no complicated operations and tense rhythms. Players can choose the goals and directions of exploration at their own pace. Although it was only a preliminary plan, she could see that the subject matter was novel and attractive, with no age restrictions and suitable for all ages. With a little improvement and promotion, it will definitely become a hit. He is worthy of being the man that Yan Shu likes. He is indeed not a coward. Yan Shu patted Xinyang's shoulder vigorously, her face full of admiration. How about this? I'll call my dad and ask him to transfer 500 million to me as startup capital. Sees the young master? You mean Duo Xiao? 500 million. Xinyang was dumbfounded. Is this a rich person? 500 million was just given away so casually? No, you don't need to. Keep these 500 million for now. Xinyang shook his head. I want to rely on myself this time. At the same time, Su Shiying slowly woke up in the hospital. Yingying, you finally woke up. I was almost scared to death by you. Yuan Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Shiying open her eyes. Su Shiying was lying on the hospital bed with needles in both of her hands. Her face was extremely pale and she felt drowsy and had no strength at all. Xiao Yu? Why am I here? She asked weakly. Who sent me to the hospital? Was it Xinyang? Chapter 37 Su Jiying, are you cheap? What the hell, Xinyang? When Lu Shan heard this, she rolled her eyes rudely and stood up for Su Jiying. Xiao Yu and I just arrived at Xiaoxing Manor and saw you fainted. Xiao Yu and I called an ambulance and sent you to the hospital. Yingying, do you know that your fever is almost 40 degrees? Ordinary antipyretics are ineffective on you. I can only increase the dosage for you. The doctor said that if you hadn't been brought here in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. As for Xinyang, Lu Shan sneered, I'm afraid he has been intimate with Yan Shu in the mansion for a long time, so why would he care about your life or death? How could it be? With a plop, a teardrop as big as a bean slid down Su Jiying's face and hit the back of her hand. Su Jiying seemed to have suffered a major blow. She couldn't accept it at all and collapsed. No, I don't believe it. How could Xinyang treat me like this? How could he ignore me? This is fake. You must be lying to me. Yuan Xinyu couldn't bear to watch this anymore, and hurriedly helped Su Jiying lie down on the bed. Yingying, calm down, be careful not to get hurt by the needle. The nurse took a long time to inject the medicine. Yingying, that's enough. Stop making a fuss. It won't benefit anyone if you continue. Let Xinyang go and let yourself go, okay? Su Jiying looked up suddenly, her face full of disbelief. Make a fuss? Xiao Yu, why do you think I'm the one making a fuss? Even if I did do something wrong, but putting aside the facts, Shenyang is not wrong. If he's not happy with something, he can just tell me. Why does he have to throw a tantrum and break up? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Shenyang originally belonged to me. I have trained him for so many years. Why should I let him go? Take the pet cat you secretly kept in the dormitory for example. You've had it for so many years. I don't believe you'd really be willing to give it away to someone else. Shenyang is mine. She will only be mine for the rest of her life. Without my permission, Shenyang must not serve anyone else. Absolutely not. Especially since the person Shenyang was serving was that little bitch Yen Shu. The man who ruined everything for her. Even if it means destroying Shenyang, she will never let Yen Shu get such a big advantage. Su Jiying clutched the quilt tightly, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Ying. Yuan Sinyu's lips moved, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. But Shenyang is a human being, a living person, not a pet. Why doesn't Su Jiying understand? Soon, Su Jiying's expression became depressed. She remembered what Shenyang said to her standing in the heavy rain, things she had never cared about. She still remembers the look Shenyang gave her at that time. It was cold and full of hatred. This realization hurt Su Jiying deeply. But how could Shenyang hate her? Shenyang should be the person who loves her the most in the whole world. Xiaoyu, Shenyang said that the 3 years he spent with me were the 3 years he regretted the most. He really regretted ever liking me. He hates me. I never thought that the pet dog I've raised for so many years would hate me one day. Su Jiying's tears flowed again. She looked up at Yuan Xinyu helplessly, her face full of helplessness. Xiaoyu, was I really very mean to Shenyang in the past? Am I really wrong? Yuan Xinyu couldn't bear to see Su Jiying like this, but when she thought about the insulting and derogatory words about Shenyang that she had heard from others in the past 3 years, she nodded. Yes, some. At least in her opinion, she absolutely could not bear it. That was Shenyang. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to hold on for even a week and would have run away long ago. Su Jiying stared at Yuan Xinyu blankly. You think so too? Yuan Xinyu nodded again. Maybe what I said is not necessarily correct, I am just looking at it from my perspective. Ying, do you still remember the last time you rushed into Shenyang's class and slapped Shenyang in front of everyone? Su Jiying was a little stunned, obviously couldn't remember. Lu Shan was also there at the time, and she vaguely remembered that this happened. Xiaoyu, are you talking about the last time Shenyang didn't give Ying water in time? I remember this happened during the physical fitness test last semester. We were taking the test in the stadium. After running a lap, I found that Shenyang was not waiting by the side with water, and he didn't answer the phone. Yuan Xinyu nodded. Later, I heard from Tang Zhe that they were in class at the time. It was an important group report course, and the teacher was also a very authoritative professor. But when Ying saw Shenyang didn't answer the phone, she rushed directly into the classroom, slapped Shenyang in public, and angrily called Shenyang a waste. Not only did it disrupt the class, it also ruined Shenyang's homework, causing Shenyang to fail the course. Originally, the professor was very optimistic about Shenyang, but because of this incident, the professor was very disappointed with Shenyang. Tang Zhe said that Shenyang was very sad and depressed for a long time. From that day on, Shenyang gradually became a marginal figure in this professor's class. There are many similar things. Yuan Xinyu looked up at Su Jiying, feeling helpless. Do you still remember what kind of person Shenyang was when you first entered school? Lu Shan thought about it carefully. I remember when we were freshmen, all the girls were saying that there was a very handsome genius boy in the computer department. Hua Hua and I secretly went to see him, and it seemed to be Shenyang. Shenyang was so handsome at that time. He was tall and clean-cut. He was the most handsome boy in the department. Many girls liked him. But since when did Shenyang fall from the altar of the school's most popular boy? It seems like it was after Shenyang and Su Jiying got together. Lu Shan looked at Su Jiying, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. Ever since Shenyang and Ying got together, the words she heard the most were bootlicker, loser, and pauper. It was because of these that she began to dislike Shenyang. Shenyang has been living like this for 3 whole years. I believe that anyone would not be able to bear the insults and humiliations during these 3 years. Yuan Xinyu continued, Ying, I think, since you don't really like Shenyang, you might as well let him go. Or, are you really in love with Shenyang? Like, Shenyang? Su Shiying recalled every detail of the past 3 years. She didn't know whether he liked her or not. Now she just wanted Shenyang to come back to her. Xiaoyu, what should I do to make Shenyang come back willingly? Tell me, if Yanshu wasn't there, would Shenyang come back to me? When Shenyang comes back, I will treat him better, really. Su Shiying made a solemn promise. She was really satisfied with Shenyang, and she really didn't want all her efforts over the past 3 years to go to waste until the last time. Yuan Xinyu was really speechless this time. It turned out that Su Shiying didn't hear a word of what she said from the bottom of her heart. Ying, this isn't a good idea, is it? After all, you're already with Master Jiang. If Master Jiang knew about this, he would probably be unhappy. Yuan Xinyu advised patiently. Little did she know that the young Master Jiang she mentioned was standing outside the ward, and Zhang Zhishuan had already heard everything the three of them said clearly. Zhang Zhishuan looked at Su Shiying with a sinister look, a cruel smile on his face. Su Shiying, do you still want to reconcile with this loser Shenyang? He actually dragged his sick body to look for Shenyang? Su Shiying, are you cheap? Do you really think that I, Zhang Zhishuan, am so easy to talk to? The prey is about to be caught, don't even think about escaping from my hands. Zhang Zhishuan threw the flowers he was going to give to Su Shiying into the trash can, then took out his cell phone and called Su's father. Hello, uncle, I'm Zhishuan. Chapter 38 Su Shiying gets beaten again. At this time, Su Shiying had no idea that a storm was about to come, and was still thinking about how to make Shenyang come back willingly to serve her. Xiaoyu, didn't you say last time that as long as I bowed my head, Shenyang would come back to me? But I've already gone to him twice and given in. Why is he still refusing to come back? Su Shiying looked at Yuan Xinyu, her face full of confusion and hurt. What else does he want me to do to make him come back? Does he really want me to beg him? I don't believe he really likes Yan Shu. When mentioning Yan Shu, Su Shiying's eyes once again burst into strong hatred. I know. It must be that little bitch Yan Shu who said bad things about me behind my back. It was Yan Shu who stopped Shenyang from coming back to see me. Thinking of this, Su Shiying immediately understood, and once again selectively forgot what Shenyang had said, and once again pushed the responsibility onto others. That's right. It must be Yan Shu. If Yan Shu hadn't been stirring up trouble, how could Shenyang really be willing to do this to me? Yan Shu. I will never let her go. Su Shiying sneered, it just so happens that I know some gangsters who can do anything as long as they are paid. When they destroy Yan Shu, what else can she use to compete with me for Shenyang? Rebellious girl. What did you say? As soon as he finished speaking, an angry shout came from the ward door. Then, the door of the ward was pushed open with a bang. Su's father and mother stood outside the ward, looking at Su Shiying with cold eyes. Dad, Mom, why are you here? When Su Shiying saw the two people at the door, her eyes instantly turned red. My parents must have known that I was wronged by Shenyang and came to support me. Although she is very strong, people are very fragile when they are sick and they especially desire love and care. Dad, Mom, you're finally here. Do you know that I almost? Su Shiying looked at the two of them aggrievedly. But before she could finish her words, Su's father suddenly raised his hand high and slapped Su Shiying hard in the face. Bang! Su Shiying's head was slapped to the other side, and her pale cheeks immediately became red and swollen. The sudden slap frightened both Yuan Xinyu and Lu Shan. But seeing the furious father Su, the two did not dare to stop him. Su Shiying was stunned by the blow, her ears were buzzing and her mouth was filled with the taste of rust. Dad! You hit me again. What did I do wrong this time? She covered her face, her eyes were terribly red, and she looked at Su's father in disbelief and grievance. Rebellious girl. You still dare to say you did nothing wrong. Do you think I didn't hear what you just said? Didn't I tell you to stop getting entangled with Shenyang and stop provoking the Yin family? How dare you hire someone to destroy Miss Yin? Do you know what the consequences will be? Can you bear the wrath of the Yin family? Do you really want to kill the Su family? Su Shiying, do you want to die? Mr. Su's words became more serious each time. When he thought of the terrible consequences, he wanted to strangle Su Shiying to death. But Su Shiying simply couldn't listen. She yelled at Su's father with red eyes. Dad! How can you say that to me? I'm your biological daughter. How can you speak in favor of others? Shenyang belongs to me alone. Yan Shu is a bitch trying to steal my things. What's wrong with me teaching her a lesson? If you want something, you have to do whatever it takes to get it. Isn't that what you taught me since I was a kid? Su Xiying sneered and reached out to wipe away the tears from her face. Besides, how can that bitch Yan Shu compare to me? I am the most suitable person for Xinyang. As long as Yan Shu is gone, Xinyang will definitely come back to me. As for Mr. Jiang, I don't like him at all. I won't be with him. Once these things are over, I will break up with him, and no one can stop me. Ah. Before she could finish her words, Su Xiying was slapped hard on the face again. Miss Yan is not as good as you? How confident do you have to say such a thing? Miss Yan is the sole heir to the consortium, what do you have? Not to mention Xinyang, even a fool would know to choose Miss Yan. Father Su said angrily, why do you think Xinyang will come back to continue serving you? Does he have a masochistic tendency? You gave up being a son-in-law of a wealthy family and came back to be your dog again. If I were Xinyang, I would also choose Miss Yan. Although Father Su didn't like Xinyang, he wanted to kill the Xin family right now. But on this issue, he believed that as long as Xinyang was not a fool, he would know how to choose. I'm warning you one last time, don't mess with the Yin family again. And don't even think about breaking up with young Master Jiang. If young Master Jiang hadn't called me this time, I wouldn't have known you were still thinking these things. I'm telling you, Su Xiying, the Su family finally got in touch with the Jiang family, no one can interfere. Even if you die, I will carry your body into the Jiang family. Only then did Su Xiying realize that it was Jiang Zhishuan who called his parents. My parents came to the hospital not to see her, but to call her to task. At this moment, Su Xiying's heart was dead silent. She couldn't understand why her parents treated her like this when she clearly loved them so much. Obviously they wouldn't force her before. Su Xiying regretted it very much. If she had known earlier, she should not have gotten so close to Jiang Zhishuan. Ying, you did something wrong. When Su's mother saw Su Xiying's distraught look, she couldn't help but sigh. Young Master Jiang is actually very good to you. Do you know that the head of the Jiang family already knows about your visit to Xinyang at Xiaoxin Manor today? Master Jiang was very angry. He had planned to meet with your father, but the meeting was cancelled because of this incident. If young Master Jiang hadn't been speaking well of you, the Su family would have been the target of the Jiang family's wrath. Ying. Su's mother advised earnestly. Do you know what the consequences will be if the Su family is gone? Even if it's for the Su family, you have to be with Master Jiang and stop doing things that make Master Jiang angry, okay? At this moment, Su Xiying finally believed it. Her parents don't love her. In the minds of parents, there is only power and money. She, Su Xiying, is just a tool to consolidate power and climb up the ladder. In the middle of the night, the secret crush blogger updated again. I have a crush on him in Xiaoying family. I have tried every trick I can, but guess what? Chorus refused to be fooled. He is indeed the one I like, and he is so damn hard to deal with. Do you think I should just go for it? Do I want him to see how strong and mighty I am? Xinyang almost burst out laughing when he saw this message. He thought the matter had come to an end, but he didn't expect there would be a follow-up. A group of netizens below also followed his reaction and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're worthy of being the blogger I follow. Even your way of pursuing people is different. How tall and mighty the blogger is. Actually, we also want to see him, ha ha. You're welcome, blogger. Use all your skills and strength to conquer him. But we have to broadcast it live now, and we also want to see how tall and mighty the blogger is. Xinyang was almost dying of laughter. What a dishonest blogger and a group of dishonest fans and netizens. Just then, a message popped up. Brother Yang, tomorrow morning is Lao Zhu's class. How are you doing with the homework assigned last time? Seeing Zhang Yunfei's message, Xinyang was stunned for a moment and suddenly sat up from the bed. Lao Zhu's class? Zhu Zhang? How could I forget about this? Xinyang slapped his forehead, looking annoyed. Chapter 39, Unable to pass the second level, live broadcast of washing hair upside down. Speaking of Zhu Zhang, Xinyang sighed softly. Zhu Zhang is a hired professional teacher who teaches game design and production. He runs a game studio outside. Many famous games on the market now come from Zhu Zhang's studio. Originally, he had a pretty good relationship with Zhu Zhang. Some of the small games he designed were often recognized by Zhu Zhang, and he had also visited Zhu Zhang's studio several times to participate in the production of some games. But ever since Su Jiying ran into the classroom and slapped him in public last time, Zhu Zhang's expression when looking at him changed. Although they didn't cause trouble for him or ridicule him in class, he was no longer a figure in Zhu Zhang's class. All activities organized by Zhu Zhang have nothing to do with him anymore. Thinking of this, Shenyang sighed, got up and turned on the computer. In the past, his brain was covered in lard, but now he just wants to prove himself. 2:30 in the morning. Yan Shu woke up because of hunger and went out to find something to eat. She was a little surprised to see that the light in Shenyang's room was still on. She was holding a bag of potato chips in her hand and knocked on Shenyang's door while stuffing them into her mouth. "Come in." Hearing the response, Yan Shu pushed open the door. "Brother Yang, why are you still awake so late? Are you still working on the game plan?" Yan Shu leaned over and asked in confusion. Shenyang looked up and saw Yan Shu's mouth was stuffed with food, and was stunned for a moment. "Are you hungry?" Yan Shu nodded, her eyes still fixed on the computer screen. "I'm hungry. I didn't eat enough at night." "What are you doing?" Shenyang was stunned and couldn't believe what he heard. If he remembered correctly, he only ate some of the dishes on the table tonight, and the rest went into Yan Shu's stomach in just 1 hour. There was not even any soup left. That's enough food for at least 5 or 6 people. How long has it been? I'm hungry so soon? You are kidding. Sigma. Hey, don't worry about these details. Brother Yang, are you playing a game? Yan Shu chuckled and asked again. Shenyang nodded. I have a professional class tomorrow. This is the professional homework assigned last time. I made a simple game called Escape from the Pig Pen. I think it's okay. Do you want to try it? Me? Yan Shu's eyes lit up immediately and she nodded hurriedly. Let's play. I want to be the first player of this game. Shenyang quickly sent a small program to Yan Shu's mobile phone, and then ignored it and went to bed directly. Yan Shu considerately helped Shenyang close the door, then walked directly to the living room and collapsed on the sofa. Then, she opened the mini program sent by Shenyang. A burst of slightly humorous music suddenly sounded, and then pig heads with exaggerated expressions popped up one after another, jumping back and forth on the screen, looking very annoying. Please choose your image to log in. Yan Shu selected the ugliest one from a pile of pig heads, logged into her ID, and was locked in a pig pen with the other pig heads. This game is mainly about eliminating cards to pass levels. There is a card slot under the card that can hold 7 cards. Just click on the card on the screen and the card will automatically enter the slot. When you collect 3 identical cards, they can be eliminated. The first level is very simple, with only 18 cards. There are 3 different types of cards, namely corn, carrots, and apples, which are arranged in 2 layers in a disordered manner. Although there are some cases where cards block each other, this is just a small matter. Yan Shu was quite confident. She just closed her eyes and clicked. She passed the level in less than 10 seconds. She stood up from the sofa, put her hands on her hips, and smiled very proudly. Ha, I am indeed smart. It seems that Brother Yang's game is still a little simple. After I test it, I will give him some suggestions tomorrow. But after clicking to enter the next level, Yan Shu was dumbfounded. Oh my god, why are there so many of them suddenly? The second level is different from the first level. Not only are there countless cards piled up one on top of the other, but there are also many more types of cards. From the initial apples, corn and carrots, there were more bananas, potatoes, tomatoes, small cakes, small red flowers, spoons, forks, buckets, stacked up in a huge pile. Yan Shu was dazzled and felt dizzy. But she was not someone who gave up easily. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, calmed down and began to calm down slowly. It's just a small game. I don't think it will be too difficult. Yan Shu smiled confidently again, but this smile became more and more forced as time went on. Ah! What's going on? Why are there 2 rows of cards on top that are covered upside down? I was careless. Corn, where is my corn? Why are there only 2 pieces of corn? There are only 2 forks and small cakes too. Gradually, Yan Shu began to go crazy. There are clearly a pile of cards on it, but there are only 2 of each type. The rest are either blocked by other cards or at the very bottom. If you want to get it, you must click on the card covering it. But after a few times, the card slot that can only store 7 cards is full. Congratulations to Pighead for failing to escape. Yan Shu went crazy when he saw the system prompt that suddenly popped up. How so? I don't believe it, let us do it again. But the next few times, all ended in failure and they didn't hold on to the end. Ah! This is so infuriating. The second level. I can't even make it to the second level. You little bastard pighead, you're still laughing so happily even though I failed. Yan Shu grabbed her hair angrily, turning her smooth hair into a mess. She wanted to ask Shenyang how to pass this level, but she felt ashamed when she thought that she couldn't even pass the second level. No, I'm stuck at the second level of such a simple game. If Brother Iyang knew about this, he would definitely laugh at me. How about secretly finding some outside help? Yan Shu chuckled and sent the mini program to the family group. Are all the family members asleep? If not, let's play games together. It's so much fun. 10 minutes had passed since the message was sent and no one responded. Yan Shu was getting a little impatient. I looked at the time and it was almost 4:30. The family members in the group might all be asleep at this time, but she couldn't wait until they woke up. If I can't pass the second level tonight, I'm not Yan Shu. With a bang, Yan Shu punched the sofa pillow with a determined look on his face. Then, she found the phone numbers of her family members, called them one by one, and thoughtfully created a new group for them. The name of the group is, whoever fails to pass the second level will wash his hair upside down. The family members in the group were woken up and were a little confused. When they saw the group name, they were even more confused. Bestie number 1, what's going on, sister? You woke me up in the middle of the night just to let me play games? Best friend number 2, who would understand? The moment I received the call, I thought aliens were attacking the Earth. Cousin number 1, what game is so fun? Send it to me so that I, a game expert, can take a look. Cousin number 2, TSK, she can't play a damn game. She can't even figure out how to push the boxes. Don't hold your hopes too high. I guess she just couldn't sleep and came to us for fun. Dad, my dear, do you want to make games? How about I find a company for you to practice your skills? Mom, honey, tell me about your plan. If you need money, I will invest in you. How about 1 billion? If it's not enough, tell me. Butler Wu, miss, I don't know how to play games, can I go to bed? Yan Shu threw a small program into the group and then sent 200,000 yuan to the group. Don't talk nonsense. Whoever passes the second level tonight will get 200,000. If you can't handle it, I'll do a live broadcast of washing my hair upside down. Chapter 40, destroy the house, and be laughed at by the little pig head all night. Bestie number 1, 200,000? What's going on, sister? Is there any special meaning to this game? Or are you really planning to start a game company and let us practice? Best friend number 2, I won't say anymore, family members. I'm determined to take the 100,000. Cousin number 1, it's just a small game. I'm a professional game master who is invincible. From childhood to adulthood, I have never received money from my sister. These 200,000 must be mine. No one can compete with me. Cousin number 2 didn't say anything, but silently took a screenshot. Ha, the brave ones enjoy the world first. Family, I have successfully entered the second level. The game is very simple and not challenging at all. Little KS. Dad, my dear daughter's money can only be mine. Mom, my dear, this game seems a little simple. Why don't you just give the money to Mom directly? Ha 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 ha. Butler Wu, miss, even though I don't know how to play games, I will do my best for the $200,000. Everyone's blood boiled at the thought of winning 200,000 yuan from Yan Shu. Although they are not short of money, the person who pays is Miss Yan. Miss Yan, who has shown amazing business talent since she was a child and no one has ever taken a penny from her since she was 10 years old. This is the first time a grown-up girl has gotten into a bridal sedan. This money must be obtained. The group suddenly became quiet. But just 10 minutes later, the quiet chat group became lively again. Bestie number 1, oh my god. What happened to the second level? Why is it so much harder all of a sudden? This is just a small game, and I failed twice? Is this normal? Best friend number 2, I failed too, but I think it was due to accidental failure. It's just a small game. I don't believe it's that difficult. Girlfriend number 3, ah. What a crappy game. In just 10 minutes, I failed 5 times. Can you believe it? Cousin number 1 said nothing and quietly left the group chat. But he was soon pulled back by Yan Shu. Yen Shu, if anyone dares to run away today, not only will I have to live stream a live broadcast of washing his hair upside down, I will also reward him with a big punch. Cousin number 1, Humph, who said I ran away? I just touched it by mistake. My hand slipped, understand? It's just a small game. Can it frustrate a gaming master like me? Cousin number 2, Sis, where did you get this game from? This game is so addictive. Dad, my dear girl, that pig head has laughed at Daddy many times. Now that I'm old, my heart can't take it anymore. Daddy is going to sleep first. Mom, my dear, Mom too. Good night, my dear. Wu Guanjia, I failed too, and I tried several times, but failed every time. What should I do? Although I failed, I still want this 200,000. Miss, can you transfer the money directly to me? IL. Yen Shu didn't say anything, but sent an emoticon that said everyone here is trash. But actually, she has been stuck on level 2 for hours. Family members, isn't this just a little game? Why is it so difficult? I asked so many people, but no one could get past the second level. I want to give up, but I don't want to. I want to play, but I can't get past the second level. I'm really going to cry. Heartbroken and crazy. When I was about to collapse, another message came in the group. Cousin number 1, you all wait and see, this must be a problem with the game, and it's definitely not my problem. I will send this game to my game group right now and let others check it for me. Cousin number 2, I didn't know it was possible. I'm going to send this to my friends too. They won't let me stay awake tonight. All of a sudden, family members in the group also began to seek external help and shared the mini program to various groups. And these originally quiet group chats became lively again because of this little game. But most of them were cursing and expressing resentment. That night, everyone related to the Yin family, including the Yin family, couldn't sleep all night because of a small game. At this time, Shenyang was sleeping soundly, and had no idea how big a storm his small action had caused. In his sleep, Shenyang dreamed of the watermelon killer again. In the dream, the watermelon killer chased him again and this time chased him to his home. However, after reaching his home, the watermelon killer did not do anything to him. Instead, he smashed his house. After waking up, Shenyang was confused. Why do I have such a strange dream? After a quick wash, I plan to wake Yen Shu up. Today is Monday and Yen Shu also has classes. But when he opened the door, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Shenyang was stunned when he saw the thick pile of white feathers on the ground and flying all over the room. What happened in just one night? Could it really be that the watermelon killer came to destroy the house? When Shenyang was confused, he saw something seem to move in the middle of the thickest feathers. Looking closely, it seems to be a person. Shenyang walked over quickly and saw Yen Shu lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, motionless, as if she had seen through the world and had no desire to live. Fuck. Yen Shu. Are you okay? Shenyang was startled and quickly pulled the person out of the pile of feathers. Next to the sofa, all the pillows had a big hole in them. There is nothing Shenyang is unclear about now. But he didn't understand why this girl was not sleeping in the middle of the night and was taking apart the pillow here. But before he could open his mouth to ask, Yen Shu, who was pulled onto the sofa, suddenly started to move her eyes slowly. The moment she saw him, she jumped up from the sofa, rushed in front of him, hugged his thighs and started crying loudly. Ah! You're finally awake. Brother Iang. You're finally awake. Do you know how I spent this night? My phone is out of battery. Please tell me how to pass the second level. That big pighead laughed at me the whole night, and I just can't accept it. Damn big pighead, I want to beat it to death. AA. Shenyang was dumbfounded. This girl didn't sleep all night and was taking apart her pillow. Is it because of this? Brother Iang, please tell me now. If you don't teach me how to pass the test today, I won't get up. I'm relying on you today. Yen Shu gave up and hugged Shenyang's thighs tightly with both hands, wrapping her whole body around his thighs. This. Shenyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you get up first? I'll teach you. It's actually very simple. Next, Shenyang taught Yen Shu once again according to his own method. It's actually very simple. The main thing is to divide the card slot below into 2 parts. Put 4 different cards in the first part at random, and use the second part to eliminate 3 identical cards. Yan Shu tried to follow Shen Yang's method, and her eyes became brighter as she went on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It seems like it really can work. After the last set of cards were eliminated, Yan Shu suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling and his face flushed with excitement. It felt like I was constipated for a whole night, and suddenly the constipation was relieved with just a little effort. In excitement, Yan Shu threw herself at Shen Yang and hugged him tightly. I won. I won. I actually passed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Brother Yang, you are so awesome. Ha ha ha. I actually passed the level. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the girl's soft body, Shen Yang blushed and pushed Yan Shu embarrassedly. Well, class is about to start, how about we go to school first? Unexpectedly, Yan Shu didn't notice Shen Yang's blushing at all, and ran around the room excitedly, like a madman from Mount Amei. Wow! I cleared the level. I actually cleared the level. Ha 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 ha. No, I have to send this good news to the group. I have to let them see how powerful I am. Ha 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 ha. Yan Shu operated as fiercely as a tiger and directly sent the screenshots of the game to the group. As expected, there were cries of pain in the group again, with people begging for a way to pass the level. But how could she easily teach them such a precious thing? Yan Shu took the opportunity to ask for a high price of 500,000 yuan, and asked those who failed to pass to watch their hair upside down on live broadcast. Chapter 41 Shen Yang, are you missing the 5 elements? Teacher's office. At 7:30 in the morning, Zhu Zhang, dressed in a suit and tie, entered the office carrying 2 lunchboxes. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Would you like some freshly fried dumplings? He placed the food box on the table and greeted those inside. Although the two were colleagues halfway through their career, they had eaten together a few times and had a pretty good relationship. If it were any other time, Zhang Wenbin would have come over and snatched the breakfast from his hand. But today, Zhang Wenbin acted as if he didn't hear anything. He lowered his head to look at his phone, frowning and sighing, looking very irritable. After a moment, Zhang Wenbin threw his phone on the table and slumped down in his chair, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. I failed again. I played all night and my phone was so hot I could fry an egg on it, but I still failed. Damn it, this big pighead has been laughing at me all night. Zhang Wenbin muttered to himself, and when he turned around and saw Zhu Jingzheng stuffing steamed buns into his mouth in big mouthfuls, he became even angrier. I can't even pass the second level of a game, and the culprit is eating so deliciously. This is simply unbearable. But in order to get rid of the poop that had been constipated all night, Zhang Wenbin still endured it. Old Zhu, is this game made by your studio? Why is the second level so difficult? Who designed it? What is the trick to passing it? And this little pig head, who on earth created it? It's so damn wicked. Not only did he fail, but he was also laughed at by a pig head. This is murderous, my friend. Zhu Zhang was confused when he heard this. What game? No pig head? Zhang Wenbin glanced at him, speechless. Don't pretend. Everyone knows you guys have created an amazing game. But this game is too difficult. I can't even pass the second level. How can I play it? But the more I fail to pass a level, the more I want to play. I can't bear to give up. This is too frustrating. Look at how many times I played last night. Zhang Wenbin showed the game records to Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang took a look and jumped up. 789 times. What the hell? Lao Shang, are you sick? You played it 789 times in one night. It's just a game, is it that serious? Zhang Wenbin rolled his eyes. Who can I blame for this? It's all your studio's fault for making such a difficult game. Stop talking so much and tell me how to pass the second level. He had not intended to take shortcuts, but he was unwilling to give in after being laughed at by that damn little pighead for the entire night. He had not originally planned to play the game so many times. He swore every time that he would go to bed after playing once, but he almost finished the game every time and he was unwilling to give up. I always want to try again, maybe I can pass it next time. This happened again and again, and the night passed. What game? Let me see. Zhu Zhang was suspicious, thinking it was really made by his own studio. If it's really like what Lao Zhang said, maybe there will be something successful this time. But when did these guys come up with this game? How come he didn't know? Escape from the pigsty? Zhu Zhang stared at the big pig head on the phone screen, feeling a little confused. This doesn't seem to be a game from their studio. I searched but couldn't find anything? It probably hasn't been officially released yet. Send me the game so I can see what's going on. After opening the mini program sent by Zhang Wenbin, Zhu Zhang confirmed that this was a temporary program and was still in the trial stage. However, the developer has good skills and this small program is quite interesting. As the game started, Zhu Zhang started smiling. Hey, I thought it was something else. Isn't this just a normal elimination game? It's not difficult. All you need is a hand. You've played this thing 789 times? Zhang Wenbin raised his eyebrows. Don't be too happy too soon. I thought the same thing last night. You won't be able to laugh when you reach the second level. Zhu Zhang still didn't believe it. He could get through these things with his eyes closed. The first level took less than 10 seconds. But when it came to the second level, Zhu Zhang was stunned. But he was just a little surprised and didn't take it seriously. He was still very confident. Gradually, he discovered that something was wrong. Until a few words appeared without warning. Congratulations to Pighead for failing to escape. Then he saw a big pig's head jump out, rolling back and forth in the middle of the screen and making faces at him, as if laughing at his stupidity. Really? I didn't pass? You must be kidding. It's just a small game. I don't believe I can't pass it. I'll try again. I was careless the first time. I'll be more serious this time. I'm sure it will work. Brother Yang, here. Come quickly. As soon as Xinyang entered the classroom, he saw his 3 adopted sons sitting in the last row waving at him. Brother Yang, what's going on? Are you ready for the homework that Lao Zhu assigned last time? As soon as he sat down, Zhang Yunfei couldn't help asking, the 3 of us worked together to make one. It's not particularly good, but it should be okay to get by. Anyway, Lao Zhu said that we can also work in groups. Why don't you join us? Tang Zhe and Shui Wei nodded hurriedly. Brother Yang, let's do it together. It's just about adding a name. Fortunately, the homework has not been sent to Lao Zhu yet. Shui Wei said, you probably don't have time to do it during this period, so just deal with it first. Hearing these words, Xinyang felt warm in his heart. It's worth it that he is so good to his 3 adopted sons and thinks so much about his father at the critical moment. But Xinyang still refused. No, I stayed up late last night and made one. After saying that, he sent the homework to Zhu Zhang using his laptop in front of the 3 people. Today his homework is checked in front of the whole class. It needs to be sent to any teacher before class and projected on the big screen for public comments during class. Although it was just a small game he made and not the best one, it was good enough to get by. The 3 of them felt relieved when they saw this. They all knew Xinyang's professional level and there would be absolutely no problem. Hey, Xinyang, is what's being said outside true? Did you really break up with the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Just then, a man in the front row suddenly turned around and asked with a smile. Could it be like last time, when the Suzhou University beauty couldn't find you and ran into our classroom to look for you in the middle of class? If that's the case, you'll be in big trouble. I'm afraid you'll get beaten again. Xinyang's face turned cold in an instant. Guoxiao, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? As a grown man, why are you so gossipy? Shui Wei saw this and retorted. Guoxiao laughed, of course it has nothing to do with me. I'm just concerned about my classmates. If it's like last time, our Suzhou University beauty suddenly barges in and slaps our good classmate without saying a word, our good classmate will probably become a laughingstock again. But Xinyang, there is something I have been thinking about for a long time and I still can't figure it out. Can you tell me? Without waiting for Xinyang to answer, Guoxiao continued talking on his own. Xinyang, how on earth did you tolerate the school beauty of Suzhou University treating you like this? In the past 3 years, have you never thought of resisting? Or do you really like others calling you a licker? Are you missing your brainstem since childhood? Or are you missing the licking element? Or is there only one woman in this world, the campus beauty of Su University? Chapter 42, Don't Be So Ungrateful. Xinyang looked at Shuexiao expressionlessly, his eyes cold. He listened to this for 3 whole years. Speaking of the conflict between him and Shuexiao, it mainly started from the last time Su Zhiying slapped him in public. The last group assignment was decided by drawing lots, and the group members he drew were Shuexiao, Han Yuchen, and another classmate. After working together for several nights in a row to complete the project, the result was quite good and they were all very satisfied. But when he confidently stood on the podium to introduce the game, Su Zhiying suddenly rushed in, slapped him without saying a word, and made a scene in the classroom, smashing their USB drives. The homework was destroyed, resulting in the four of them getting 0 marks for that homework. Since that incident, Shui Xiao held a grudge against him, and every time they met he would either make sarcastic remarks or roll his eyes. Shui Xiao, don't go too far. Didn't Brother Yang finish the homework last time and give it to Lao Zhu? Brother Yang took all the responsibility on himself, and Lao Zhu still counted your points. Brother Yang was the only one who failed the course. What do you mean by holding on to it? Zhang Yunfei glared and stood in front of Xinyang. Since we are classmates, I won't touch you before. If you insist on talking, let's go out and fight. Shui Xiao sneered, just go. Who's afraid of who? How can someone who lives in the same dormitory with a bootlicker be a good person? This sentence completely angered Zhang Yunfei and the other two. They stood up together, their faces full of anger. Seeing that a big conflict was about to break out, squad leader Sun Yao hurried to mediate. Xinyang didn't want to embarrass a little girl, but that didn't mean he was willing to swallow his anger. Shui Xiao, don't say you didn't fail the exam last time. Even if you did, you can't blame me. Han Yuchen and I were the ones who actually worked on the last assignment. You and Zhou Yongwang didn't even touch the computer from beginning to end. If it weren't for the fact that we were classmates and were drawn into the same group as you, I would never have agreed to let you sign your name. Don't be so ungrateful after getting such an advantage from me. If you're not satisfied, do you want me to tell Lao Zhu right now? Only then did everyone realize the truth. When the inside story was revealed in public, Shui Xiao's face immediately turned into a color palette, colorful and extremely ugly. Brother Xiao, stop talking. Zhou Yongwang pulled Shui Xiao, fearing that Xinyang would really go to Lao Zhu to report him. Okay, Shui Xiao, class will start soon. Han Yuchen glanced at Shui Xiao indifferently, with an implicit warning in his eyes. Shui Xiao glared at Xinyang fiercely, then sat down reluctantly. Han Yuchen is different from those who just get credits for free. Han Yuchen's family runs a gaming company. He is not only rich and powerful, but also very talented. These people usually rely on Han Yuchen to get credits, so we dare not offend him in any way. Okay, class is about to start, everyone go back and sit down. Squad leader Sun Yao breathed a sigh of relief, then looked down at his watch and was stunned. It's already 8:30? Why hasn't Lao Zhu come yet? Everyone then realized that the class time had passed, but the teacher had not come. Strange, isn't it Lao Zhu who usually hates others early and late? Sun Yao muttered to herself, took out her cell phone and called Zhu Zhang. I didn't expect the call to be hung up immediately after I made the call. This happened several times in a row. Sun Yao said a few words to everyone and planned to go to the office to take a look. When walking out of the classroom, Han Yuchen also stood up and walked towards the office together with Sun Yao. Teacher's office. Zhu Zhang's pan-fried dumplings had already gone cold. I just don't believe it. I, Lao Zhu, have been playing games all my life, but I can't even pass the second level? Zhu Zhang stared at the little pig head on his phone that kept popping up and making faces countless times, and he was so angry that he was going crazy. Now he understood why Lao Zhang didn't sleep all night last night. I can't pass it, and I want to give it up, but I don't want to. This game is simply addictive. Now he has confirmed that this game was not made by his studio at all. With the level of those guys, they can't produce such a game. If he knew who did it, he would beat the shit out of that person. It's so infuriating. Old Zhu, how many times has this happened? Zhang Wenbin smiled maliciously, do you want me to teach you? Xu Zhang rolled his eyes, fuck you, get out. Just tell me if you passed. Go. Bring me a charger. If you can't pass the second level today, I will write my name Zhu Zhang upside down. Zhang Wenbin was happy and got up to find a charger for Zhu Zhang. When I turned around, I saw two people standing at the door of the office and was stunned. What are you doing? Sun Yao was completely confused and couldn't believe it. Lao Zhu didn't go to class on time, but hid in the office to play games and even hung up on her several times in a row. Well, let's go find Teacher Zhu. Sun Yao hurriedly asked, Teacher Zhu, are we still having class today? Zhu Zhang raised his head and glanced at the two of them. Of course. Today is the homework submission period, you guys don't even think about hiding from it. Sun Yao looked at her watch again, Teacher Zhu, how about, we change the time? The get out of class is about to end. Zhu Zhang was startled, then then suddenly raised his head. What did you say? Well, let's start the class now. I took a general look at everyone's homework, and it's all good. Time is limited, so I won't review them one by one today. I'll just randomly pick one or two and comment on them. Zhu Zhang stood on the podium awkwardly and projected today's homework on the screen. But in fact, he was so busy playing with the pig head today that he didn't even look at the homework. However, based on my usual experience, it is still possible to select one or two relatively excellent works to talk about. Sun Yao and Han Yuchen looked at each other, knowing the truth but not saying anything. Who would have thought that Zhu Zhang, who was always known for his rigor, would almost miss class one day because he was hiding in the office playing games? With the click of the mouse, an extremely spectacular and majestic picture appeared in front of everyone on the big screen. Coupled with the majestic music, everyone seemed to be on an ancient battlefield. This is a fast and exciting level-breaking game, with a stickman killing enemies and breaking through levels as the background, and the battlefield of the Chuhan contention. Wow! That's amazing! Teacher, this should be done by Han Yuchen. In our class, he's the only one who can make such a large-scale game. He's really amazing. Someone in the class recognized him quickly. Zhu Zhang nodded, and the homework he chose was Han Yuchen's. Han Yuchen has good talent and is willing to spend a lot of money, making him one of the best among his many students. At this time, it will never go wrong to select outstanding students' work as representatives to comment on. Next, Zhu Zhang commented on the game from the perspectives of creativity, experience, and technology. Han Yuchen's game is well made, the experience is good, and the technology is mature. It can be released now. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the classroom, and everyone cast envious glances at Han Yuchen. Zhu Zhang seldom praises others, so to receive such an evaluation is enough to show Han Yuchen's strength. Brother Chen, you are really worthy of being me. Shui Xiao sincerely admired, with Brother Chen here, I don't have to worry about group assignments in the future. Unlike some people, who would like to tell the world about their great achievements after just making a small contribution. Shui Xiao glanced at Xinyan meaningfully, it's as if you wish others wouldn't know. How ridiculous. I glanced at him and found that Xinyan was playing with his mobile phone with his head down. I had no idea what he said. Shui Xiao was so angry that he was half dead. He kept saying harsh words for a long time, but it turned out that others didn't care at all. Han Yuchen smiled slightly. It was expected to receive such evaluation from Zhu Zhang, but it was just at a level that could be released, not that it would necessarily become a hit. Only games that can truly become popular are good games. What he was more concerned about was the game that Zhu Zhang and Zhang Wenbin had just played in the office. It's unexpected that Zhu Zhang, a gaming tycoon, could be addicted to this extent. Chapter 43, Taking Advantage of Human Weakness and Letting the Bullet Fly for a While. Little monkeys, while there is still some time, I will send you something fun. Zhu Zhang smiled mysteriously, and then sent a small program to the class group. This is a little game I found today. It's very interesting. Whoever can pass the second level will get all the attendance for this semester, no matter if he comes or not. Even if he fails at the end of the semester, I will still let him pass. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present stared in amazement. You should know that Zhu Zhang is notoriously difficult to deal with. Everyone must be present in his class. If anyone dares not to come, he will kill you at the end of the semester. Zhu Zhang, who is so difficult to deal with, is actually so generous today. For a moment, everyone was eager to try and was excited. When they opened the mini program in the group and saw the content inside, everyone smiled as if they had accomplished something easy. Old Zhu, is what you said true? Shui Xiao stood up and laughed in a sly way. It's just a match 32 game, but it's worth it for Mr. Zhu to mobilize so many troops. He wanted to take a leave next week for something, and was worrying about how to talk to Lao Zhu about it, when all of a sudden he got himself a pillow. Others thought the same. It's just a match 32 game, and it only takes a few minutes to pass the level. Han Yuchen felt that things were not that simple. If his guess was correct, this should be the game that made Zhu Zhang miss class time. But how can such a small game be so attractive? Only Xinyan looked at the big words on the phone screen with a confused look on his face. Escape from the pigsty. How could this come from Zhu Zhang's hand? Could it be that Zhu Zhang just received his homework and thought it was okay? Xinyan felt something was wrong and silently opened the background of the mini program. Seeing the forwarding data, Xinyan took a deep breath. The number of reposts was 1365, and the number of times each ID passed the level was 786, 690, 638, 467. Among them, there was an ID called, which played 465 times around 8 o'clock this morning. The ID that Xin Yang recognized was Zhu Zhang. Xin Yang was completely confused. Why did the small program he made last night suddenly go viral? Could it be? Xin Yang suddenly remembered seeing Yan Shu making a mess in the living room this morning, and he immediately understood everything. After figuring everything out, Xin Yang quietly left the backstage. He didn't plan to expose the truth right away, so he decided to wait and see. Soon no one was talking in the classroom and everyone lowered their heads to play with their phones. But the expressions on everyone's faces quickly changed from determination to disbelief, then to scratching their cheeks, and then to unwillingness. Is this the game that Lao Zhu sent out? I really underestimated him. I knew it wasn't that easy to take advantage of Lao Zhu. It's just a game of match 3. It can't be that difficult. I don't believe I won't be able to pass the second level if I try again. Xue Xiao frowned tightly, looking unwilling. This time, he wanted to glue his entire eyes to the screen of his mobile phone, not daring to be distracted at all. Han Yuchen had failed 8 times at this point, and he started over again immediately after each failure. But every time I start, I fail again in the follow-up. Frustrated, unwilling to give up, and want to try again, several emotions kept changing on his face. After playing it for 35 times, Han Yuchen suddenly reacted. When he saw the number of levels he had passed on his phone, he couldn't believe it. He actually played this small game 35 times non-stop. Looking at the other people around him, they were all like him, constantly starting and failing. Han Yuchen placed his phone upside down on the table. He finally understood why Lao Zhu was late this morning. This game is really toxic. Another 10 minutes passed before Xue Xiao finally couldn't help it and stood up. Old Zhu, is there something wrong with the design of this game? Why am I stuck at the second level and can't pass it? With Xue Xiao taking the lead, others also spoke up. Yeah. What's wrong with this second level? I fail no matter how I play. There's obviously something wrong with this game. And this little pig head, just looking at him makes me angry. I want to beat him to death. It should be a design problem, right? Lao Zhu, are you using us to test the game again? You can't do this. If this game is really released, it will make people angry to death. Xu Zhang just smiled and said nothing, letting everyone continue playing. Xue Xiao couldn't help but stand up again. Old Zhu, how are we going to get through the second level? Why are you trying to trick us again? Xue Xiao said angrily. Xu Zhang glared at him and finally said helplessly. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. In fact, I didn't pass the second level either. Xu Zhang projected the number of times he had passed the levels on the screen. I, Zhu, am so handsome, 465 times. 465 times, it's not you, Lao Zhu. When the class saw how many times Xu Zhang had passed the level, there was an exclamation in the class and everyone became excited. Xu Zhang himself is a game developer and is especially good at playing games, but even he can't pass the second level? To be honest, this is why I was late this morning. This number of clearances is also my record this morning. Xu Zhang sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. But I have to admit that this game was very successful. A very successful one. Not only the game experience and technology, but also the difficulty design of the levels are all very successful, and can even be described as addictive. Since I, Zhu Zhang, started working in the gaming industry, I have never suffered such a huge setback in any game. It's just a small elimination game, but I can't even pass the second level. Can you imagine it? As soon as these words came out, the class burst into exclamations again. They have known Zhu Zhang for so long, but this is the first time they have heard Zhu Zhang comment on a game like this. But players can't even pass the second level. How can we continue playing this game? Players have a bad experience. Isn't this a failure of the game? Han Yuchen asked in confusion. Zhu Zhang shook his head. No, this is coincidentally the most brilliant part of this game. This game is designed to take full advantage of human weaknesses. The first is the desire to win and the mentality of relying on luck. The harder the second level is, the more you want to overcome it. Every time you are almost there, you think you will succeed if you try again. The second is showing off and comparison. Think back to when you were playing the game just now. Did you see the people next to you failing all the time and then wanted to pass the level quickly so that you could show off to your friends? When everyone thought about it, it was true. This is what I want to tell you today. Game design does not necessarily require magnificent scenes, gorgeous layouts, or complicated design principles. As long as the game can capture people's hearts, it is a good game. Zhu Zheng continued. Han Yuchen's face looked a little unhappy. Although Zhu Zheng did not mention anyone by name, everyone knew that he was the only one here who was used to seeking excitement through big scenes. Teacher Zhu, who is the designer of this game? Han Yuchen stood up and asked. Chapter 44 Shenyang plagiarized Pigpen? Stop talking nonsense. Yes. Lao Zhu, after saying so much, why don't you tell me who the designer is? Could it be that this was created by your studio, and you used us as guinea pigs? Xue Xiao also joined in the fun. I don't know, actually. Xu Zheng spread his hands, looking helpless. This is what I saw from other teachers when I went to the office this morning. However, judging from the scene, it should have been made not long ago and has not been actually released yet. But what is certain is that once this game is released, it will be a huge hit. Everyone was secretly shocked. They didn't expect this game to be so awesome. I don't know who the designer is, it's so awesome. At this time, there were still a few minutes before the end of the get out of class. After Zhu Zhang said some words asking everyone to learn more from the designer of this game, he planned to leave. Xue Xiao spoke again at this time. Old Zhu, wait a minute, there are still many people's homework that have not been checked yet. He turned around and glanced at Shenyang, who was still playing with his phone, with ill intent, and sneered, although it is not necessary to explain it to everyone once, but we still have to make sure the number of people who hand in the homework is determined, so as not to let some people fish in troubled waters. Zhu Zhang was a little impatient. He was in a hurry to go back and pass the level. What was this Xue Xiao doing here to make trouble? But since the students had said so, he couldn't just leave. I had to project the homework I received today on the screen in front of the whole class. All assignments are sent to him directly during class, and can be group or individual. But as he watched, Zhu Zheng found something was wrong. Who gave this assignment? Stand up. Zhu Zheng pointed at a small program on the big screen and his face turned cold. He can tolerate their inability to do something, and can tolerate them borrowing other people's experience and technology, but what he cannot tolerate the most is plagiarism. It's plagiarism without even changing the name. Escape from the pigsty? Isn't this the game that Lao Zhu released? Wow! Who is so bold as to plagiarize to this extent? Xue Xiao said with a sarcastic smile, Old Zhu, click on the sender. I want to see who this talent is. He actually blatantly plagiarized Pigpen. Xu Zheng clicked on the name of the sender with a gloomy face, and the two words, Shenyang, appeared in front of everyone. After a few swish sounds, the whole class suddenly turned their heads and looked at Shenyang in disbelief. Hey! Who was it I thought? It turned out to be our licking dog. Licker is really awesome. He actually treated other people's things as his own in front of so many of us. It's a skill that ordinary people like us may never be able to learn in our lifetime. Xue Xiao finally found a way to attack Shenyang and started to taunt her. Shenyang, explain what's going on. Xu Zhang looked at Shenyang expressionlessly, feeling extremely disappointed and angry. In the past, he had a very high opinion of Shenyang. However, ever since he knew that Shenyang was a love-minded person who indulged his girlfriend without any bottom line, he gradually became disappointed with this student. It's okay to fall in love, but sacrificing your future for the sake of love is putting the cart before the horse. Cultivating such a person will only waste his resources. Originally, he wanted to give Shenyang another chance, find some time to have a good talk with Shenyang and get him back on track. I didn't expect Shenyang would do such a thing. In his eyes, plagiarism without any bottom line is unforgivable. Brother Yang, this. Zhang Yunfei and the other two looked at Shenyang worriedly. They could never have imagined that the homework Shenyang handed over would be this. Shenyang gave the three of them a reassuring look and stood up. Stop farting. Teacher, as you can see, this is exactly my homework. If you don't believe me, you can check the time it was sent. I sent the assignment before class started. Xu Zheng clicked on the sending time, 7:45, which was indeed before class. What does this mean? The fact that this game was forwarded to Laozhu by other teachers means it has been widely known for a long time. Is it possible that Shenyang had obtained this game a long time ago, treated it as his own homework, and then sent it to Laozhu? Shuexiao said sarcastically, human nature is sinister, who knows? Xinyang, do you have any other way to prove it? Xu Zhang's face still looked grim. If this is really what Shuexiao said, it is even more unforgivable. Xinyang nodded. No proof is needed. As long as I delete this applet in the background, this game will no longer exist. After saying that, Xinyang opened his laptop in front of everyone and did some simple operations. Zhu Zhang looked down at his phone and his pupils shrank when he saw the word suddenly pop up on the game interface. This mini program has been deleted or removed from the shelves by the developer and cannot be accessed. Xinyang, you. Zhu Zhang suddenly looked up at Xinyang, his face full of surprise. At this time, other people also noticed the changes in the mini program and were stunned for a moment. Holy crap! It's actually true. This little app is really gone. Oh my god. This awesome little game was actually made by Xinyang. Holy shit. When did Xinyang become so awesome? This game really stumped Lao Zhu. Oh my god. This is just a class assignment. Hearing the exclamations around him, Shuexiao's face turned very ugly. Damn it. I wanted to take this opportunity to teach Xinyang a lesson, but unexpectedly I ended up helping Xinyang. At this moment, Shuexiao really wanted to slap himself. If he had known this earlier, he would not have mentioned this. No, Brother Yang, did you really make this little pig head? Tang Zhe came over, surprised and delighted. When did you come up with this? How come this second level? Before he could finish his words, Tang Zhe's eyes widened when he saw the data on the computer screen. Oh my god. How come there are so many reposts? What's going on? Zhu Zhan walked over and was also stunned when he saw the background data on the laptop. Xinyang, what's going on? When did you make this game? This is something I conceived a long time ago, but I only completed it last night. Xinyang said truthfully. When I finished it last night, I sent it to a friend to try out. She was stuck at the second level just like you. In order to pass it, she sought help from outsiders. But I don't know why it was forwarded like this. It could be that foreign aid is looking for foreign aid. Everyone looked at the two people who were playing guessing games and became anxious. They all asked Xinyang to show them the data for the day after tomorrow. Xinyang agreed, and with a click, the background data of the mini program appeared on the big screen. After seeing this picture, the class, which was a little noisy just now, became quiet for a short time. Then a boy shouted out loud. Reposted 1845 times. ID tried it 1239 times, 2098 times, 1734 times. What the hell? Is this really a game that was made last night? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present lost their composure and looked at Xinyang as if he were a monster. Even Zhu Zhang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even their studio might not be able to obtain this data during the testing phase before the game was actually released. It was created temporarily in just one night. You know, his team is a first-class team with top technology. He underestimated the game. No, he underestimated Xinyang. Really? Hard work is worthless in the face of talent. Chapter 45, You're shooting yourself in the foot, idiot. Xinyang, I was right about you. You are indeed the most talented student I have ever taught. Zhu Zhang patted Xinyang's shoulder with a look of emotion. Back then, when these guys were freshmen, he discovered Xinyang's talent in game design and planned to recruit him into his studio after Xinyang graduated. It's a pity that Xinyang is a love-brained person. Xinyang, come to my office after class and I'll have a good chat with you. If possible, I hope you can focus more on your studies and not waste your energy on some unworthy relationships. Your girlfriend. Sigh. Zhu Zhang sighed, his face full of indescribable sadness. He still didn't want to let the genius Xinyang go, and wanted to persuade him again and get him back on the right track. Xinyang was also a little embarrassed. It turns out that the whole world knows that his relationship with Su Zhiying was an abnormal one. Just him, why has he been such a fool for so many years? Teacher Zhu, if it's because of what happened between Su Zhiying and me, then there's no need to ask. Su Zhiying and I have already broken up. I will focus on my studies in the future. Zhu Zhang was overjoyed when he heard this. Oh? Broke up? Is what you said true? Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Good division, wonderful division, great division. Ha ha, you're awesome. I was right about you. You have a promising future. Zhu Zhang laughed out loud, his excitement evident on the surface. Xin Yang's mouth twitched. Although I know that breaking up is a good thing, you don't have to be so happy. This would make me look stupid. Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Zhu Zheng continued to laugh, moved closer to Xin Yang, and asked in a low voice. While we still have time, can you secretly tell me how to pass the second level? You don't know, this little pighead made me laugh the whole morning. Also, how the hell did you come up with such a wicked thing? People have already failed, and you still put a pig's head on it and laughed at it. You really deserve a beating. Zhu Zheng thought his voice was not loud, but everyone around him heard it and denounced Zhu Zhang for being insidious. Old Zhu, you are so disloyal. Everyone was stupid, but you were smart. Do you think you are the only one being laughed at by the little pig head? We have been laughed at for a long time too. That's right. If you want to take a shortcut, let's go together. If anyone wants to cheat, we'll be the first to say no. Xin Yang, we also want to see the secret to passing the level, don't force us to kneel down and beg you. Zhu Zhang was speechless. These guys just deserve a beating. Xin Yang, how about you tell them the trick to pass the level? Zhu Zhang said helplessly. Xin Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but still agreed. Then, Xin Yang created a new small program and resumed the game. In the next 10 minutes, Xin Yang demonstrated 3 or 4 ways to pass the level to everyone through screen projection. The whole process was very smooth, but everyone was stunned. That's it? Wait a minute. The more I look at it, the more confused I get. I can't remember anything at all. I can't remember either. This game has too many variations. It seems like it's different every time I open it. The cards inside are stacked one on top of the other. There's no pattern at all. It's over. Is this the difference between a sex saint and an ordinary person? They created such a complicated game in just one night, but I can't even remember a strategy. Han Yuchen's mood suddenly became complicated when he saw that the people who used to surround him were now surrounding Xin Yang. He had worked with Xin Yang last time. Xin Yang was indeed talented and had good skills, but he, Han Yuchen, was not bad either. He also put a lot of effort into designing this game, but Han Yuchen gritted his teeth secretly, feeling somewhat unwilling. Shen Yang. Han Yuchen suddenly said, I'll pay 2 million, can you sell this game to me? Everyone was stunned and looked at Han Yuchen in disbelief. 2 million. This is too generous. What? Brother Chen, you actually want to spend 2 million to buy Xin Yang's crappy game? Are you crazy? Shui Xiao yelled, somewhat angrily, Brother Chen, calm down. It's not worth spending so much money on a crappy game. Have you ever seen anyone make the second level of a game so difficult? If you can't even pass the second level, how can you play it? This game obviously has problems. He just couldn't accept that Xin Yang, a bootlicker, could become so famous just by playing a crappy game. It's just a small game, what's the big deal? It's only 2 million. I can afford it. Han Yuchen, however, looked determined. Xin Yang, sell this game to me. You know my conditions. I have a professional team behind me. No matter what the shortcomings are, my team can fix them. Sell it to me, and I will make this game a real hit and truly bring out its value. If you think 2 million is too little, you can name your price. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Han Yuchen didn't know the value of this game. Zhu Zhang is right, this game exploits the weaknesses of human nature and truly captures people's hearts. He believed in Zhu Zhang's vision and also believed that Xin Yang was truly capable. As long as it is used properly, it will definitely become a hit. Nowadays, online games are springing up like mushrooms after a rain, and his company has been gradually declining. It is in urgent need of a hit game to support it. Sorry, I'm not planning on selling it. Xin Yang refused directly. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what Han Yuchen was thinking. Since he can become so popular, why doesn't he earn the money himself? He has even thought about the subsequent operations. He will make this game truly popular on the entire internet and maximize its benefits. Shen Yang. What do you mean? Our brother Chen is kind enough to pay for your crappy game, but you still won't sell it. Shui Xiao was furious and completely targeted Xin Yang. You are so lucky that our brother Chen likes your game, but you still don't sell it. Are you crazy? Han Yuchen felt it was not worth it for him to buy Xin Yang's game, as he believed Shenyang did not have the ability to do so. But when Shenyang refused to sell it, he felt angry again. Why? Why did Shenyang refuse even after Brother Chen said so? What right does Shenyang have to refuse? At this time, Shenyang should just sell the game to Brother Chen obediently. Just shut up. Xu Zhang couldn't bear it anymore and glared at Shuexiao fiercely. All I hear during the whole class is you blabbering on about whether to sell or not. People are just talking in private, outsiders shouldn't interfere. Teacher, why don't we also take a look at Shuexiao's homework? Maybe his homework will be even better. Shenyang sneered and said, maybe we should all learn from him. He didn't know how Shuexiao performed on his homework this time. He only knew that Shuexiao relied on Han Yuchen for every homework assignment. As the saying goes, a dog will always eat shit if it doesn't change. Xu Zhang nodded and opened the homework submitted by Shuexiao. Upon seeing this, his face turned completely dark. Shuexiao, this is your class assignment. Zhang Yunfei leaned over to take a look and was immediately delighted. Wow! That's amazing. You even knew how to change the stickman into a cube-shaped wooden man. I admire you. When everyone came over to take a look, they found that Shuexiao's homework was exactly copied from Han Yuchen, except that the stick figure in it was replaced with something else. Otherwise, there is no difference. Shuexiao, come find me in my office after class. I want to talk to you about retaking the course. Xu Zhang swept a disappointed look across Han Yuchen's face and spoke bluntly. Shuexiao's face suddenly turned ugly and he became anxious. Old Zhu, I was wrong. Can I change my job right now? I'll go back and redo it now. Mr. Zhu, Mr. Bu Zhu, please give me another chance. I was so wrong. Xu Zhang didn't even look at Shuexiao, turned around and left the classroom. Shuexiao panicked and looked at Han Yuchen as if asking for help. Brother Chen, what should I do? I don't want to start over. Han Yuchen's face also looked a little unhappy. He just lent the homework to Shuexiao to take a look and learn the ideas, he didn't let Shuexiao copy it like this. I can't even copy the homework clearly, and I'm getting him into trouble. Idiot. Zhang Yunfei and the other two looked at each other and were extremely happy. What is this called? This is called shooting oneself in the foot. Those who always accuse others of plagiarism turn out to be the best plagiarists themselves. You deserve it. After class, Han Yuchen stopped Shenyang again. Shenyang, I hope you can think carefully about the proposal just now. No matter what price you offer, I will agree to it. Chapter 46 Love Can't Stand Waiting, Call Me Baby Now. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Shenyang's phone kept ringing. It was Yan Shu who kept sending him messages. Thinking of the message Yan Shu sent him in class, Shenyang couldn't help but blush. He must find Yan Shu immediately and cover her mouth. But before he walked out of the classroom, he was stopped by Han Yuchen. Shenyang, if you feel you are losing money, I can consider letting you participate in the form of shares. When I make money, I will give you dividends. Han Yuchen suggested, you should know the influence of the Han Group in the industry. Only I can truly maximize your talent. Zhang Yunfei and the other two were listening with great excitement. Spending money to buy out can only earn you a one-time payment, but investing in shares and receiving dividends is a different story. The Han family owns several game companies, such as Quantum Leap Studio, Lightspace G Digital Studio, and Fantasy Ideas Studio, all of which are owned by the Han family. The games they have produced include Chicken Dinner and StarCraft, which were once very popular. If Brother Yang can cooperate with Han Yuchen, he can just sit back and wait to collect money in the future. Shenyang had thought about all this a long time ago, but he still rejected Han Yuchen's proposal. Sorry, this game is not mature yet and there is still room for improvement. I don't plan to sell it yet. Having said that, Han Yuchen couldn't force anyone to sell the item to him. I can only leave with regret. But I always feel depressed. He took out his cell phone and made a call, but the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. This made Han Yuchen feel even worse. He came to Guangdong for Yan Shu and even gave up the opportunity to study abroad. But Yan Shu always ignored him and never even smiled at him. From the beginning to now, he hasn't seen Yan Shu for almost a month. He has been chasing Yan Shu for 5 whole years. Regardless of family background or appearance, he is the most suitable person for Yan Shu, so why can't Yan Shu see him? I heard from an old friend that Yan Shu was actually planning to find a partner in a small factory to form a marriage alliance with. The only daughter of the capital of the demonic city is actually looking for a marriage alliance with an unknown small workshop family? He really didn't know what Yin Shu was thinking. She must be mentally ill. The more Han Yuchen thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more unwilling he became, so he kicked the trash can on the side of the road hard. He is the eldest son of the Han family. When has he ever been so humble? Taking a deep breath, Han Yuchen continued to call Yen Shu. Yen Shu is still a little girl and definitely doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. He must analyze the situation carefully for her. After making more than a dozen calls in a row, I was finally connected. What's up? A cold word came out like this. Han Yuchen's heart tightened, but he still said with joy on his face. Xiao Shu, you finally answered the phone. I just want to ask you, are you free tonight? I know there's a new restaurant that's delicious. I want to treat you to a meal. I'll pick you up at 6 in the evening, okay? The person on the other end was still cold. No time. The phone was about to be hung up, and Han Yuchen became anxious. Xiao Shu, I haven't seen you for almost a month. I still have a lot to say to you. Let's have dinner together tonight. I also bought you a gift. I asked someone to bring it back from abroad. I'm sure you will like it. You called me just to say something? It's nothing, I'm hanging up. Han Yuchen became even more anxious. Xiao Shu, wait a minute. I heard that you are going to accept your family's arrangement for a marriage. Is this true? So what? What does it have to do with you? Xiao Shu, how could you agree to this kind of marriage? This is wrong in the first place. You are the only daughter of the Yin family. Even if you want to marry, you should find someone who is of equal status and knows you well. Just find a small family. What if they treat you badly? You have to turn it down. What's more, I heard that the one you want to marry is not even a small family, but just a small factory that you can't even name. Since ancient times, marrying down has never had a good ending. There are always unruly people in dangerous places. Don't worry, Xiao Shu. I will call my father and ask him to persuade my uncle to give up this idea. Before Han Yuchen could finish his words, there were a few beeps from the other end and the phone was hung up. Grass. Han Yuchen cursed angrily and once again vented his anger on the trash can on the side of the road. He went up and kicked the trash can over. I don't know what Xiao Shu was thinking. She actually agreed to something like this. There's a problem. There's definitely something wrong with this. I will definitely get to the bottom of it. What's wrong with you? I finally managed to get Brother Yang to arrange a marriage with me, but he asked me to turn it down. You call me a troublemaker? Your whole family is a troublemaker. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll blow your head off. At the school gate, Yen Shu started cursing as soon as she hung up the phone, her little face almost wrinkled with anger. I looked at my phone again. It was almost 12 o'clock and Brother Yang hadn't replied to my message yet. Haven't you seen it yet? Yen Shu felt a little frustrated, as if she was trying hard to dress up for a blind person. Or has she not evolved enough? Ever since the last time he failed to tease Shenyang with his dirty talk, Yen Shu had learned his lesson. After several nights of painstaking study, he read through all the cheesy love words and dirty talk on the internet. She now is no longer the simple and innocent Yen Shu, but Nyo Hulu Yen Shu. Brother Yang didn't reply, so it must be because I didn't send enough. As long as your sincerity is deep enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Yen Shu chuckled, took out his cell phone and continued to tease Shenyang. I slept through the spring, good afternoon. Hee hee, when I wake up in the morning and you're not by my bed, I feel hopeless. Brother Yang, why don't you reply to me? Haven't you collected all 7 Dragon Balls yet? Brother Yang, why are you so cold? I read your message but didn't reply. I might catch a cold. I'll use your medical insurance card. Love can't wait, call me baby now. Not screaming? I knew you were tough on the outside, but no matter how tough your mouth is, you'll be soft when you kiss. Hee hee, I have a sweet mouth, right? Many people say I have a sweet mouth. Do you want to try it? Shenyang's eyes turned darker and darker. This guy, has his account been hacked? According to the location sent by Yen Shu, Shenyang quickly walked out of the school gate. From a distance, he saw Shenyang sitting in the car, lowering his head and quickly tapping his phone. Looking at the way he was doing it, sparks were almost coming out of the phone keyboard. And his cell phone kept ringing. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Yan Shu started flirting with him since the beginning of the class, and now she has been doing so for almost 3 hours. People really laugh when they are speechless. Shen Yang was so angry that he laughed. Where on earth did this guy get all these dirty words from? Ding dong. Another dirty talk came in. Shen Yang knocked on the car window with a deathly smile on his face. Yan Shu, are you itchy? Yan Shu was startled and suddenly raised his head. Hey! Brother Yang, are you done with Get Out of Class? Chapter 47. I have bad news for you. My thoughts about you are no longer simple. Yan Shu had no illusion of being caught. She got out of the car and hung on Shen Yang's arm. Brother Yang, why don't you reply to so many messages people have sent you? Do you know that a day without seeing you feels like a long time? Rounding it off, I haven't seen you for almost half a year. Don't you miss me? The corner of Shen Yang's mouth twitched, and he put his big hand on Yan Shu's forehead and pushed the koala hanging on his arm down. In no mood. I am speechless. Just because we haven't seen each other for half a day, it becomes half a year? It's your idea. When did this guy become so shameless? Hee, don't try to lie to me. Your heart has already told me that you miss me a lot, and so do I. Aha. Yan Shu let out a cry, and shamelessly hugged Shen Yang's arm again and hung on him again. Brother Yang, today I have bad news for you. My thoughts about you are no longer pure. Yan Shu looked up at the person in front of her, her eyes smiling into crescents, and said mischievously, I know you must be the same, and now I'm so close to you, don't endure it anymore. Shen Yang was so angry that he laughed. He pinched the little girl's cheek with his big hand and said, Where did you learn these things? They are so indecent. He, if I were serious, how would you have a chance to conquer me? Come on, I'll give you a chance to possess me. Yan Shu started to act like a complete rogue, blurting out all kinds of shameless and obscene words. At this moment, she suddenly felt several eyes staring at her from behind. When I turned around, I saw 3 boys who appeared at the school gate at some point, looking at me in horror with their mouths wide open. Thinking of those shameless words just now, Yan Shu's face turned red and he quickly let go of Shen Yang. Brother Yang, they are. Only then did Shen Yang see Jiang Feiyan and the other 2 who had been standing at the school gate. Just now after class, he had planned to go to the cafeteria to eat with his 3 adopted sons, but when he saw the crazy dirty messages Yan Shu sent him, he didn't even bother to eat and went straight to the school gate. I guess the 3 older kids followed me out just to join in the fun. They are my roommates. Shen Yang coughed lightly and introduced Yan Shu seriously. But suddenly he saw his 3 adopted sons looking at each other with extremely subtle expressions. Shen Yang shuddered all over, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, the 3 adopted sons raised their fists to their chests, stuck out their buttocks exaggeratedly, pinched their throats and shouted at him in unison with a crazy look on their faces. Wow! Brother Yang, I miss you so much. Shen Yang. This reminded him of a video he saw online. My son knows how to plant rice seedlings now. There is a voice comment in Guangxi dialect below that says something like this. Wow, your son knows how to plant rice. That's great. 3 stupid woodchucks. I swear, I'm going to kick your ass with my boot. Brother Yang, they are really your roommates. Yan Shu was a little embarrassed and her face turned red. If she had known there were people around, she would have held back a little. Shen Yang was also very embarrassed now, looking at the 3 grown-up children speechlessly. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them didn't even look at him. They walked up to Yan Shu excitedly and introduced themselves one by one. You must be Miss Yan. You are so beautiful. I am Jiang Yunfei, and I am honored to meet you. Do you need an errand boy? I am 1.8 meters tall, have super long legs, run super fast, and am easy to feed. Jiang Yunfei's eyes were sparkling as he looked at Yan Shu expectantly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was pushed away by Tang Zhe. Miss, don't listen to Jiang Yunfei's nonsense. In fact, he has polio and can't tell left from right. Why don't you look at me? I'm taller than him, stronger than him, and I can run faster than him. Most importantly, I'm easier to support than him. I'm willing to run errands for the young lady. I just asked the young lady to introduce me to a rich woman. I don't want to work hard. Shui Wei hurriedly squeezed in upon seeing this. I can pick up express for Miss, get food, get foot bath water, and even beat up the villains. Please give Miss a chance. I don't want to work hard either. But Miss, I want an older, wealthy woman. I like a charming one, preferably one that likes to spend money on me as soon as she sees me. If I don't want her, she must give me several big villas and all her inheritance so that I can inherit her multi-billion-dollar group. After she dies, I will live in her multi-million mansion, remembering her, working diligently at my company, and live on alone with my memories. Xinyang's mouth twitched. You are such a talented person. And you can eat and take it at the same time. Don't listen to their nonsense, they are just joking. Xinyang said helplessly. Yan Shu, however, looked disapproving. Hey! It's human nature to like rich women. How can you say that about them, brother Yang? They are all small things, small things. As Yan Shu spoke, she took out a stack of business cards from her small bag and handed them to the three people one by one. Come on, call as soon as you get back, and make sure to serve the rich woman well. Whether you can inherit her million-dollar mansion and company depends on your ability. The three men's eyes lit up. It was just a joke, but they didn't expect that the young lady actually had it. The three of them were overjoyed and quickly took the business card. Yan Shu, are you serious? After the three of them left, Xinyang couldn't help but ask. Yan Shu touched his nose, feeling a little guilty. That was actually my grandma's phone number. My grandma is an energetic and talkative old lady. She once chatted her 3 golden retrievers into autism in just 2 days. Old people like young people when they are old. She will definitely like it. As long as I can get my grandma to stop calling us in the middle of the night to chat, I'll pay any amount. The corner of Xinyang's mouth twitched again. Suddenly I felt sorry for my 3 adopted sons. At the same time, Su Xiying has come out of the hospital and returned to the dormitory. But because of the beating she received in the hospital last time, she was in a particularly bad mood these past 2 days. Especially after she knew that the slap she received was because of the phone call from Jiang Zhishuan, she felt extremely upset and regretful. If she had known earlier, she should not have agreed to be with Jiang Zhishuan. Ying, I bought some porridge in the cafeteria. Do you want to eat something? You haven't eaten anything since last night. You just recovered from your illness. This is not good for your health. Yuan Xinyu put the porridge he had just brought back on the table. Seeing Su Xiying looking depressed, he couldn't help but persuade her. Upon hearing this, Su Xiying looked up at Yuan Xinyu with lifeless eyes and shook her head. This. Yuan Xinyu sighed. Lu Shan couldn't bear it anymore. Ying, cheer up, don't kill yourself over a man. Women in our new era should be self-reliant and strong. What the hell are Xinyang and Jiang Zhishuan? They are nothing. You are our most popular school beauty. How many people are lining up to pursue you? They are not even as good as your fingers. They used to chase after you and show their affection to you. When will it be your turn to be depressed because of them? Forget about Jiang Zhishuan, his family is the richest and we can't afford to offend him, but who the hell is Xinyang? Why do you treat you like this? Even if it was a passerby who knew you had a fever, he would help call 120. But he just let you stand in the heavy rain. He is not even a human being. You scumbag. Get down. At the hospital, after Yuan Xinyu's analysis, Lu Shan's impression of Xinyang changed a little, but when she saw Su Xiying's look, she couldn't help but put the blame on Xinyang. Just like she said, Jiang Zhishuan is a famous rich second generation and she can't afford to offend him. But Xinyang is just an ordinary person, so naturally anyone can step on him. And they have always done this before. I can only say that habit is a terrible thing. Hearing this, Pei Qinghua pulled open the bed curtain with a look of surprise on her face. Ying, you had a fever and stayed in the hospital for 3 days last time. Was it because of Xinyang? Chapter 48 Wrongly blaming Xinyang, it must be all Yan Shua's fault. Pei Qinghua was not in school for the past 2 days because she had something to do. She only knew that Su Xiying had a fever and was hospitalized, but she didn't know that there were so many twists and turns. She nodded calmly to the recording on her phone, and began to speak for Su Xiying, angrily accusing Xinyang. That's too much. How could Xinyang do this to you? You braved the rain to look for him, and you had a high fever. You've done so much for him, and he's still not sure about coming back? Does he really want you to kneel down and beg him? And there's that bitch Yan Shu. She's just as bad as Xinyang. I think the reason Xinyang treated Ying like this time must be because Yan Shu was behind it. Su Xiying raised her head. Hua, do you think so? Do you think Xinyang would not do this to me? This sentence made Pei Qinghua realize that she had made the right bet. Of course. Pei Qinghua nodded heavily. What Shanshan said just now is right. Even a passerby would help call an ambulance if they knew you had a fever, let alone Xinyang. Just think about it, Xinyang treated you so well before, to the extent that he didn't fight back even when he hit you or scolded you. There must be a reason why he is suddenly so heartless to you. As for the reason, you will understand it if you think about it yourself. Is it because of the Yen family? Lu Shan blurted out, looking like she had seen through it. I know. It must be because of Yen Shu's identity. Because Xinyang promised Yen Shu that he would be her son-in-law. A wealthy family like the Yen family would definitely not allow a son-in-law to have affairs outside. So Xinyang had to treat Yingying like this in order to make her give up. But in fact, he still has Yingying in his heart. Lu Shan thought she was right, and said proudly, think about it, if it weren't for this, how could Xiao Yu and I get into a mansion like Xiaoxin Manor? You mean, Xinyang was afraid that something might happen to Yingying, so he had someone guard her, and when he saw us coming, he secretly asked the security guard to let us in? Yuan Xinyu looked suspicious. Is that really the case? Why does she feel something is wrong? It has to be this way. Lu Shan said with certainty, this is the only way to explain it. I clearly remember that when we arrived, the security guard asked us who we were looking for, and then took us to the security room to pick up Yingying. It seems like we really have wronged Xinyang. He has always loved us, Yingying, deeply. Su Shiying was convinced by these remarks again, and she felt much better immediately. We think the same thing. Shanshan is right. This must be the case. I knew Xinyang wouldn't really be so cruel to me. Why do you hate me so much? If you really hate me so much, why did you follow me around like a dog and serve me for 3 years? Why didn't you hate it before, but now you do? I don't believe a person can change so much overnight. Yen Shu is also very generous. Maybe she heard that Xinyang was so obedient to me that she was jealous and used her family's power to force Xinyang to bow down. Think about it, how could the small factory of the Shen family possibly fight against a financial group like the Yen family? Thinking of this, all the unreasonable things in the past now become reasonable. No wonder Xinyang suddenly gave up the house and moved to Xiaoxin Manor. It turned out that he was coerced by Yen Shu. Maybe, the previous comments made by the Su family on the internet were also Yen Shu's conspiracy. The purpose is to make the Su family, who are in trouble, seek help from the Jiang family. The purpose is to tie herself and Jiang Zhishuan together completely, so that no one can snatch Xinyang from her. The more Su Zhiying thought about it, the more she felt that this was the fact, and she began to hate Yen Shu again. It turned out that all the suffering and humiliation she had endured during this period was caused by Yen Shu. Yen Shu, you are so insidious and despicable. Yen Shu, this bitch. How dare she do this to me? No matter if she is the only daughter of the richest man in Magic City, I will not let her go. Xinyang is mine, he must be mine, he can only be mine. At this time, Su Zhiying once again selectively forgot what Xinyang said to her, and forgot that she was the one who broke up first, and she even forgot that it was because of her French kissing with Jiang Zhishuan in public at the birthday party that made Xinyang completely heartbroken. She only chooses to believe what she wants to believe. After all, Xinyang had been so good to her in the past 3 years, so good that she didn't want to believe that Xinyang would leave, so good that she morbidly wanted Xinyang to serve only her forever. Hua Hua, how can I destroy Yen Shu without anyone noticing? If Yen Shu is destroyed, I don't believe she will have the nerve to continue to pester Xinyang. As long as Yen Shu is not around, Xinyang will definitely come back to me. Su Zhiying looked at Pei Qinghua with an extremely fierce look in her eyes. Yingying, are you crazy? This is against the law. Yuan Xinyu was shocked and hurried to stop him. Su Zhiying didn't want to listen at all. This is my business, Xiao Yu, don't worry about it. If something goes wrong, it can't be blamed on you. Yuan Xinyu just thought that Su Zhiying was crazy. He had just been slapped in the face in the hospital and warned by Su's father for this matter, but now he wanted to do the same trick again. Doesn't she really know what the consequences of doing this are? Pei Qinghua's eyes flashed with a gleam and she smiled. There are many ways to do it without anyone noticing. Just find a few people. The economy has been bad in recent years, and there are so many people who are short of money, tired of the world, and irritable. Who knows who did this? Su Zhiying's eyes lit up and she understood immediately. Su Zhiying stopped talking and lowered her head, seemingly playing with her mobile phone, but in fact she was perfecting this accident step by step on the internet. Pei Qinghua sneered upon seeing this and secretly cursed him as an idiot. Then, she sent the recorded audio to Xinyang after clever editing. Xin Yang, something terrible has happened. Su Shiying has gone crazy. She actually wants to find someone to destroy Miss Yen. You must make Miss Yen be careful. After doing all this, Pei Qinghua sneered again. Su Shiying is really considerate. She was just worrying about how to continue to improve Xin Yang's impression of her. Su Shiying has helped her a lot. I believe that after Xin Yang sees this video, he will be very grateful to me and will definitely hate Su Shiying even more. Xin Yang's face suddenly turned cold when he saw the news that Pei Qinghua had read. This audio clip was obviously edited. Although it only contained Su Shiying's voice, he was certain that Pei Qinghua's advice was definitely included. Great job! They even dared to openly hire someone to kill someone. Whether it was accidental or intentional, he would never let Yen Shu get hurt. Xin Yang walked out of the room quickly with a cold face. He must discuss this matter with Yen Shu and ask the Yen family to send more bodyguards over. After searching the house for a while and not seeing anyone, Xin Yang felt nervous. Could it be that Yen Shu went out? Xin Yang panicked when he thought that the little girl who kept pestering him and saying dirty words to him would be hurt because of him. Until he heard a faint sound coming from the gym. Yen Shu, you should go out less recently. Also, ask Butler Wu to bring more bodyguards to protect you. I just got the news that Su Shiying plans to. Xin Yang suddenly pushed open the door of the gym and said hurriedly. But the unfinished words came to an abrupt end the moment the door opened. There was a loud bang. Yen Shu turned his back to him and smashed a large sandbag with one punch. Xin Yang's pupils shrank and he was stunned. Ah, this. Chapter 49. He called me baby? Did I hear it right? Brother Yang? Why are you here? When Yen Shu turned around, she saw Xin Yang standing at the door, staring at her in amazement. Ah no, actually these are. Suddenly realizing what he had just done, Yen Shu hurriedly kicked the sandbag behind him into the corner, trying to cover up the evidence. My hero, there is no need to hide. I have seen it all. Xin Yang couldn't believe what he saw. That was a sandbag. How could such a cute girl smash it to pieces with just one punch? It turned out that his worries just now were unnecessary. With Yen Shu's strength, no matter whether it is a conspiracy or an open conspiracy, I'm afraid they can't withstand her punch. Well, actually, this is inherited from my family. My grandma and my mom are both very strong. Yen Shu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. My grandma is old now. She can no longer play sandbags like she used to. She has to chat with people every day to burn off her energy. That's why she has become such a chatterbox. I didn't want to expose myself, but I was too idle these 2 days and couldn't help it. Xin Yang was stunned. No wonder the head of Yen Group is a well-known wife slave. With this strength and this means, how dare his future father-in-law say no? No, is now the time to feel sorry for my future father-in-law? It's you who should feel sorry for yourself. Omega. After telling Yen Shu that Su Shiying was planning to hire someone to create an accident, Yen Shu's reaction was much calmer than Xin Yang had imagined. Brother Yang, don't worry. I will be careful. These are just small things. Yen Shu even went on to comfort Xin Yang. Besides, as a child of a large family, I have seen a lot of such things since I was a child. This is nothing. Besides, I'm not a fool. Am I going to just stand there and let others beat me? Who knows who will get beaten by then? Did you often encounter such things when you were a child? A barely perceptible trace of heartache flashed across Xin Yang's eyes, and he asked. Yen Shu was startled for a moment, then nodded, but still looked indifferent. Hey! Actually, as you know, my family is the richest in the Magic City. There are many people who want to curry favor with us, and naturally we have made many enemies. And I am the only child in my family, so I naturally became the target of public criticism. I've experienced kidnapping and intimidation, but when I was a kid I was famous for my strength. I could knock down 3 people with one punch, so I'm not afraid of these. She said she wasn't afraid, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner panic. Come to think of it, no matter how strong she is or how powerful she is still a girl, and she is so young at that. Anyone would be scared if they experienced something like this. Well, our Xiao Shu is a strong baby. Xin Yang reached out and rubbed Yen Shu's head. Great. Baby? He called me baby? Did I hear it right? He actually called me baby. Yen Shu's eyes suddenly lit up, and the depression in his eyes completely disappeared at this moment. She suddenly looked up at Shenyang, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. Her little face was flushed and she looked like a crazy fan. Brother Yang, you must have been a carbonated beverage in your previous life, right? Why else would I bubble with joy when I see you? Shenyang. I ate a peach this morning. Can you guess what kind of peach it was? Shenyang, what peach? Hee, I can't escape loving you. Shenyang. Not a bit warm. Sister, next weekend is Dad's birthday. Dad is planning to hold a birthday party. Many celebrities will come to attend. Dad told you to invite Master Jiang as well. After receiving a call from her sister Su Mani, Su Shiying remembered that next week was indeed her father's birthday. Every year on my father's birthday, we celebrate it with great fanfare and invite some business partners to the party, which helps us maintain good relationships and attract other partners. This year, she finally hooked up with the son of the Jiang family, the richest man in Guangzhou. How could her father miss this opportunity to show off? If it were in previous years, she would definitely be very happy and would prepare gifts early. But after knowing that her family's kindness to her was conditional, her heart died. Sister, are you listening? Dad asked you to bring young Master Jiang back on your birthday no matter what. On the other end of the phone, Su Mani continued speaking. Thinking of what Pei Qinghua had just said, Su Shiying came up with a brilliant plan and instantly came back to her senses. I understand. I will go and tell young Master Jiang, but I can't guarantee whether young Master Jiang will go or not. By the way, Manny, Dad has invited those people. Are the Shin family also among them? Su Mani was puzzled. Are you talking about Shenyang's family? Sister, aren't you very clear about what happened during this period? Because of the Shin family's connection with the Yen family in the capital of Magic City, our family has suffered a great humiliation. My mother and I are laughed at whenever we go out, not to mention my father. Do you think Dad will still invite the Shin family under this circumstance? Of course Su Jiying knew. But if Shenyang stayed with Yen Shu all the time, how could she implement her plan? At that time, Shenyang will definitely save Yen Shu. Moreover, she couldn't bear to see Shenyang continue to be deceived by that bitch Yen Shu. At that time, she will tell the truth to Shin's parents and Shenyang. Considering that Shenyang has been her bootlicker for 3 years, she will find a way to help the Shin family get rid of the Yen family. By then, Shenyang will definitely return to her and be grateful to her. Thinking of this, Su Jiying continued. Manny, tell Dad to invite the Shin family. If Dad doesn't agree, tell him that the marriage between the Yen family and the Shin family is actually fake. Yen Shu was jealous of me and fell in love with Shenyang, so she used her power to force the Shin family. But think about it, with a family background like the Yen family, how could they really fall in love with the Shin family? In a family like the Yen family, the Shin family is probably not even as good as a dog. Our Su family has suffered so much humiliation because of these things before, and the company has also been affected. I will also take Jiang Shao back. This is a great opportunity to regain face. Tell this to Dad, he will agree. Su Mani hesitated for a moment and promised to convey the message, but she could not guarantee whether Su's father would agree. Su Shiying was not worried at all, because she knew her father would definitely agree. No one knows her father better than her. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Su Mani's message came. Father Su agreed to invite Shenyang's family. Great, everything went as planned. In this case, she will keep her promise and invite Jiang Shao to attend the birthday party at the weekend. Su family. Husband, why did you agree to invite the Shin family? Have you forgotten how the Shin family treated us during this period of time? These ungrateful bastards think they can look down on others just because they have climbed up the high branches of the Yen family. Have they forgotten how they begged us in a humble manner in the first place? Look at how arrogant the Shin family has been during this period, and how much business they have taken from us. When Su's mother learned that Su's father was actually going to invite Shin Jiangwo's family, her face was distorted with anger. Humph! What do you know? A woman's kindness. Father Su snorted coldly, you don't even understand as well as Ying. Ying is right, this is a good opportunity to make a name for the Su family. Chapter 50 Shenyang is just being kept? That's a good thing. Husband, what do you mean by that? Su's mother was puzzled. Some time ago, because of something on the internet, we were given an illusion that the Yen family was really going to marry the Shin family, but now, do you see any rumors outside? Father Su said with a sneer on his face, I specifically asked some friends about this matter and inquired for a long time, and they also confirmed that they had not heard of it. It's a big deal that the Yin family, the richest family in Magic City, is planning to form a marriage. If it's true, there's no way that no news would get out. Besides, what is the status of the Yin family? What is the status of the Shin family? They are so different. Only when the families are equally powerful can it be called a marriage. Have you ever seen a rich man and a small factory become relatives and call it a marriage? Don't insult the word marriage. As long as the head of the Yin family is not a fool, he will not choose such a marriage with a small shabby factory that has no status and no strength. The facts prove that this matter is completely false. It should be just like what Ying said. Miss Yen just has a crush on Shun Yang. With a family background like the Yen family, it's perfectly normal for Miss Yen to keep a gigolo. Sue's mother's brows relaxed slightly, but she was still a little doubtful. Then what about the Yen family's previous actions against our Su family? Is it worth it for the Yen family to go to war just because of a kept gigolo? This is probably because of Ying. Father Su continued. Ying has been spoiled by us. She even dared to offend Miss Yen. Misses from noble families all have tempers, let alone Miss Yen, the heiress to a top consortium. Ying actually dared to knock her things down in front of so many people. Miss Yen will naturally be angry. This can be regarded as a lesson for our Su family. Sue's mother was secretly shocked. Just because some pastries were knocked over and he was scolded a few times, so much trouble happened. The Su family lost so much money and almost went bankrupt. The Yen family is so scary. But then again, it's a good thing that the Yen family didn't actually marry into the Shin family. She said that how could a big family like the Yen family look down on a poor family like the Shin family? It turned out that they were just being kept by someone. Shin Yang, this loser, is still as spineless as before. He actually rushes to be supported by others just for a little money. She has endured it for so long, and on the day of the birthday party, she will definitely take revenge for this humiliation. When Father Su saw Mother Su's expression, he naturally knew what she was thinking. But he did not intend to stop it. On the contrary, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to step on the Shin family and completely take over. The Shin family did not marry into the Yen family, the richest family in Shanghai, but his Su family was about to become related by marriage to the Jiang family, the richest family in Guangzhou. By then, everyone will know who is more worthy of currying favor with. When Shin Yang received a call from his father, he was a little surprised to learn that the Su family actually invited them to the birthday party. Yang, your mother, and I know that you have been wronged in the past 3 years. We also know the true face of this family. It is sure that nothing good will happen if you go there. You make the decision on this matter. Your mother and I will listen to you. When Shin Yang heard this, he subconsciously frowned in disgust. What is the Su family planning to do again? Dad, how is the family factory doing recently? Shin Yang asked. Last time I planned to go home for dinner, you all said you were busy. What are you doing recently? Why do you seem to be very busy? As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh came from the phone. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot to tell you. Recently, Mr. Yen and I, your future father-in-law and my future in-laws, met a while ago. After my in-laws visited our factory, they found that our business model was wrong. After their guidance, our factory's efficiency increased several times. Why else would they say he's the richest man in the Magic City? He's really amazing. Shin Jiangwo laughed heartily, his tone full of happiness. Now our factory has more and more orders, and they are already scheduled until the middle of next year. Your mother and I have decided to expand the factory and open a branch. We are currently looking for a new factory to make it bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Ha ha ha. You don't have to come back if you're fine in the future. Your mother and I don't have time to deal with you. It's enough for me to know that you're still breathing. Ha 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 ha. Shin Yang's mouth twitched and he was speechless. How could anyone say that about their own son? Just when I was about to complain, I heard my father sighing and speaking earnestly. My boy, there is such a huge gap between our family and the Yen family. When the matter between you and Miss Yen is finally settled, I don't know how many people will laugh at you. Although our family is indeed the one that has taken advantage, and it is possible that even if we work hard for several lifetimes, we may not be able to compare with the Yen family, but your mother and I also want you to live with dignity in the future. We don't want others to point at you and say that you are a gigolo and call you a son-in-law. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have an appointment with someone to go and see the new factory today. You stay well and leave the money making to your father. You better prepare yourself and pack up. We will be rich second generation soon. Ha 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 ha. When Shenyang saw the phone being hung up, his eyes suddenly became sore and his heart felt swollen, sour, and bitter. He felt both moved and sad. His parents will always stand behind him and support him unconditionally. From his previous stupid behavior of following Su Zhiying behind her back to his current marriage with the Yin family, his parents have never blamed him once. But he is not a fool and he certainly won't rely on others for support. One day, he will make this relationship equal. Thinking of this, Shenyang picked up his phone again and sent a message to his parents. He agreed to go to Su's house to attend Su's father's birthday party on the weekend. The weekend is coming soon. Because Su's father released the news early, today's banquet will welcome distinguished guests. Under Su's father's repeated hints, Su's family's partners speculated that the Su family would soon tie the knot with the Zhang family. Because of this relationship, there were a lot of people coming to this birthday party. Congratulations! Boss Su is about to get married. When you become rich, don't forget us old friends. Boss Su, among all of us, you're the one who's been promoted the fastest. We're counting on you. This must be Miss Su, she is indeed as beautiful as a fairy, no wonder she can be so charming to Master Jiang. If I also have a daughter like this, why would I worry about not having a good son-in-law? At the gate of the Su family, Su's father listened to these compliments and his face almost smiled like a chrysanthemum. Su Zhiying was also forced to stand by and accompany them. When she heard others praising her beauty, her vanity was greatly satisfied. Look, she knew that no matter where she, Su Zhiying, went, she would always be the most eye-catching presence. Her beauty is definitely something that no one can ignore. Just then, a middle-aged man with a big belly came over and looked at Su's father with a flattering look on his face. Boss Su, I heard that the important person coming today is the head of the Zhang family? Where is the head of the Zhang family now? Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I have been making an appointment with Master Jiang for a long time, but unfortunately he is very busy and I have never had the chance to meet him. If Boss Su can introduce me today, I will definitely remember this favor for the rest of my life. Chapter 51, a gift worth 9.9 yuan is a perfect match for the Su family. Father Su was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still managed to keep up the atmosphere with a smile on his face. He only hinted to these people that the big shot who came today was the young master of the Jiang family. When did it become known as the patriarch of the Jiang family? It's strange to say, Master Jiang and Ying have been together for almost a month, and during this month, he has always responded to Master Jiang's every request. However, every time he asked to meet the head of the Jiang family, he was rejected by Jiang Shao with various reasons. It must be that this rebellious girl failed to appease young Master Jiang. Thinking of this, Father Su turned around and glared at Su Zhiying fiercely. If Su Zhiying had worked harder, he would have become a real relative of the Jiang family long ago. Something that is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Wait until the banquet is over and see how he deals with this rebellious girl. When Su Zhiying met Father Su's eyes, she trembled all over and said with a smile. Dad, Zhishuan told me about this. He said that the head of the Jiang family is not in Guangzhou recently, otherwise he would definitely come to attend your birthday party. It's normal that Master Jiang is too busy to come, but I've already talked to Zhishuan, and he said he will definitely come. Maybe Zhishuan is on his way now. How about I give him a call and ask? Father Su breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound, and glared at Su Zhiying in pretended anger. This is ridiculous. As the heir of the Jiang family, young Master Jiang is very busy. How can you call and disturb him just because of such a small matter? Since young Master Jiang promised to come back, he will definitely come. It's still early now, so let's just wait a little longer. After Father Su finished scolding Su Zhiying, he smiled and looked at the person in front of him. Bossly, I'm so sorry to have made a fool of myself. Instead of getting angry, Li Guanghua smiled even more flatteringly. It seems that the rumors are not groundless, and the Su family, the small family, is really going to soar to the sky. To be honest, the Su family is not even ranked in Guangzhou City. They are second or third rate at most. Their company is also an ordinary seafood company. Logically speaking, they should not have any contact with families like the Jiang family. But who can blame him for having a beautiful daughter? Ha, it's all the same. Patriarch Jiang has a lot of things to do, so it's normal that he doesn't have time. It's the same if young Master Jiang comes. When the time comes, I hope that President Su can help me and young Master Jiang make more recommendations. Let's all get rich together, ha ha ha. Li Guanghua laughed and said, with an extremely flattering look on his face. After Li Guanghua said this, more people came to compliment him and presented him with gifts, asking Su's father to help introduce him. These compliments one after another directly made Father Su feel extremely satisfied and happy. Boss Su, I heard that young Master Jiang was sentenced to his mother when he was a child. He has been abroad for many years and rarely comes back even for the new year. I wonder how Miss Su got to know young Master Jiang. A middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned, all looking puzzled. They had heard about this, too. I heard that young Master Jiang has always been resentful of Master Jiang because of his mother's affairs. He has rarely contacted Master Jiang in recent years and their relationship is very bad. Now not only has he returned, he is also planning to marry the daughter of the Su family. Does this mean he is planning to develop in the country for a long time? They also heard that the head of the Jiang family had many illegitimate children. Could it be that the one who was going to marry the daughter of the Su family was one of them? Although they are all young masters of the Jiang family, there is a huge difference between an illegitimate son and a son born to the principal wife. Father Su was stumped by the question and didn't know how to explain it for a moment. His intuition told him that this would never happen. He had met young Master Jiang several times. How could an illegitimate child have such a dignified demeanor? Sir, a distinguished guest has arrived. Just then, the nanny Wang Ma walked in with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a well-tailored work uniform and a pair of white gloves. His eyes were sunken and dark, giving people a serious and unsmiling feeling. The middle-aged man walked with a beautifully wrapped gift box in his hands. Ah! Isn't this Mr. John's personal driver, old John? Someone in the crowd recognized the middle-aged man and exclaimed. I heard that Master Zhang's driver, Lao Jiang, is a distant relative of the Zhang family. He has been Master Zhang's driver for more than 10 years and is very trusted by Master Jiang. Didn't you say that Master Jiang was too busy to come? Are you asking the driver to give a gift to President Su? The crowd was talking about it, but at this moment no one questioned the marriage between the Su family and the Zhang family. Old Jiang is someone close to the head of the Zhang family. His appearance here shows that young Master Jiang is indeed serious about the Su family. The driver, Lao Jiang, glanced at everyone, strode up to Su's father, presented the gift with both hands, and said respectfully. Boss Su, something happened to the Jiang family's overseas company. The young master left the country overnight. I'm sorry that I couldn't come to your birthday party in person. To express my apology, the young master asked me to come and give you a gift in person. Lao Jiang said this and opened the gift box in front of everyone. He was a little surprised when he saw what was in the gift box. Buddhist beads that were personally blessed by a senior monk from Putua Temple? And the Diamond Sutra? I didn't expect that the young master would give such a precious thing to Ms. Su. It seems that the young master really cares about Miss Su. Everyone was puzzled. What's the saying for these things? Someone asked. Lao Jiang explained. You may not know that the head of my family is a Buddhist. He and Yuanxin, a high monk from Putua Temple, have been good friends for many years. But Master Yuanxin has passed away, and the things he has blessed are priceless. These two items were given to my master by Master Yuanxin 5 years ago. They are his treasures. I didn't expect that the young master would take out such precious things to celebrate Boss Su's birthday. Father Su was a little disappointed when he saw the string of Buddhist beads and Buddhist scriptures in the box, but he immediately smiled when he heard this. He doesn't understand Buddhism, but the things that Master Jiang treasures must be good things. Thank Master Jiang for me. Su will definitely visit you in person someday. It is a great honor to have a distinguished guest here. Please come in. The best tea and wine are ready. Father Su took the gift with both hands and said with a smile. Old Jiang declined politely and strode away from the Su family in the gaze of everyone. Outside the Su family villa, the Jiang family patriarch's exclusive car was parked under a big tree. Dad, what's going on? Did the Su family become suspicious? Seeing Lao Jiang coming out, the person sitting in the back seat asked. Old Jiang shook his head with a look of disdain. I have been a driver for Boss Jiang for more than 10 years. I have been to many places with him. Everyone in Guangzhou knows me. I have personally taken action. How dare these fence-sitters question me? But Xian, since you're here, why don't you go in yourself? And what about that string of Buddhist beads? Where did you get it from? Zhang Zhishuan sneered. I can't go. There are too many people around. Although the real young master of the Jiang family has been living abroad, it is inevitable that someone has seen him. If he is recognized, all the previous plans will fail. Anyway, the Su family just wants to use my identity as the young master of the Jiang family to satisfy their vanity. As long as the goal is achieved, it doesn't matter whether I go or not. As for the string of Buddhist beads and Buddhist scriptures, Zhang Zhishuan sneered again, it's just a wooden bead that costs 9.9 yuan on Duoduo with free shipping. The bullshit monk blessing it is all made up by me. The Su family is just a nouveau riche. What do they know about Buddhism? They pretend to be cultured. This kind of 9.9 yuan thing is most suitable for them. Lao Jiang looked very proud. You are worthy of being my son Jiang. You have accomplished great things with little money. You have done a great job. But it won't work if we keep going like this. Lies will be exposed one day. When do you plan to join the Su family's company? Zhang Zhishuan nodded. I understand, don't worry, Dad. I will ask Su Jiying out in a while and let her lose her virginity to me. Then I will enter the Su family company under the pretext of investigation. At the same time, outside the Su family estate, another car stopped steadily. Shen Yang and Shen's father and mother have arrived. Chapter 52, wanted to defame the Shen family? Then don't blame me for using my ultimate move. The moment Shen Yang and the other two got off the car, they saw that the crowd, which had been so bustling just a moment ago, had miraculously become quiet in an instant. Everyone turned their heads and looked at them. Then, people gathered in twos and threes and started chirping in low voices towards the three people. Aren't these the Shen family father and son? Why are they here? Didn't they have a falling out with the Su family? How dare they come here? Is there such a thing? Tell me more about it. You may not know this yet? The boy from the Shen family used to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with the young lady from the Su family, and the two families had always been on good terms because of this. But then, for some reason, they suddenly fell out, and the relationship became very strained. Now the Su and Shen families are basically on a ceremonial relationship of never seeing each other again. Hey! What else could it be? It's because the kid from the Shen family found a bigger backer and abandoned the young lady from the Su family. No way! So the rumor that the Shen family kid is being kept by a rich lady in the Magic City is actually true? Of course it's you who really is. Who else do you think would let go of a beauty like Miss Su? They must have found a better target. TSK. I never thought that Shen, who looked so honest, was actually such a person behind the scenes. I really misjudged them. For a moment, everyone looked at the three people with contempt and disdain. Shen Jiangwo was a little angry when he heard these words as soon as he got off the car. Although I had anticipated a scene like this when I agreed to come, these people's words were too harsh. They are just a bunch of fence-sitters, talking nonsense without knowing the truth. Just then, 2 or 3 people in the crowd came over and looked at Shen Jiangwo with concern. Old Shen. Is what's being said outside true? Is your boy really being kept by a rich lady in the Magic City? Li Yuankai looked at Shen Jiangwo with a complicated expression. Is there really something wrong with your factory? If there are any difficulties, you have to tell everyone. We are old friends. We can still give you some orders. How can you let your children do such things? It's really shameful. Li Yuankai has been the Shen family's partner for many years, and the two families have always had a good relationship. Although the cooperation in the past 2 years has been less than before, the relationship is still there. Shen Jiangwo thought Li Yuankai really cared about them, but he didn't expect to see the ridicule in Li Yuankai's eyes when he looked up. Shen Jiangwo was furious, this bastard who only cared about his own interests. But before he could finish his curse, another person quickly took over the conversation. Mr. Li, you don't understand this. It's popular to slander rich women now. And I also heard that this kid from the Shen family had been planning for a long time to get these connections. You don't know. The inside story is much more interesting than the novel. Zhang Ziming glanced sarcastically at Shen Yang, who was standing aside with a calm expression, and said with a sneer. Back then, when the Shen family kid found out that he was meeting a wealthy woman from the Magic City, he immediately abandoned the young lady from the Su family and turned around to pursue that wealthy young lady, chasing after her all day long and showing his affection to her. What's even funnier is that after getting a little sweetness from someone, he shamelessly moved into someone else's multi-million-dollar mansion. As soon as these words came out, there was a sound of people inhaling gasps all around. Boss Shang, is what you said true? Did this kid from the Shin family really do such a thing? Zhang Ziming nodded. Could I, old Zhang, lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. The rich lady's mansion is in Xiaoxin Manor. One time when I went to pick up a client, I happened to see the Shin family kid and a rich lady walking in the community, talking and laughing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. After hearing these solemn words, everyone looked at the three members of the Shin family with even more contempt. Most of the people present were business partners. Seeing this scene, they all looked down on the Shin family from the bottom of their hearts, let alone cooperating with the Shin family in the future. Some of those who have already signed contracts with the Shin family are also thinking about how to cancel the cooperation. Several old friends who had a good relationship with Shin Jiangwo pulled Shin Jiangwo aside and asked him if this was true. Shin Jiangwo was so angry. Bullshit. My Shin family is upright and has a wide range of responsibilities. What do you mean by sponsorship and paying for it? Stop slandering us. Even after hearing Shin Jiangwo say this, several people still didn't believe it and gave him blunt advice. Old Shin, you are the only child of yours. How can you let him be supported by someone else? This is something that will get you stabbed in the back. And he even abandoned Miss Su for this. Didn't the Su family do you a favor in the past? You can't do this. Father Su smiled coldly upon seeing this. It was worth it that he secretly revealed the information to these people. Seeing the Shin family being scolded so badly, the anger in his heart was finally half released. He had sworn before that he must not be allowed to recover. Once he recovered, he would definitely kill the Shin family. But do you think that's the end? No, these are just the beginning. As soon as Su's mother saw Su's father's expression, she knew that everything was arranged by him. It just so happened that she had long been annoyed with these ungrateful people in the Shin family. Ha! What's the point of poking someone in the back? They've done even more ungrateful things. Are they still afraid of being criticized? Mother Su snorted coldly and decided to make public what Shin Yang had done during this period of time. This time, she is determined to discredit these three ungrateful bastards. Everyone! You don't know yet. 3 years ago, the Shin family's small broken factory had no money to operate, so they came to my family for help. Not only did my Su family lend them a large sum of money to operate, but we also gave them several large and small orders. After knowing that Shin Yang liked our Engying, we thought Shin Yang was quite sincere, so we agreed to let him date my daughter. I didn't expect that this little bastard not only treated my daughter badly, but also belittled her everywhere and said bad things about her. Our Engying cried every day and became so exhausted from crying. If it weren't for young Master Jiang who was always with her, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to make it. What's even worse is that after this little bastard slandered Miss Hauman, he actually turned black into white in front of Miss Hauman, defamed our Su family, and used Miss Hauman's hand to punish our Su family. I'm sure you all know about the things that happened on the internet about our Su family some time ago. It was this little beast who did it. Su's mother wiped her tears, looking heartbroken. It's pitiful for our Su family. We get money and people whenever they want. My husband and I have always treated Shin Yang as our own son. We had planned to let them get married smoothly as soon as they graduated. I didn't expect that they didn't fancy us at all. Alas, it's just pitiful for our Engying. Her true heart was hurt like this by a scumbag. As Su Zhiying listened, her eyes became red, as if she had really suffered a great injustice. She looked at Shin Yang with red eyes, but turned her head away stubbornly. Even though he was mentally prepared, Shin Yang still laughed out of anger. It was the first time he saw someone so shameless as to say black was white. It completely refreshed his three views. Fortunately, he came here today with the intention of stepping on the Su family to help the Shin family take over. Now that the stage is ready, don't blame him for using his ultimate move. Chapter 53, Shin Yang gets close to the Su family and exposes their secrets. Jian Dan. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know what your family has done? How dare you say such things? Mother Shin was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and she pointed at Mother Su and started cursing. Your daughter comes back crying every day. If she really likes our Yang so much, would she get together with the young master of the Jiang family so quickly? Everyone knows that your daughter is spoiled and willful. My son has been with your daughter for 3 years and suffered so much. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Shin's mother and Su's mother were high school classmates. Although they had known each other for many years, Su's mother had never been interested in Shin's mother. Ever since she married into the Su family and became a wealthy lady, Su's mother felt superior to Shin's mother and even walked with her head held high. This sense of superiority reached its peak when the Shin family came to borrow money. Especially when Shin Yang loved her daughter so much, it made her feel like she was standing directly above Li Yun. But all this changed when that bastard Shin Yang slandered the Yin family. Seeing her, that bitch Li Yun actually dared not to lower his head and be submissive like before. He even dared not to greet her actively. If it were in the past, she wouldn't dare even if Li Yun had 3 times the courage. Thinking of this, Zhang Dan became even angrier. Li Yun, are you very proud now? You actually raised a son who can slander a rich woman. Speaking of which, we are indeed not as good as you. After all, we don't have that ability. Why don't you ask your son to teach us how to serve a rich woman in bed? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of laughter all around. You are talking nonsense. Mother Shin's face turned blue with anger, but she had never been good at quarreling since she was a child, so she didn't know how to scold back for a moment. I shouldn't have come if I had known. I'll just have to endure the humiliation if I came. These bastards who bully the weak will come to us for help one day. After Shin Jiangwo finished speaking, he took Shin Yang and Shin's mother and turned to walk out. He finally understood that everything today was arranged by that bastard Su Qingye. Dad, wait. Shin Yang grabbed Shin Jiangwo and said in a cold voice. Dad, the purpose of our coming here today is not just to be insulted by others. The Su family wants to step on us to get to the top, so we naturally have to step on them to get to the top. Who will win depends on who steps harder. Dad, aren't we planning to expand our factory and open a new one? This is a good opportunity to establish our prestige and make connections. Shin Jiangwo hesitated. Yang, what you mean is? Shin Yang nodded. Dad, Han Xin could endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch back then, so what if we get scolded a few times? Since we have decided to tie ourselves together with the Yin family, we must use this favorable wind to make the Shin family bigger and stronger. When we are able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yin family, I don't believe that anyone will still laugh at us and slander us. Only when we are strong can we have the right to speak. Mom and Dad, please stop talking and leave the rest to me. Thinking of this, Shin Yang glanced at the people around him coldly and spoke coldly. I know that you all received secret instructions from certain people today, and perhaps some of you just followed the crowd because you couldn't see the formality. But you are right about one thing. Our Shin family is indeed related to the Yin family in Demon City. Not only that, the head of the Yin family came to Guangzhou in person some time ago. Are you curious about why the profit of our small factory suddenly improved? We are even planning to open a new factory. Of course, it's because of the guidance of the patriarch of the Yin family. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other, obviously unbelieving. The Yin family in Shanghai, what kind of status do they have? Would they condescend to guide a small factory like yours? Everyone just thought that Shin Yang was crazy. He didn't even think about it before telling lies. He just spoke without thinking. Dad, didn't you take photos and videos of your previous meeting with Patriarch Yin? Show them. Shin Yang turned and said to Shin Jiangwo. He remembered that his father had boasted about it to him when he returned home last night. Shin Jiangwo nodded and took out his mobile phone. He not only showed the photos in public, but also turned the video volume up to the maximum and played some of the conversations between him and the head of the Yin family in public. Seeing this ironclad evidence, everyone was shocked. This seems to be the demon capital who was often in the news. How could it be him? He actually went to see the Shin family's small shabby factory? How is this possible? Isn't this kid from the Shin family being kept by a rich woman? How is he related to the Yin family in the capital of Demon City? It must be fake. Maybe these photos and videos are all generated by AI. With the advanced technology nowadays, who knows? Shin Yang glanced at everyone and spoke again in a cold voice. You don't have to believe it, but if any news comes out, don't blame us for not warning you. By then, it will be too late for you to beg for cooperation with our Shin family. Everyone hesitated and some were afraid to gamble. They are all businessmen, and they definitely put profits first. If the Shin family is really related to the Yin family in the capital of Magic City, then... Thinking of that possibility, everyone secretly took a deep breath. If this is true, it is not certain who the richest man in Guangzhou will be. When Father Su saw that everyone was swayed by Shin Yang's few words, his face darkened. Shin Yang, I know you are still young, and I allow you to go astray and do the wrong things. Being young and full of energy is a good thing, but being too conceited is not a good thing. I don't care about what happened between you and my daughter anymore. Fortunately, my daughter has come out of it now and has found a good home. But I hope you can be more prudent in the future and think more about others. Don't say or do the wrong thing just because you are young and impetuous, and offend people you shouldn't offend. Everyone present was a smart guy, and everyone could understand the warnings and threats in Su Qingye's words. Everyone was shaken again. The affairs between the Shin family and the Yin family in the capital of Demon City are still hearsay, but the affairs between the Su family and the Zhang family are real. Shin Yang naturally understood the meaning of Su Qingye's words and smiled. Boss Su, I will return this sentence to you intact. Also, I have some advice for you, for you, your wife, and your daughter. I hope you won't be so shameless in the future and say black is white. I also hope you will do more good deeds in the future, because those who do too much evil will eventually perish. Su Qingye's face suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? Shin Yang sneered. Is it hard to understand what I'm saying? Let me explain it clearly. What I mean is that you, the Su family, are a den of snakes and rats, colluding with each other and committing crimes. You don't even care about your dignity. Without giving the Su family any chance to refute, Shin Yang directly got close to their faces and attacked them. What kind of favor did you say you did to our Shin family 3 years ago? What kind of favor is that? You lent us money for 3 years, and charged us twice the interest than the bank. Only 1 year later, we paid you back with interest. Even loan sharks are not as disgusting as you. You have been talking about this kind of favor for 3 years. If this is called a favor, then everyone who goes to the bank to borrow money will have to burn incense and kowtow to the bank staff every day.